small fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? I don't know. Ask Cozy or Moxie or any of the various co-streamers that are watching this tournament. Ask them what's the meta, because in all honesty, I don't really know. It's been a few weeks since preseason ended, and we've had two new characters added in, Black Cat and Devil Dinosaur, that are going to shake up the meta, as well as various balance changes over the last season. So I want to use this episode almost this week to use it as a chance to recap what happened in preseason, counting down the most impactful heroes across the draft phase, the bans and protects that we've seen in the esports scene across all 4 major regions and all 504 maps that were played for preseason in Ignite. Let's just go over the top 5, and 4 out of 5 of them as strategists, which is kind of crazy, but one of them is Loki. Understandable, he's up here, right? Regeneration Domain is still one of the best abilities in the game, bar none, and no matter what, he always has to be respected in a pick ban phase, even if you don't intend on playing him, because of the fact that he can copy ultimates. Certainly looking at stuff like Gambit, some of the NA teams in Americas going for triple Vanguard to just farm up a Gambit Loki combination and just get those Raging Royal Flushes going over and over again. It really is a case of like if Gambit or Invisible Woman manage to make it through the draft, getting rid of Loki or protecting him if you want to play around him is good. Invisible Woman actually makes the 4th spot. For like EMEA in America, she wasn't as popular when it came to like pick or bans, but it was like the Pacific and Chinese teams that wanted to make sure that they got a hold of her. But Invisible Woman in her own right, strong healing output, force physics to punish diving targets, to be able to pull them back as they're trying to get away, the barrier that she can give to her duelists to give some healing, mitigation, and basically just set them up to succeed. And then obviously you've got the invisible boundary to play in these tricky fights, put it on your team to protect them, but also as a way to catch enemies trying to disengage, because you can slow them as they go through the radius of the invisible boundary. You can use it offensively, and some teams did try to do that. 3rd place is Mantis. It took a while for Mantis to get going, but her popularity definitely started to surge towards playoffs across all of the regions, most certainly again in Pacific and China, where she was the 2nd most rated character over for those teams. Making sure that you have Mantis or the enemy team doesn't have Mantis basically limits your impact of triple strategist, whether you can play around it as well or not. Damage boost helps. Her ultimate is good in all sorts of situations. You have the team up again with Groot and Loki. It'll be interesting to see how she does now that her damage boost has been nerfed and now she adds like movement speed. I still think she's going to find impact, but is she going to be the linchpin of triple strategists going forward, or is somebody like Ultron going to potentially take that slot away from her? Hard to get a gauge, but Mantis is definitely up here as a strong choice. The 2nd spot goes to Elsa. The queen of the preseason finishes in 2nd place from how much she was picked and also banned. She was like the leading woman. In EMEA and America, she was the most potent character. It's just that Pacific and China, again, would have preferred to put Mantis and another character in that sort of first ban, first protect phase. The percentage damage that she was doing was strong. The fact that Instinct put Helix Advance down to a 2-second cooldown is really strong, and the great CC from her ultimate. Lots of these elements have been toned down. I would be shocked though if she doesn't stay in the top 10 for like the impact here when it comes to stage 1. Definitely expect her to drop, but I think some other duelists might contest her a little bit more. But yeah, here it was just put your best duelist on this character, feed resources into her, and she is going to absolutely feast for you. But there is one character that was a lot more impactful, and that was Gambit. To really highlight how impactful Gambit was, there was basically 1,008 chances to be involved in a draft, and Gambit missed out on 8 of those. There are 8 opportunities that he could have been picked in, and he wasn't. And almost 800 of those were bans. Teams did not want to play him, certainly in Pacific and China, where he was almost consistently in every single game the first ban. Raging Royal Flush providing ultimate charge boost, explosive damage, movement speed means that it was synergy with various ultimates was incredibly strong. And a key thing here is, unlike a lot of the other characters that I mentioned, he wasn't nerfed in Season 7.5 or Season 8. So Gambit still could very much be the top dog when it comes to Stage 1 rolling around. It really is just a case of whether the likes of Devil Dinosaur could really start to push for like that first ban slot. I expect him pretty much immediately, but also like Black Cat could have those moments if teams can actually get used to playing her. We'll see how things are going to look for Stage 1, but thanks for watching. Ignite the battle, and let's get back into the action.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Meet the Rivals. Okay, today our first guest is a legend in the scene. We got Donald Vanguard from the Chiefs representing in Pacific OCE. How you doing, Donald?
Hey, I'm good, Lager. How are you, bro?
Good, thanks too, brother. All right, let's get into it. I want to know, the people want to know, how did you start your esports journey and how did you end up on the Chiefs?
Look, my esports journey's been nearly a decade long, mate. Obviously had like modest success, nothing crazy. I've played, I started with just some, friendly, like I used to play split screen, FPS competitive stuff with my mates, and then went into a hero shooter, played that one for too long, and then played a MOBA, and then back to that hero shooter, and now we're here.
Respect. We love a game out here, but outside of gaming, outside of competing, what's your profession?
So I work in public health. I'm a manager at a private cardiology practice. So it's pretty full on as well. Trying to juggle that with scrims is painful. My day is kind of work 8 hours, go to the gym, scrim, go to bed. So I don't know how I've successfully maintained a relationship this long, but it's full on.
Now I'm gonna hit you with some quick fire questions, okay? Straight away off the bat. What's your favorite MCU movie or show?
So yeah, I'm watching the Daredevil series at the moment, but I think my favorite overall has got to be the second Deadpool movie. So I watched the first and second one, 2 days, and then 1 day before Deadpool and Wolverine came out. So it's kind of a trilogy in 3 days, and I enjoyed that a lot actually. Yeah.
Now in Marvel Rivals, what's your favorite hero to play? Straight away.
Yeah, I mean Magneto's kind of like, I don't know. If you look at my profile, obviously scrim time isn't recorded. So I'm not a one trick, but it's pretty bad. It looks like I am, yeah.
Okay, well, we call him LeBron for a reason, everybody. Come on now. Now, what's your least favorite hero to play against?
I don't know. Long time LeBron fans will know that I hated Wolverine and the first MRI, and I mean it's still pretty irritating. The dinosaur existing now sort of remedied that a little bit. It's probably still Wolverine, or maybe I don't know, half the strategist roster.
Which hero do you wish you were good at?
There's a couple of heroes I haven't had a chance to play recently that I used to. So I mean, at the moment, my Hulk and Cap have fallen off a bit, and people be like, "Yo, is that the Hulk guy?" Like that doesn't happen anymore. And it's just because whether it's because the meta changed or I don't know, the game caught up to me. Yeah, I'd probably want to say Cap and Hulk.
What Marvel character would you like to see added to Marvel Rivals?
Okay, so there's a couple mutants that I'm a big fan of, but I want them to be vanguards, so it makes it hard to pick somebody. I prefer ranged vanguards, obviously, and ones that can headshot are cool too. So, actually, forget about that. No, I want Big Bertha from the Great Lakes Avengers. Yeah, I want to play Big Bertha. Yeah.
That's a good pick. That's a deep cut. We like that. What's a new team up you'd like to see between heroes? Yeah,
so a team up I want to see, it's maybe not necessarily due to lore or anything, but more so their abilities. So I would like there to be a Black Widow and a Magneto team up where, Black Widow's the anchor and then Mag gets the ability to headshot. Yeah.
What is that?
Look, I'm a simple man. I just want to play Mag every game. Come on.
Hey, he's going to make Black Widow meta now. This is crazy. What hero would you nerf all the way to bottom tier? To the depths. Worse than Blade. Worse than Black Widow.
Blade is you might be surprised, man. The FMCL Blade might come out again. It's okay into Dinosaur, especially with a bit of rocket.
I've been asking.
Yeah, okay. I think Sue Storm has been in the limelight a little too long. She's not as crazy as she has been right now, but she's still pretty consistent. Maybe White Fox actually, a new addition. That's kind of And yeah, I mean, Black Cat is a little OP as well. I mean, it's better for our team when Daredevil is the one crazy DPS that runs everything. But no, Devil Dinosaur is perfect and probably needs buffs actually. I think so. Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, following it up, what hero would you buff to the top? Straight to the
Yep.
best in slot.
I mean, yeah, obviously Mag, Devil Dino. I love playing with Loki. I think having Loki in the game's a lot of fun. So getting him when he's good, the game's good. In my opinion, when he's banned, the game's good as well. So like, yeah, get him out of there. I don't know. We need a ban. We need to buff something that brings it up to Gambit's level. So it first ban isn't just always Gambit. That's what it needs to be. So it shouldn't be Magneto then, so I can still play him. Maybe it should be something I don't like or I'm bad at. So yeah, like I don't know. Maybe Black Widow.
Right.
Make Black Widow overpowered. Yeah, when it was just Black Widow Hawkeye ban, that's easy, right? Everyone was doing that. Like, yeah, bring it back to that.
True.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you spoke about him earlier. What is your opinion on Devil Dinosaur?
I think he is super duper versatile. Can be played as the like in the Groot Venom sort of archetype, and can also be the like have a similar playstyle to like appealing Emma. He struggles a bit into super duper mobile characters on like wide maps. There's one in specific that I lost a scrim on, and yeah, I'm just very upset. On push maps, like top 10 out of 10, better than Groot, like blah blah blah. Like you want to pick him. People are taking one-sided in scrims with us. Granted, we scrim other regions, so I'm not sure what else he's gonna do. Yeah, he's good. He's good, but he's beatable. His hitbox is massive, so just shoot him in the head.
Okay, well, somebody else is coming down the line. Cyclops. Do you have any predictions what role he'll be?
Oh, Cyclops is he's always been like a. I've liked him as a character a lot, right? But
You know your X-Men. You know your X-Men. I know you do.
yeah, I know. It's I don't know the love triangle between him, Jean, like Wolverine. I absolutely despise that. Like this guy is he deserves the world, and he deserves to be played by somebody like me. But he's like it was Devil Dino's a Vanguard, so Cyclops is probably going to be a duelist. If he's a strategist, I'm going to lose my mind. But yeah, I mean, hopefully he's just like a hit scan sort of. I can't imagine them giving him like crazy movement or anything. I don't know how they'll keep it close to like comic book accurate, but yeah, I mean as long as he shoots straight and does a lot of damage, like that's all I can ask for.
Now, you've been scrimming. You've been preparing for Ignite. Now, we want to know, what is your opinion about the current meta?
So the current meta is probably the most flexible it's been in a hot minute. A lot of things are good, a lot of things aren't. So it's map dependent comps. I think that's the biggest. And I mean, yeah, you just switch characters, get a better matchup. Can't just pick one comp and roll stuff because people will pick stuff that's good into it. It's really flexible, and I really don't like that. Our team is definitely a bit of a just play the same stuff, smash our head into a brick wall until it works kind of team. And yeah, it takes us 30 seconds to figure out a comp swap, whereas that's one fight we've lost effectively. But yeah, it's fun. I feel like we will get better, and everybody will get better as the season goes on. But yeah, and it's hard to get the understanding. We had so much time on last tournament's patch that everyone sort of knew what was good, knew what needed to be banned, blah blah blah. So now it's fresh. You'll see new stuff every day.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too.
Now, if you could compete in any other region in the world, which would it be?
I've competed in Asia in other game as well. Yeah. So I mean, another English speaking region. I think NA is obviously like what is considered the best at the moment, and I'd love to drop my stuff over there. I can imagine I'd come in as like a weaker tank there, but the tier, like the quality of practice and whatever else, right? There's so much more. Oh yeah, even EU would be great too. Actually, and China would be fun too, because I feel like that's probably I've got a lot of friends that play in China, and we scrim a lot of China, so. Yeah, I think that's my answer, actually. And a lot of them are decent at English. Yeah, I'd like to play in China.
Hypothetical scenario, okay? Multiverse. You have to swap teams for an entire stage with another player. Who's it going to be?
All right, so for the, I mean, I want to stay in OS, obviously, I think.
Respect.
This is where the stories are, right? This is where my friends are, the people I care about. So the Chong MRC season that I was on the team, by the way. We came first. FMCL didn't wake up for the 10 placement games, so I subbed in as flex DPS for Chopper Mag, best team in Asia at that point. And I played some thing. That was the third. It was the DPS. So if anything, I'd like to swap with Pethic, FMCL, get back in the DPS slot where I belong. Yeah. It's the most recent tournament win I've had, so hey, obviously worked out for me.
All right. I mean, maybe this might answer the next question. I don't know. Who in Ignite is your biggest rival?
Ooh.
Who on site? Who is it? Like,
Who's on site?
You're like, I'm versing them. I'm going all in, full comms, no holding back, not even letting them get one pick.
Oh, I mean, every game, mate. That's just like every game should be like
That's
that.
true.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, like main rival, Gen G, blah blah blah. Like they're sort of seemingly like an insurmountable obstacle at this point. So we look down a tier and we focus on who we think is, kind of contesting us for second. And yeah, it's Kanga. It's kind of when the energy when we beat Kanga is great. I'm sort of always zoned in on it no matter what, but the rest of the boys will join in. We'll resonate off each other. It's always Kanga that's kind of BTA as they put it.
Okay, Kanga, but who specifically? I want to.
Oh, who specifically on Kanga? Oh,
name.
Darkery, mate.
Yeah.
I'm coming for you, Tinny, mate.
All right. I might interview him next. We'll see.
All right.
What city do you want to see host a Marvel Rivals LAN?
Oosh. Well, I'd love an Aussie one. I think Melbourne would be pretty chill. Yeah, I'm from a smaller spot, so yeah, don't come here. Or yeah, I think Sydney was great. For a different event I went to. But also, if I'm qualifying to it, prefer for it to not be in my country. So yeah, I don't know, somewhere in Tokyo maybe. That's a holiday. That's the next holiday destination. So like go there for free, it'd be wicked.
Final question of the evening: why do you want this? Why do you compete in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Look, we've actually had this conversation as a team, and I know so gaming is like the one thing that keeps me it is my passion. Outside of the woman I love, right? This is like my favorite thing ever. And I mean, one day, making it the entirety of making it my career, or at least, I've spent so much time on it. I want, to not necessarily build a legacy, but when I have kids and grandkids, they'll be like, yeah, your grandpa Seth went to X country playing games. That is pretty cool. And yeah, I don't know, man. I'm getting old, getting up there. I just want to, leave a legacy, do something relatively cool. Yeah, it's I don't know, it's for the love of the game mainly, but also it's a rare opportunity. Being the best at anything is really, really difficult and really impressive to me. So yeah, being good at games is the same thing as being a good football player in my mind. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of talent, a lot of skill. But yeah, man, it's just my favorite thing to do. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Donald. Wish you all the best in the next stage, and everybody who've officially met another rival. Have a good night. Welcome back, everybody, to Marvel Rivals Ignite here in the Pacific region. Today is officially stage 1, day 1 of Asia. We're in the mix of it. My name is Liger. I am joined by That One Dan and Diatonic here today to cast up a storm. The lads are ready. The players are geared up. The map is looking good. They've done just a fresh lawn mowing job on all the grass in the map. It's looking good. Players are ready to touch grass in game. In game, okay, guys? In game. Are we ready for it? I don't know about you guys, but it's going to be good. But of course, we'll talk about what is happening in Marvel Rivals itself. What is happening in the costume department and what's in store for us.
Yeah, of course, gotta check out the latest drip available now in the store if you load up your Marvel Rivals client. A couple of new skins coming your way, something old, something new in this week's lineup. Strap in as Black Cat arrives in her high-octane wildcard Formula R gear, and witness Wolverine fully unleashed in the Alchemax X2099 suit. Whether you're racing through the chaos or tearing through the front lines, these looks are engineered to dominate. The battlefield is your playground, own it. And these are both available starting now in your Rivals client. If you boot them up, you can pick these up. Just be careful if you bring that new Black Cat skin to the racetrack. I hear there's a Bowie knife individual running around out there causing some chaos. So drive safe, Rivals.
Hey, I mean, you can wreak some havoc here in Alchemax headquarters, our newest map in the entirety of Marvel Rivals. You can step into the heart of corporate ambition and temporal chaos. Once the epicenter of Miguel O'Hara's groundbreaking Genetic research. Alchemax HQ now stands as a high-stakes battlefield where the past, present, and the future collide. From the sterile, high-tech intensity of the main gene lab to the serene, deceptive beauty of the Babylon Garden, this corporate containment site for the raw, pulsing energy of Cyclops' optic blasts has been brought to the present by Moon Girl. Whether you're maneuvering through sleek nano-ceramic halls or taking in the view from the Infinity Edge pool overlooking the Manhattan skyline, remember, you're not just fighting for territory, you're fighting with the epicenter of a timeline-shattering rescue mission, and my goodness, they really did cook with this new Doom Match map. So, take a look at it, experience all the scenery, and make sure check out Alchemax headquarters.
Of course. I'm looking forward to Moon Girl, but also Season 8, everybody. It's here. The Twitch drops are active, of course, with a fresh wave of drops for everybody. Brand new drops arriving during Stage 1. You already know. Tune into the participating channels, as well as your favorite streamers doing the co-stream in action to earn exclusive rewards, including the spray, nameplate, you know, it's looking good. Emote looking good. I know that rogue emote, Child's Play, it's looking good. I've got that one myself. It's a good strength one. Maybe a little bit of BM. But, of course, the exclusive costume as well for Rogue, the Will of Galacta. Locked in as well, looking good in purple. Honestly, equipped it immediately once I got this drop. It's going to be available until June 12th, but of course we have the Ignite exclusive Stage 1 Twitch drops. You got the Chrono tokens for 30 minutes, Galacta's Glare for an hour, the Wolverine Will of Galacta nameplate for 2 hours, and then if you watch 4 hours, you get that beautiful Ignite moment right there. Wolverine absolutely destroying Deadpool on the other side of the good old portal there from Strange.
Oh, no.
The portal pool, oopsie. What a moment to remember. I hope we get more like this. I don't know about you guys, but I want more of these Ignite moments. Maybe the special Pacific 8K Jeff. We had that happen in Asia last time.
Yeah, we did.
Maybe that's the next one.
We don't talk about the quad. We're not going to talk about the closet incident, right? Not the -2 Jeff ult. We're not going to talk about that one, right?
Maybe not.
The fact that those happened the same day was absolutely insane. But no, Alone Fails with the 8-man Jeff ult. I don't think anyone expected that, but it worked. It worked.
Yeah,
somehow, some way.
It did for sure. I mean, literally, that's what we're looking forward to. I don't know about you lads. I'm kind of excited to get back to Asia. They'll be cheeky here. They get to be, you know, just intricate with the meta. They extract out so much potential from heroes we least expect, and they do it differently. This is the meta. The region known for actually doing dive really well. However, in Marvel Rivals, they play very differently. The dive may not be what we see here today. You know, Diatonic, you were telling me we need to find out who's on Team Devil Dinosaur, who's on Team Black Cat.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a reset coming in here, of course, the second branch of the Pacific region starting action tonight here, so definitely looking forward to seeing what Asia is gravitating to as of right now, because yes, they do play under the same banner, but OC and Asia tend to go down kind of different paths here. There are some different loose cannons, different people to keep your eye on in this region, so very much looking forward to see how things are shaking out. They've had a little bit more time to cook, you know, another week or so ahead of the start of their group stage, so definitely looking for maybe some sharper, tighter team play. But of course, as we'll probably talk about all night long, there are a lot of new faces coming into the Asia region this time around, and a lot of changes as far as rosters are concerned.
100%. I mean, we already know everybody's schedule. Again, to remind you, from 29th of May to June 7th is the group stage for Asia at the same time. That does mean lock in that glorious week of June 25th to June 28th will be the playoffs, as we know, for the entirety of the Pacific. That is it. Everybody, we're not doing a little bit of a tournament bracket like we did in OCE. We're doing a very down to the wire points matter group stage for Asia. Now that is pretty crazy. I don't know about you, Dan, but after mathematics behind the scenes we've been calculating, every match counts more than ever. There's no elimination stage. You don't know if you could be gone.
I mean, we saw it in OCE, right? We saw the three-way tie. Everyone remembers that when preseason Pacific OCE did that whole shenanigans. And then when they went for the tiebreakers, we almost did another round. But now you can see how crazy the group stage can be, because towards the tail end, all those games are going to start to matter. But something else that does matter a ton is this ban draft. We saw a lot of different adaptations through the draft, right? Some teams are prioritizing certain picks, some teams are prioritizing others, right? I mean, we talked about being that Gambit first ban has been so far been more consistent, but I'm looking at Americas that have committed the cardinal sin of giving it away one-sided.
Yeah, Gambit still is definitely public enemy #1 in this Ignite ban system, but we have seen some teams, like you said, going out on a limb, trying to focus down some other things. A lot of Devil Dinosaur first bans from AMER so far, but at least for the OCE side of Pacific, it was mostly Gambit. I think we were talking about it before the show started. I think there was one map where Gambit was not first banned by both teams, so, you know, expect to see a lot of that, but that's kind of the question we've already asked, we're going to allude to all night long is, you know, is Asia leaning more into the Black Cat? Are they leaning more into that Devil Dinosaur? Who's going to show up in this ban draft? It is a whole new ball game here, and it's only just week 2, so, you know, we could see some changes in who appears in the draft most often throughout the rest of stage 1. But yeah, so far, it has still been Gambit, because if you let Gambit through, I mean, he's a problem in of itself, but of course, the heroes he synergizes with, some characters like Star-Lord, Rogue, absolutely deadly if you let him through. So yeah, no shocker to see him being that #1 priority target.
Oh, I mean, it has to be. You gotta shut the Gambit out. You gotta. Oh, well, listen. I was about to say Devil Dinosaur, but I want to see Devil Dinosaur. I want to see what Asia is capable of. But what I know for a fact, everybody, don't worry about the map pool. Don't worry about Convoy. Just look at Museum of Contemplation. We're going there.
Yeah.
All day.
Yeah.
Literally
block out every single other map. We're only, every single game we're going to be on Museum of Contemplation. That's been the pattern here in Asia for the entirety of preseason. I mean, what? At this point, we don't even know what points 2 and 3 look like.
Asia. It's done. There's no contemplating anymore. It's Museum of Asia. All right.
Not much
this region owns this map.
Hey, but at least
not much.
The big question though is how much of a priority will teams put an emphasis on Lower Manhattan, right? The newest map. Looking at Reject right now, they really love Symbiotic Surface. For better or for worse, but you never know. Maybe Lower Manhattan might be their new playground, but who knows? Maybe it's Reject choosing that for the most part. Maybe it's another team, or maybe it's every team.
I was going to say, to be fair to Reject, they did kind of turn things around and picked up some wins there on Symbiotic in the back half of the preseason. So yeah, I'm curious to see if that love of Convergence extends to Lower Manhattan as it enters the map pool. But this is what we got on deck tonight. All Asia teams going to be in action here, and plenty of changes for some of these squads. So I am really looking forward to seeing some teams in action. You know, some like Loyalty that feels like they've turned over a lot of their roster. They've got some more staff in place, and they're not the only ones. But yeah, I am very excited to see what's changed. You know, especially as we've got a new face here in the mix. Pirates breaking up between preseason and stage 1, and now the Burgers, your season 7 Pacific MRC champs, are here.
Yeah, and they're hungry, and they're going to live up to their name. We're going to find out very, very soon as they do get down to eating. But RVO might deny them the path. RVO said, hey, we're the gatekeepers here. You want to come from MRC, take on Ignite? You're going to have to go through us. Let's see if they can pull it off. RVO, they've made a couple switches as well. They've got a new coach now, Lumi, moving from player role to the coaching role, installing Netra into that Vanguard position. That's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds for themselves going into this stage, going into the matches coming up. Got to say though, lads, got to say, we have a question that the world wants to get answered. Has Reject shown up? Last time we saw Reject in the group stage, it destroyed, let's be honest, it destroyed everyone's predictions. A complete wipe of everyone's predictions. We did not expect Reject to show up to that form, but nonetheless, today, the first team on the horizon is Loyalty out here. Of course, NXT Escape, and of course, this team is doing good. Bumyong as well. I believe Gambo as well. Jay-Z, looking for Beyonce, Necro, Joe. We've got a couple new players here. The names caught me off guard because we've got a couple new names here, which I like. I feel like these teams, you know, something special now. Maybe Loyalty have something to say. It's unfortunate they weren't bottom 2 last time. They did miss out on Asia playoffs. They did fall out in the group stage. Maybe they got something here. Maybe they've added some new spice, some new ingredients to their recipe. What do you think, Dan?
Not only did they miss out on the playoffs, but they also missed out on winning a map. They unfortunately bombed out of group stage in preseason Asia, again, by not winning a single map. A little bit unfortunate of a result, but now they're looking to get a little bit more serious as they look to overhaul their entire roster, bringing in a coach as well to help with the team. So far, for what I've seen on social media, the team environment looks great. Joey seems to be the main leader of that team, so we'll see if that ever does translate into, hopefully, at least a map victory.
Okay, indeed. Now, of course, second team on the horizon, Triple AD. You got Quasid, No Smite, Tuba, Rocco, Mandu, and Snake out here. They're doing good. They're looking sharp. Only 6 people here on my screen. I wonder, do they maybe have a coach installed as well? Maybe that might be the brain power that they want to, you know, install into this matchup. Look, they've had a good run so far. People probably seeing them as the favorite going into this one against Loyalty. What about that, Diatonic? Do you think AAA are going to come out in strong form? Have we seen them before? Maybe they want the gold. Maybe they're going to aim higher.
Yeah, I mean, AAAD was my breakout team in preseason. Super fun to watch and made themselves look like a serious threat to almost every team in the Asia lineup. So they're definitely one to watch out for, and, you know, bringing in some new blood here in Mondu and Snake. Curious to see how that will change things up, but, you know, they took some big wins, took some names in the preseason, and put themselves pretty high up in the ladder coming out of group stage. So, yeah, I'm kind of looking for them to come out swinging here and maybe prove that they definitely belong at the top of the ladder. And, you know, like we said, without Pirates in the mix now, that 3rd place slot in Asia is kind of wide open. We know Reject and Zero Tenacity have been kind of battling for the top 2, so now there's kind of this power vacuum, and I'm interested to see who is going to move to fill that in.
Ooh, I mean, XOXO's looking good. Dan, you've been telling me a lot about them. Maybe they're the ones who take 3rd. A lot of people are gunning for that bronze medal. It's interesting to see.
We'll see, because I feel like on social media I've been the XOXO Glazer. I mean, for good reason. They like to throw the playbook out the window. They don't care about what role they're playing. They can do whatever they so choose, but right now we gotta take a look at some of those nifty little stats from none other than Gembo from the preseason. Keep in mind, they're still hunting for a win on the Ignite stage, but so far Gembo looks to help the team move on forward as he switches over from the strategist role to duelist.
Ooh. Yeah, very common strat, you know. Third strategist sometimes, you know, alternating to the Adam Warlock to the Ultron could be definitely of high value there. Jeff is a good option as well. We've seen that from Gen G quite a lot. But of course, we've got Quasted here, crazy with the Jeff right here. You know, big heals going out, big representation, a lot of maps played as well. And, you know, up there with the accuracy, higher than most out there. But let's see if they can add that, you know, support. You know, that's the sort of supporting presence that this team needs right now for AAA to really secure themselves a good position. It's really all on them right now. It's all on these teams to see if they can go for a good early start. And you want that in a group stage. You want momentum more than anything. You want to have that deficit on your side. You do not want to be in a negative position trying to catch up, because even if you do, you might just fall short of making it. And reminding everybody, 8 teams here in the group stage of Asia. Only the top 6 qualify to playoffs. Now, it sounds a bit generous, but it's still very competitive. You don't know. Blink and you miss it. You could be in the bottom 2, and maybe even if the battle is uphill, you might not have enough strength to get up that hill.
Yeah, I mean, the middle of the pack here in Asia is so deadly. So many threats from AAAD, XOXO. I mean, you know, and now there's a couple of new faces here and some big roster changes too. So looking to see how things will shake out. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Kind of these first steps here that you're going to see tonight from each of these teams. Super important for establishing their place here in the stage 1. You know, preseason done and dusted now. Got our first look at these teams, able to get their feet wet. But now, you know, this is go time for real here. There is a lot on the line. A trip to those Pacific playoffs, and, you know, a couple steps down the road, some invites to the mid-season finals hanging in the balance. But it all starts right here, and it looks like it's all going to start off on Krakoa for some domination action. Of course, like you guys have already said, Loyalty kind of in the hunt there for that first Ignite map win, so they have not found a win on Dom yet. I feel like AAAD had some pretty good looks in the preseason on domination, though, so definitely interested to see if they come with that heat right out of the gate on map 1 here.
We'll see what kind of picks and bans they do throw in the mix as well, right? We saw a little bit of a deviation for every single region. Like for example, EMEA doesn't like to put a lot of emphasis on the Phoenix. And OCE really love Rocket. China, they love banning out White Fox for whatever reason. But still, coming in, we're going to have to see if Asia has their own little bit of adaptations, because right now, all the different regions are doing ever so slightly different things, but they have made huge impacts in their own respective regions in terms of their own matches. Does Asia try to model something from those regions, or is it going to be something of their own, or you get a combination of every single thing that all the other regions have been doing?
Well, you already know, everybody, get your swimmers on. We're jumping into the Pacific as we go into Asia waters, and we're going to find out very soon how they swim, how they float, how they flow, and if they're gonna sync. We're gonna find out if they can sync too. We don't know. We don't know who it's gonna be. But you got 8 teams, and our first 2 today, of course, are Loyalty versus Triple AD. This is a great matchup. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be competitive, I hope, as well, and a good showing. I don't know about you guys, but I don't know. I have a feeling. Someone might survive this ban draft and will shock us all.
Yeah, at this point, it's a matter of when, not if we see something new here out of the Asia region. Of course, our first looks here at picks and bans as we are ready to get underway. Loyalty going to take on Triple AD to kick off this Asia group stage here. I see the Gambit hovers already. No big shocker there, folks. Gambit taken out of the equation, off the table here for Krakoa. And it's a Devil Dino save from Triple AD, so they definitely want to get that dinosaur feet planted on the battlefield early on here.
Yeah, that's been the recurring pattern in every region. Gambit taken away first. One team will get their hands on the Devil Dino at the very least. Loyalty going for a little bit of a different approach here. Taking away the Black Cat. Usually that second or third ban slot usually is taken up by either the Mantis or the Luna Snow, but Loyalty might have an inkling that Triple AD do have a very strong Black Cat player. Keep in mind as well, over in OCE as well, there has been a lot of emphasis on Black Cat. No other region has banned or saved Black Cat as much as OCE, but Loyalty now getting their first save with the Luna Snow over the Devil Dino.
Yeah, and it's going to be a one-sided Dino for Triple AD as well. Curious if Loyalty is going to try to make it a one-sided Black Cat if they've got somebody that particularly fancies her. It's Mantis bans from both sides of the board, though, on that mid-round simultaneous ban. And a White Fox save here, too. Dan, we were talking about this. You were just talking about this, but we talked about it before the show as well. A lot of White Fox showing up in China, whether it's banned or something they like to go for here. It looks like, though, maybe no Felicia Hardy in this first matchup. Though I do want to say that Luna save, very interesting. She does have some potential this season for sure. A solid strategist choice, and the damage potential is kind of wild. She can really take you by surprise.
It's also such a great anti-dive measure, right? You got the Luna Fox and the... Luna Fox team up. Yeah, Luna Snow and White Fox. There you go. That's the combination of a team up, right? Extra CC, extra peel potential on the side of Loyalty. It means that if Triple AD do want to run a more dive-oriented composition, it's going to be a little bit tougher to get a hand on the backline as Triple AD finalized their save with the Phoenix. So it's going to be a lot of that hit scan potential coming in for Triple AD. Do they go for a more poke slash front to back style of play? Or do they still feel like, hey, we can still run dive here because Daredevil is available for both sides?
Yeah, there's some big openings here, so it doesn't quite answer the question of what they're going to bring to the table, though Triple AD with that Phoenix save may be leaning a little bit more hit scan. Obviously, they've done their homework, though. Phoenix has emerged as a very, very powerful hero this stage and this season in general. We've seen a lot of her so far, so yeah, I imagine at some point, Rocco hovering the Phoenix right now, maybe going to see a little bit of that shine through here, but yeah, interesting ban phase to start things off. Nothing too crazy. The White Fox save, definitely one of the more interesting parts of that draft, but overall a lot of what we've seen from the other regions as well here, though Triple AD definitely locking down some of the newer heroes for Loyalty. No Black Cat, no Double Dinosaur available for them, so gonna see how they respond here when the game's 2 newest heroes are out of the equation. But again, it is a rundown here on Krakoa for map 1. Loyalty, no maps 1 in the preseason, so you have to imagine they are hungry to try and get this one.
Oh, Loyalty are getting a little silly with it right now. They're setting up a penny trap, setting up the penny mines, trying to get a kidnap. It looks like it, because Joey is on the Doctor Strange. So Loyalty are going to start things off with the portal, but not to jump through, but to maybe fish for an elimination on the likes of Triple AD, pull them into those penny mines with the Invisible Woman, and Joey's close. Is he going to land it, though? That's the big question. Are they going to strike first here?
Yeah, gotta have some jimmies here, as this is the opening play of map number 1 for this entire stage. Portal is good, but Triple AD wise up to it. They are not gonna run headlong into it, rotating onto the point here and taking up some positioning around that capture point. It is online and ready to go here. Joey is on the point to start things off for Loyalty. They are gonna get right in the mix there. Tuba picking up the Devil Dinosaur this time, a very influential Vanguard for Triple AD, so glad to see him on the newest hero, ready for that Devil Dinosaur to cook here. It is gonna be Triple AD, though, making the first cap, just able to apply a little bit of pressure and get Loyalty off the point.
Yeah, it's a little surprising. Loyalty had the entirety of the map space besides the mission area. They were completely surrounding Triple AD, but Triple AD take that opportunity to get control of the mission area as Bamyoung and Joey team up to find 2 already.
Yeah, quick double KO, and we've heard some things about Joey as well.
Right.
Heard that he is a big player for this Loyalty team, but man, that's a solid opener here for them. In spite of the portal not working out, they at least get the first cap and already looking for that forward pressure.
And Loyalty have to keep that pressure on, right? Triple AD would want to look for some sort of entryway win in. As soon as they get their ultimates online, it's going to be up to Triple AD if they're able to create space to facilitate some sort of retake. Loyalty not going for the aggressive move, instead hanging back near the mission area. Duva's going to try to contest his high ground.
Yeah, just trying to get their feet planted here and at least try to take this first capture point. Get that ball rolling a little bit for Loyalty. I like it. They've got the time. They've got the breathing room here to make it happen. But Triple AD already dusted off and ready to go here. Jay-Z a little bit low on the Luna, but will survive as Loyalty almost 50% of the way captured here. Overhead, you can see it. And Jay-Z on that Luna first KO. Headshot onto Rocco. Jean Grey taking out the equation here, but Bamyoung gonna fight through as well. Loyalty's Phoenix picking up 1 onto Tuba and holding that double beast Rampage, so 1 all out the equation. Quasino gonna battle back on the Rocket Raccoon, finds a quick one, but not enough to put a dent here in this Loyalty defense.
Huge 1v1 win coming in from Jay-Z to take down the flanking Rocco. No Smite tried to pick up the pieces, tried to get some sort of trade elimination, but unfortunately it just was not enough. Now Loyalty, with all this momentum, we're already at 70% and climbing. Loyalty, however, do have a few ultimates to work with, most notably the Luna Snow and the White Fox, both having their ultimates online. Snake is going to try to force one out, but Jay-Z gets exploded.
Yeah, satellite overhead here for Triple AD. Snake gonna pick up a double KO on the Ultron. Necrobe going so low, forced to unleash that Kumio, going back down to normal White Fox form, and Necrobe taken down by Rocco on the tree here. Shots from above. Triple AD, 5 ults online as they are gonna make this flip here. 20% captured for Triple AD, but Loyalty up to 94 on their first cap. Very good early looks for him here on map 1.
Might have been a miscommunication on Loyalty. They saw the Ultron ultimate coming off, but Jay-Z held on to the Fate of Both Worlds. It was all up to Necrobe at that point, because Jay-Z already going down meant that Necrobe had to be the sole strategist to keep everyone on Loyalty sustained, and Triple AD, huge fight win. They only use Snake on the Rage of Ultron. They can extend this aggression with no Smite on the ult.
Yeah, the target prio very solid for Triple AD. They know where the threats are. They're able to dispatch them, and they're able to make that flip here. 50% and still on the move for them here, but it is basically going to be one fight for Loyalty to take this capture point. If they can take out most of Triple AD, but they're going to have to get through these ults here. Aya Nagamoto from Joey in response to that CYA over on the side of Triple AD, and it is Triple AD coming up big in the KO feed. Jay-Z going to throw down that Fate of Both Worlds, trying to keep the team alive, or what's left of it, but even he will fall, and Necrobe still going back to spawn as well here. Game mode, basically everyone from Loyalty reset, and now Triple AD a quick battle back, 75% of the way there.
Ooh, ice cold coming from No Smite, landing that elimination. Tuba and Mandu still have their ultimates, so Tuba can easily use the Banhammer on one of the backline members of Triple AD. Mandu can extend fights with that Kumio Unleashed. Loyalty, however, don't have a safety net. They don't have a strategist ult to rely on. They're going to be all up to Loyalty to create space with this Galactic Legend, and then an Axis tries to go in with the Feast, but Gambo's already taken dangerously low, and he's already gone.
Yeah, goes for the Galactic Legend, and it just does not pay off. Cannot find the KOs, and with no Umbrella, no Strat ults online, there's no way for Loyalty to get back in the door. So Triple AD turn things around, but dang, a very close fight on point number 1. Loyalty, maybe the best we have seen out of them so far.
Yeah, but we have to rebound to where it all went wrong for Loyalty in that first round, right? Jay-Z getting exploded by the Rage of Ultron. But, maybe it might have been a miscommunication between Necrobe and JC7 in terms of who wanted to use their ults first. And with Jay-Z gone, Triple AD complete the retake, and they were able to just never look back. They just kept going all in, dive right onto Loyalty, and Loyalty just never had room, never had an opportunity to fight back there. As I don't know if the portal was close to being off cooldown, but either way, huge win for Triple AD. Loyalty, if they were able to retain the site, there was a world where they were able to secure maybe like an overtime win somehow. But right now in round number 2, Loyalty, we saw them do it in round 1. They're going to do it again here.
Yeah, gonna have to look for Triple AD to be wise to it again. Maybe focusing up on Tuba here. Portal gonna open up from Joey. There's an Ultron going right through, and
Nice.
Necro gonna take him down. Snake offline already. A good early pick here, especially considering Snake is holding Triple AD's only ultimate at the moment here. So Loyalty now gonna push their way to the point, but it is gonna be a bit of a fight here. I already see Tuba on that big dino right in the middle of the capture circle. So Triple AD gonna make him work for it from square one here. Joey, though, big maelstrom of madness onto Tuba. Will take the dinosaur out here. Snake should be backing on the point here, but it looks like Loyalty gonna grab first cap here.
Yeah, huge pick, right? Snake holding onto the Rage of Ultron means that he's not going to be able to use it in the first fight. Loyalty are able to get early control of the mission area, but with Rocco finding a pick onto Access, it might get a lot more difficult. JZ7 also going down. Triple AD are going to retake just like they did in round number 1. They give Loyalty some of that mission area points, but then Triple AD just rip it right back.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of like we saw on point number 1 for Triple AD. They're bringing some kind of umbrella, something to protect themselves, whether it's a strategist ult, whether it's that freedom charge from No Smite that they used. Loyalty, meanwhile, it seems like they keep getting caught with no strat ults, no way to really defend themselves when they're on the point. So yes, very aggressive on the attack, Loyalty looking good, but once they have control of the point, they've been having some trouble finding their footing here. So now Triple AD, lots of forward pressure here, looking to try and push Loyalty all the way back to their front door here as Triple AD gonna overtake, but somebody from Loyalty is on the point, looking for a little bit of a cheeky swap here. It might be Anxis there on the Captain America, but that capture progress gonna go right back down here as the rest of Loyalty gonna file in here.
It's going to be so hard for Loyalty. Ancestor is really on the Captain America just to try to disrupt the backline. Claus is going to pop the ultimate because he knows that Bumhyung doesn't have the Ensong Inferno. So this is a free CYA coming in for Triple AD. Maybe it might have been a little bit of a misjudgment coming in from Loyalty for Bumhyung to use that Ensong Inferno, but at the very least, JZ7 is there with the Fate of Both Worlds to give some leeway for Loyalty to hop right on in, but Triple AD, they've got that Rage of Ultron coming up soon. They've got Mandu on the Kumio Unleashed very soon as well. Loyalty, I feel like this fight might be doomed already.
Yeah, I mean, some good pressure from that Fate of Both Worlds, but it runs out, and Loyalty's time quickly running out here one by one. They are going to go offline. Triple AD still in control of the capture point, 70%, and Joey going to fight back there, does manage to take down Rocco, but that's about all Loyalty is going to get here. They will back off, but they're going to bring some ultimates to the table here, I think.
Loyalty needed to find eliminations during that Fate of Both Worlds, but they could not find anything. Triple AD knew what had to be done. They just had to stall out on the mission area. Loyalty never even got the flip, so Triple AD keeping that control means that Loyalty, they're going to final fight territory, and they've already lost out on one. But at least he has Cocoon.
Yeah, missing one member here. That Adam gonna get right back up. But Tuba, though, taking down the other strategist for Loyalty here. Necro will get back up and running. Don't know how close they are to a Karmic Revival, but feels like miles away here as Triple AD coming up big at the KO feed.
Huge.
Yet again here, Rocco's Phoenix absolutely deadly in the most critical moment here. Ensong Inferno will crash down, grab the double KO, as well as that Freedom Charge for Triple AD. Plenty of safe space to fight here, thanks to Rocco. Triple KO there for the Jean Grey player, and almost all of Loyalty going offline, and Triple AD close it out. A comeback there on point number 2, and they'll lock in Krakoa.
Yep, Triple AD just knew what Loyalty were doing, and they executed it perfectly. Every time Loyalty went for an aggressive move, Triple AD, they knew what had to be done. They just had to hang on back, wait for their own win conditions, and then run right through Loyalty. There were a few times where Loyalty had moments to take over the map, but it just felt like the execution kind of is where it faltered a little bit, right? JZ7 using the Fate of Both Worlds to go in, while Triple AD were still getting their win condition online. They never had it when JZ7 went for the Fate of Both Worlds to let Loyalty entry into the mission area, and then Triple AD were able to just hang on back for just a little bit more, wait for Snake to use the Rage of Ultron, because huge props to Snake. He has gotten an insane amount of value with that Rage of Ultron, not just in space, but also in eliminations. You don't have to always get eliminations, as long as you give space, right? The map control is the most important part here in professional Marvel Rivals. If you're able to utilize most of that map surface area, you have a big chance of winning out on those fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, it's not always about cashing in KOs with those ultimates. Sometimes it is about the pressure that comes from that ult just being activated. You have to give respect to something like Rage of Ultron. Gotta find somewhere to hide from it because it can take you down faster than you expect. I like what we are seeing from Loyalty here, though. You know, there's some clear go signals for this team. They're working together, but the problem is they're taking engagements with no protection. They've got no strategist ults to keep them up and running. You know, you saw there on one of those last fights there at the end of point number 2, they went in with the Fate of Both Worlds, but they couldn't find anything else. Everybody else just having to play neutral. So, you know, not able to convert to KOs there, and then it's all just downhill from there. Triple AD walking away with it pretty consistently and pretty comfortably, but definitely better looks for Loyalty than we saw in the preseason.
Yeah, at least Loyalty put up a really, really solid fight. Like, there were times where Loyalty did the right moves, but unfortunately, they just could not keep making those right moves, you know, right? Loyalty made 1 or 2 small mistakes, and that really spelled their demise here on Krakoa. But now with their opportunity to choose a map here in map number 2, which one do they go for? Do they go for Convoy? Do they go for Convergence? We'll figure that out right after a short break, so we'll find out soon after this break.
Fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Well, okay, a strong start for Triple AD. However, Loyalty looking a lot sharper than the last time we saw them, so something's brewing here, something might be exciting going to this next one. They do get map selection here. Dan, how do you think they've been going so far?
I mean, Loyalty looked really good, at least in the first fight, right? They were able to get the first cap, but unfortunately, Triple AD were just able to complete the retake time and time again. And I feel like somewhere that Loyalty could really work on coming into map number 2 is that resource management, right? Loyalty, they tried to get a little too greedy with those resources, at least in that first round on Krakoa, right? Having JG7 go down to the Rage of Ultron just meant that Loyalty had to literally just start scrambling for something to rely on, and it had to be the White Fox ultimate, and that really doesn't really do a whole lot if Triple AD aren't gonna engage in that a big little skirmish at all. So maybe resource management might be something that they should work on, but coming into map number 2, we'll see what Loyalty decide to cook up here as Triple AD starting to ride that momentum, right? They finished 5th, 6th in the middle of the pack in preseason. Now coming into stage 1, they really want to lock things in, maybe at gun for that 3rd place spot at the very least. Who knows?
Ooh, Heart of Heaven. Okay, Kunlun, Heart of Heaven. Nice, exciting. Want to see it? Different map, not too commonly played, but really dictates its own kind of meta.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this does surprise me. We haven't seen a lot of love for Heart of Heaven so far in a stage 1. I don't know off the top of my head how many times it's picked, but I probably have enough fingers to maybe count them out. So yeah, definitely interesting map pick coming in from Loyalty. But yeah, like you were saying, Dan, really, really good looks for this Loyalty team. It looks like they are communicating though. You can see that they're moving together, some good rotations here and there. Not getting spawn held either. Triple AD tried.
Yes.
They tried to put that forward pressure on and they just couldn't do it.
But now coming into Heart of Heaven, right? How does Loyalty decide to operate this here? Because they chose the defensive side. Triple AD now on the attack. Do they want to get a little aggressive with this Black Cat? I'm sure they're thinking about running it, but we'll see if Triple AD do want to get the first save on the Black Cat. Maybe? No, it's going to be the Devil Dinosaur, as Triple AD will look to try and secure it one-sided, unless Loyalty do want to take it for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, feels right to me. Krakoa has kind of proved positive that Triple AD don't necessarily need the Black Cat to take the win, though especially on point number 1, very, very close. Black Cat ban does come through from Loyalty anyway here, so no Felicia Hardy for Triple AD, and they banned it out against Loyalty as well, so maybe not going to see a lot of Black Cat here in this matchup. Luna Snow save for Loyalty once again. Jay-Z did pick up a couple of cheeky picks on Krakoa on her, so no shocker to see them going right back to that strat, but there will be no Devil Dinosaur for for Loyalty as well. Yet again here, simultaneous ban's gonna come through, and you know, I feel like Loyalty, they just got caught in a couple of weird positions on that first map. It's either they went into a fight with no strategist ults, no way to protect themselves as they were fighting, or they went in with just like a Fate of Both Worlds or just the White Fox. So, you know, kind of need to sync up those ults for sure. Gonna be looking for that to change here, but what's not changing is that Mantis ban across the board. No Mantis here for map 2.
So far, it's been the exact same, but yeah, well, you talked about it, right? It's gonna come down to the resource management. How much ultimates are you willing to invest in these fights? How much do you realize that, hey, if we're using too much, maybe we should try to limit on what we use so that we can extend these fights for even longer? Maybe try to get a second rotation. Maybe try to stall out Triple AD's ultimates. But so far, I think this ban draft has been literally the exact same. Triple AD used their final ban on the Black Cat. Maybe they're just like, all right, we just want to diff you guys again. We're just gonna go through the same exact ban draft, and hopefully that the mechanics will take over yet again.
Yeah, I'm going to go right back to that Phoenix as well. Influential, not just on map 1 here in this matchup, but all throughout stage 1 so far. Top pick for sure here. So Triple AD want to make sure they can bring her to the table as Loyalty have the final say in this draft phase here. They are going to take defense first as we load up into Heart of Heaven. Triple AD going to be on the attack. It is a White Fox ban against Triple AD to round things out. So no Kumiho available for Triple AD, but yeah, Dan, I feel like a lot of this basically played out the exact same way. And, you know, considering map 1 was close, at least on the first half there, not too shocking to see Loyalty maybe wanted to go down the same path in terms of picks and bans. But we'll have to see if they change things up in the comp they bring to the table here. Because, again, they are going to be on defense first. So they're going to look to set the pace here and determine just how far they're going to have to go if they want to take that first Ignite map win.
We'll see if Loyalty are also relying on this Heart of Heaven map choice, right? This was a very unpopular map at the current moment, not just in preseason, but just here in Stage 1 as a whole in every single region. Not a whole lot of Heart of Heaven has been really picked out for many of these teams, so maybe Loyalty have been cooking something up here? Maybe, but so far, Loyalty are going to utilize a Necrobe on the Adam Warlock once again. We saw it pop up towards the tail end of that first map, but here, they're, especially on the defensive side first, they're going to try to rely on this Karmic Revival being that win condition. Triple AD, once they identify that there is an Adam Warlock in play, Triple AD should be accelerating this tempo very, very quickly.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of tricky parts here for the offensive team. You know, like when you're getting closer to checkpoint 2, there's a lot of places defense can pop out of, give you some jump scares. So maybe gonna look to throw Triple AD off kilter here. The doors are open. We are underway here. Triple AD take map number 1. Now 1 away from locking in this first match win here in the group stage. Tuba picking up the Devil Dinosaur yet again here and leading the charge for the rest of the team as Triple AD gonna look to find a way to get in the front door.
And so far, Loyalty doing a good job of keeping Triple AD at bay, making sure that they show presence in this little area of the map while also trying to contest this high ground. Joey is the one leading the charge, but he gets isolated somehow. None of the strategists were looking at him because they were too busy trying to survive the aggression coming in from the rest of the Triple AD squad. And while everyone on Loyalty are bunkered down in here, at the very least, Tuba gets traded, but he'll be right back.
Yeah, backs against the wall here for Loyalty, though they are able to hold it off. 60 seconds away now, and Triple AD still circling that capture point, but no way to get a tick quite yet here. X is going pretty low, though, on the Groot. Needs a little bit of a heal. Will get it from Jay-Z on the Luna Snow here, and they're going to look to try and convert to some KOs here, but now Triple AD finally able to get a little bit of progress moving. Rocco going up for the Insong Inferno, and Tuba in the jaws here, taking down Anxis. Jay-Z will respond, though. It's going to be 1-for-1 as No Smite gonna go back to square one on the Captain America, but Loyalty gotta get on the point here and stop this progress. Triple AD almost 2 ticks away. They'll find it here as Snake goes for the Rage of Ultron. Jay-Z's finally got that dance floor ready to go. Fate of both worlds. That will let Loyalty get right back in the fight here and at least hold off this third and final tick. There is a portal here for Loyalty from Anxis right in the front door where Triple AD is trying to head here, but they're not ready to give this up yet. It is gonna be CYA as well from Quasit, and Rocco gonna get that damage buff and take down Bum Hyung. Wins the 1v1 here, making a double KO, but now the Karmic Revival comes through from Necrobe. Loyalty all back up and ready to fight this thing out. Half of a Triple AD's time away now as they've got some support ults ready to go here and are just looking for a way to try and close out this capture point.
Oh, but Loyalty really held down the fort very well, using this small room that Duba is in right now to bunker down on what Triple AD wanted to go for. If Triple AD do dive into that small room, it gets very difficult to get out. But at the very least, Triple AD looking all but likely to secure this first checkpoint. It got a little bit difficult for Triple AD, but at the very least are able to secure it in the end. Great hold coming in for Loyalty, being able to survive long enough so that they have their win condition online with Necrobe on the Adam Warlock ultimate. It looked good for Loyalty. And now with 2.5 minutes added to Triple AD's time bank, Loyalty just need to get those ultimates stacked up once more. Necrobe is staying on the Adam Warlock, which is a little bit surprising here.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad start for Loyalty defensively. You know, Triple AD gained that 230 buff. They go back up to just 4 minutes, so they don't build up the time bank here. So Loyalty still have an opportunity to get ahead in this second capture point here, and they are going to rely on this being a little funky, right? You've got this bridge overhead, you've got the staircase off to Tuba's left there, so there's some places defense can really hold up here. Nice jaws, though, from Tuba. Going to drag Anxis back to the rest of the team, and they will finish the meal here. Tuba getting the last hit in on that Stranger. He's still holding that eye of Agamotto too, so they take one ult out the equation here. That's the go signal for Triple AD here, but Joey on the Magneto finds the mid-air dunk onto Snake, so Ultron shot down, sent all the way back to square number one. Solid stuff from Loyalty here. Those Smite, though, gonna try to get Triple AD in the fight. Freedom Charge on the ground, plenty of overhealing for him, and plenty of safety that he can go in and take down Joey. Rocco will find Gamebo as well, so White Fox off the table, making another double KO here for Rocco's Phoenix. Absolutely game-changing. No Smite as well, going deep for that double KO, taking out Loyalty's backline, and Triple AD on the move here, looking for checkpoint 2.
I'm not sure if Bumyoung had to use the Insong Inferno during that fight to try to get the health reset, but he really needs to save that Insong Inferno. Quasit already has the CYA with Gembo on the White Fox ultimate already burned away. It's going to force out Jay-Z's ultimate as Tuba's just stomping around. Quasit on there with the CYA. That's going to allow Rocco to get a double. Loyalty have no other option but to tuck tail and run. That Fate of Both Worlds dance floor needs to be shut down and quite literally out of business.
Yeah, the club unfortunately closed there for Loyalty. They're going to have to take the fight all the way to checkpoint number 3. But that last little scrap there on point 2, just a matter of kind of eating away at Triple AD's time. Not able to get back up to 4 minutes, so they have at least put a dent in the time bank here, but still 3 minutes on the clock for Triple AD to try and lock this down. Fate of Both Worlds is ready to go for Mondu, but that's all they're going to bring to the table on offense here. Meanwhile, Necro over onto the Ultron, going to try to get some of that rage going for Loyalty as well.
I mean, once Necrobe uses the ultimate, right, on the Ultron, it's going to be easily countered by Mondu, and then No Smite or Snake could easily come up huge by giving Triple AD more of that momentum because Joey not very close to that Meteor M. That was the reason why Snake's ultimate got shut down, but with a quick pick onto Tuba, this might be the go button for Loyalty's retake.
Yeah, battling back, Joey there on the Magneto, escapes the jaws of Devil Dinosaur and gets the KO, but Tuba right back up off of that Rocket BRB. So everyone from Triple AD still here and still bearing witness to this rage of Ultron. Shut down though by Jay-Z on the Luna, sniped right out of the sky, doing a good job clocking down Snake in these last couple fights. Bombgun goes for the Insong Inferno, able to get a little bit of pressure back Triple AD off of the cart for now, but they'll fight right back. Quasin picking up one on the Rocket Raccoon, and it's a freedom charge from No Smite to get them right back onto the mission vehicle, and now 2 minutes just a few meters away from closing out this map.
I mean, that freedom charge needed to come on right then and there for Loyalty, but with an excess going down, he's going to have to use it now in order to create some space for Loyalty. Joey threatening with the Meteor M, but none of those key ultimates on Triple AD are going to be up anytime soon. Access almost gets the BRB down. Tuba's now going to create space for Triple AD as they are going to try to force away Loyalty, and with so many of those health bars going down, most notably on Joey, because he needs to be careful. He's not going to get much value with this Meteor. I'm a little worried if Joey needs to swap out, but I feel like right now it is way too late as Quasit is getting closer and closer to that CYA. Jay-Z needs to easily match it, but with Triple AD with that Wombo combo, with the end song into the CYA, is it going to be enough damage? And it is! Fate of Worlds is gone!
More than enough to overwhelm the one strategist all Loyalty had, propping themselves up here. KO feed painted orange one more time as Triple AD looked to close it out in the last 60 seconds. Overhead though, it's Necro with that rage of Ultron, but most of the team is down here, no backup as the meters tick away for Triple AD, and they will close it out with still 58 seconds left on the clock. Some good defensive looks all throughout that run for Loyalty, but they just weren't able to find a way to really dig their heels in and grind that thing to a halt.
While we did talk about Loyalty playing pretty good as a team, Triple AD are just playing better. That's just been the main takeaway, right? Triple AD being able to withstand what Loyalty are doing, because when you look at Loyalty play during that entire defensive side, it just never looked together, right? It felt like parts of the team were doing their own thing, especially on the defensive side, right? There was like Joey up in the high ground getting picked off because Loyalty didn't really pay much attention to that high ground because they were too busy staying alive in that little small room. Triple AD, however, you saw how well they were able to shut down JZZ7 on the Fate of Both Worlds. Being able to burst the healing per second potential of that Fate of Both Worlds is very, very difficult to do. But with Triple AD having access to the CYA and the Ensong Inferno combo, that burst damage and then a little bit extra from Triple AD's team play was enough to shut it down. But like, Loyalty, they need to play a little bit more together. They need to be a little more aware of the potential ultimates that Triple AD could be throwing at them, because Quasid got way too many free CYAs, mainly because Loyalty's Ensong Inferno just never was used to shut it down.
Yeah, it does feel like they need to contest those rocket ults a little more, and I feel like they did kind of fumble a little bit on checkpoint 1. Like you said, that back room, they backed up into there a couple of times, and it just feels like they weren't ready to defend that first point with their whole chest, and then from there, it's just a shooting gallery for Triple AD. But speaking of shooting gallery, Necro coming out the gate, finds one pick onto Rocco to start things off. Good look for offense for sure. Gotta try to capitalize on it, though, as Loyalty now taking the attack, and yeah, I mean, it just felt like they had the potential to shave off more of Triple AD's time at the beginning, and with him only ending with 58 seconds, who knows if they would have managed to push all the way to the end if there was more of a fight here. But we have a fight on our hands here. Triple AD in a little bit of trouble here. Tuba gonna have to make that big dino hop back to the back line for now to get freshened back up and get ready to take that front line one more time.
Triple AD are just everywhere. Everywhere you look, there is a member of Triple AD threatening your life, and so far, No Spite just gets a quick little double in the back line. Loyalty just fall apart quickly. Triple AD taking a different approach from what Loyalty did. Loyalty, if you remember, they all bunkered down in that small room, try to lure someone from Triple AD into there so that they can get a cheeky little elimination if the dive gets a little bit too overheated. But Triple AD, on their defense, look how spread out they are. They're taking control of that high ground in the middle. They're taking control of those side rooms as well. And again, everywhere you look, there's a member of Triple AD looking right at you.
Yeah, I mean, divide and conquer here seems to be the strategy for Triple AD on defense, and working out in their favor, especially with quarterback Rogers there. No smite on the cap. Plenty of work put in on this map from him this time around, but NXS going to try to copy a little bit there. Goes for the Captain America and gets into the 1v1 here, but plenty of shields to hold him off, as Loyalty now ticking down to 2 minutes, and yet again here, KO feed going Triple AD's way. No smite, taking down Jay-Z. One strategist offline here as that Rage of Ultron from Necro. Gonna be the life support that Loyalty needed, but not enough to stop the rampage here from No Smite. Double KO on the cap and still on the move. It's Rocco as well. Those two in the KO feed so many times. Almost every fight here on Heart of Heaven, it feels like it's run by those two.
Yeah, at the very least, Loyalty are able to reset, maybe figure out a different composition, or did they just hit them with the let it ride, right? Just keep the same composition. Maybe it was where the rotations went all wrong. Maybe it was where the resource management went all wrong. Who knows? Because Loyalty need to figure something out. Triple AD, however, have so many ultimates to work with. Closet does have the CYA as well, but Loyalty are holding on to the Endsong Inferno, so maybe there have been some lessons learned, but JZZ7 going down is already bad news.
Yeah, keeping that Luna Snow on lockdown
that's
almost every single time. There goes the end song.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I was going to say, there is a dance floor down here. Snake will pick up one on the Ultron, wins that 1v1 here. Freedom charge from Loyalty this time around, trying to keep the team here in the fight. Just 60 seconds left to go as Joey on the move on the Emma. Frost there taking down Mondu. So one strat for Triple AD offline. Snake goes over to the Strange. So we're going to see a portal here as Loyalty trying to close it out at the last second. Rocco up overhead. Insong Inferno looking for a target. Will crash down, but under that Fate of Both Worlds cannot break through here. 40 seconds left to go for Loyalty, so they've got about one engagement left here, but it is going to be trouble with Necrobe offline and Excess as well going low here. Can only get some heals from a couple members of Loyalty, but I don't know, Dan, it doesn't feel like they're going to be able to muster much for this last 30 seconds.
Oh, wait a minute, you might have to eat your words here. Mandu thankfully does come back thanks to the BRB. Rocco does go down, so that's a huge amount of damage away from Triple AD's side as Loyalty are moving on forward yet again. We're in full neutral right now. No ultimates are going to influence any of this fight coming in as 10 seconds left here, but Triple AD looking to try to make a different approach, right? Only 4 members alive on Triple AD to try to, at the very least, stave off the aggression from Loyalty, but with no ultimates to rely on, Loyalty just win off man advantage.
Yeah, man advantage and some solid target prioritization. Like you said, they took down Rocco very early. Big damage potential for Triple AD offline, as well as No Smite, kind of the two biggest threats to their dominance on map number 2 here. So Loyalty do manage to cut through. 2:30 on the clock for them as they had to do it under overtime here, but it is not done for this Loyalty team just yet. Triple AD gonna have to take a moment to dust themselves off here. That gives Loyalty an opportunity to push up a little bit, but with 2 minutes away, they've still got a long way to go.
Loyalty just need to make sure that they have a beefy economy in terms of ultimates. Triple AD do have a way to initiate fights either with the Freedom Charge or even Snake on the Rage of Ultron. That's going to come up very, very quickly. Closet as well being able to provide that extra safety net, but with Bumhyung actually holding on to the Ensong Inferno this time, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Triple AD to win out these fights because they have double stacked their ultimates, but they essentially had to, right? Because Quasit CYA is going to be easily shut down by the Ensong Inferno, but with Bumhyung already using it right now, Quasit gets another free CYA.
Yeah, just knocking on the door of Triple AD here, trying to find a way in, but there is no entrance here for Loyalty. Snake, No Smite, Rocco, name a member of Triple AD, and they find one of Loyalty in the shooting gallery here in that tunnel underneath that overhead bridge. 1 minute left to go. Again, Loyalty pushing it all the way to the end here, but the ult economy is going to favor Triple AD, and it feels like that's been one of Loyalty's bigger weaknesses here. They're lacking, especially in strategist ults, and now they're going to pay the price here. Rocco triple KO onto the Phoenix here, taking down the entire backline of Loyalty. No heals online, and it is just a matter of time before you're hunted down, whether it's No Smite, whether it is Rocco here. Triple AD fully in control with just 30 seconds left to go.
Wombo combo wipes out Loyalty yet again. Triple AD still have ultimates to work on, to rely on. Loyalty, they also have options as well, especially Joey on the Psionic Seduction. Bumhyung going down isn't a good look. Gambo thankfully is on the Punisher to provide some of that extra damage, but with 15 seconds left going into Final Fight territory, this is going to be a long and arduous push for Loyalty.
Yeah, just far too early to be getting picked off, though. Bumhound gonna go over to the Elsa
boy.
Bloodstone swap at the last second. Fate of both worlds up for loyalty. Last bit of life support they've got here, as we are gonna go into overtime. But when that support all goes down, what does loyalty do next? Joey's got the Sonic Seduction ready to go on that Emma Frost, but Triple AD, again, a little bit of divide and conquer here. Hard to track him down, but NXS gonna find Tuba holding that Devil Beast Rampage. He'll get up right off of that BRB, and loyalty still on the push here, able to hold out, but they've got no ults left. They've got no damage here, as one DPS offline here, one by one. Loyalty go down, back against the mat, staring up at the lights here, as Triple AD gonna close it out on Heart of Heaven, 2 maps to 0.
Yeah, although Triple AD did win out here in a 2-0 fashion, loyalty, I gotta give props to them, right? They had moments of brilliance. They had chances to come back in these fights, but whether it be retaining the lead or finding a way to claw back, there were just like 1 or 2 moments where loyalty just could not get themselves over the edge, and Triple AD were essentially able to exploit those mistakes perfectly, right? Every time Bumhyung on the Phoenix used the Ensarm Inferno, Triple AD knew that they had a way to clap back. It was like, hey, CYA, do 40% more damage, Rocco, and then he just dive bombs right in and wipes out the entire strategist line of loyalty.
Yeah, and then you end up with numbers like this: 43 and 4 for Rocco, 18 final hits off of 34k damage, absolutely deadly on the Phoenix. So those saves really, really give Triple AD a ton of value here. I had my eyes on Rocco a lot of the preseason too, and I'm seeing basically the same kind of operation here at the start of stage 1. But you know, it's really, for Triple AD, it's really this rapid fire strategist alt comp that they've got going, because between Rocket and Ultron, it feels like you've got a strategist all around every turn. And meanwhile, loyalty left kind of hanging out to dry, right? You know, they've got the Kumiho Unleashed, they've got Fate of Both Worlds. Those take a little bit longer to charge up, and it just puts Triple AD in a little bit of an upper hand position almost every time these teams go toe to toe there. And you know, I'm with you, Dan. Really, really good looks here for this kind of refreshed, revived loyalty roster here. Definitely a better start, but again, still in the hunt, still hungry for that first map win, though definitely coming closer than they have, I think, so far throughout this season of Ignite. So solid looks for them, but it is Triple AD that walk away with it. Some nice alt economy management from them, and just looking clean like they did in preseason.
Absolutely. Big win right there from Triple AD right now, taking out loyalty for now, but loyalty still have more matches to come, so does AAA. But AAA, nicely, they can have themselves a good positive start to their run here in group stage, but it's a good performance right there. I like the Heart of Kunlun pick coming out from loyalty. They changed it up a little bit, but I will say Devil Dinosaur, ooh, too much formidability. So much presence coming out right there. AAA, just that differential, just having that pressure to shut down any flyers, any just space being taken, just constantly rampaging out. I think that was what was really something to be checked there. Look, they did have Black Cat, but we didn't see much Black Cat coming out from loyalty that could have changed the tide of that. So yeah, you got to be careful when he gets a little bit primal with the dinosaurs. So nonetheless, that's how they do claim that victory for themselves. I do believe we will have a chat with someone from Triple AD in a moment as well, so we're looking forward to that.
I mean, it's just the Devil Dinosaur being so influential, right? Being able to secure it one-sided just nullifies a lot of different options that Loyalty wanted to go for, right? That you saw Loyalty try to make the mag work, but Devil Dinosaur just kidnaps you and then just melees you down, and there's really not much you can do about it. Joey on the Magneto really was just defending his own team from the Rage of Ultron. That was really the only value he ever got. The bubbles can only do so much in terms of the sheer amount of damage, but yeah, it's just the Devil Dinosaur just literally denying any sort of a way that Loyalty wanted to come back. Joey does go to the Emma Frost to try to shut down this Devil Dino, but at that point it was just too little too late.
Yeah, and especially considering it ended up being one-sided on both maps against Loyalty. They didn't even have the option to go for the mirror, and Tuba picking up Devil Dinosaur, running with him straight out of the gate here in stage 1, has adapted very well to that new hero. So a big player for Triple AD in this win, no doubt. But, you know, again, I just love the, you know, non-stop back-to-back ultimates. Rocket's ultimate's been sped up this season, so you see that coming out more often. And of course, Rage of Ultron, one of the fastest ult charges. Everywhere you turn, it is tough to break into this Triple AD squad.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you said it best. Rage of Ultron. Ultron right now getting some more playtime, getting some more picks by. It's got that range, it's got that pressure, especially since the change to his ultimate Rage of Ultron, of course. You know, the tighter spread is gone. It's got a bit more area to cover with that bombardment. Allows him to get more heals to his team, of course, more damage to the opposing force. So you gotta be careful with that one. Try to handle something. You want to take a flyer maybe to counter that, but you got the dino factor again. That beam, it's just denying any chance of flyers getting any free space in this current meta that we're in. So that's definitely the answer they went for, T2. But with the big Devil Dinosaur right there getting that value, so we saw that. We got to bring that back and see how AAA perform again in their next matchup. But of course, woo! Oh, we still got bangers today. We still got a lot more matches, you know. How did you, Dan, do you think, you said Loyalty really performed here, really showed up, really showed out, might have a better run in their next matchup, but right now, what have we seen so far from the last time we saw Loyalty in preseason to today?
I mean, at the very least, they were able to make some of those maps a little bit more competitive, right? It felt like every single time we saw Loyalty play, they either got held in spawn or just got hit by one big Eye of Agamotto. Shout out to Soko for landing the first ever 6-man Eye of Agamotto I have ever seen in Ignite. That was an absolute banger, but I'm getting word we do have that interview ready. So we're going to talk about the whole Eye of Agamotto, that Wombo combo that Loyalty just kept getting blasted by, as we're going to go into that interview with none other than No Smite.
Hello.
Hello, No Smite.
Welcome in.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome in, No Smite. Hope you're doing well. How are you and the team feeling after that victory?
We're feeling so good. Oh, match start, matching, winning for winning. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're happy.
Quick question, right? Do you guys like Devil Dinosaur and Black Cat? Like, do you guys like it in the current meta?
Yeah, we are maybe I think good at Dino and Black Cat. So our teammates like it this meta.
Yeah, and Captain America too. Clearly, really good Captain America for sure. Who do you think is kind of the standout teammate in this match? Who's your carry this game?
I think Tuba carry, Dino carry, maybe.
Yeah, Dino carry, yes.
Dino's a good pick. Now, is there another team out there that you guys really want to beat?
We really want to beat XOXO because we lose to XOXO a lot.
Okay, well, hopefully you get that chance to take on XOXO. Of course, you know, wish you best of luck to you and your team in your next match. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Fighting.
Fighting! Ha!
You.
Oh, it's always so fun to interview No Smite. He's an absolute treat in the Asia scene. I remember interviewing him all the way back in Stage 2 last year, and oh my god, every single time, banger of an interview. He just brings so much joy.
Yeah, literally, he's looking good. They're feeling sharp. They like this meta. The squad's ready. They've adapted to it. They're playing to the Dino. They're trying to make sure they get that Dino Protect as well, so that they can have some fun on Devil Dinosaur and get that value, get primal with it, and do what they can. I like that. But I'm still waiting. We saw some Phoenix movement. We saw the crazy Agamottos, but I'm still waiting to cash in on the Black Cat.
I mean, both sides weren't given access to the Black Cat, so hopefully we get to see a little bit more, but I'm afraid that if the Black Cat keeps getting banned more and more, it's just going to influence all the other regions, right? If everyone's going to ban out the Black Cat, then no one's going to have the Black Cat. So, hopefully OC isn't the only region that has been crazy with it.
Let's hope not. For sure, Asia's definitely got Black Cat in store for us, but we'll find out very, very soon if we do see that after this short break. Won't be long.
More enjoyable. Please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Just watch me now under the
거침 없이 난다 겁없이 뛰어가 fly mode Be breath free shining flying higher Feel the spark of flight mode 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up 사라져 fade away moonlight Gonna burn the night out Every time my heart's flight we go higher eyes wide Right through the starlights 차가운 공기속을 relax 지금이야 take flight We're dancing on the moonlight 손 묶어버려 turning up the heat Gonna get it high We're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all they want to know how we do it now it's time to switch the flight mode wake up wake up wake up wake up feel it feel it feel it feel it this time switching to fly 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 burn up burn up burn up burn up 나 올라가 this time switching to fly 올라가 계속 계속 높이 높이 fly away 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나 그 끝을 몰아서 run even 위로 flight mode We're dancing under moonlight 손을 묶어버려 turning up the heat get it high We're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all they want to know how we do it now it's time we switch to flight mode this time switching to flight mode burn up burn up burn up burn up 나 올라가 this time switching to flight mode
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. You won't be needing that. A small fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Well, let's unpack this. Let's unpack this, everybody. We're talking about Marvel Rivals Ignite here. That's what you're tuning into. That's what you're here for, watching on any platform that you're watching, whether you're on your couch, at your desk, with your family, with your friends, watch from space, watch from underground. It doesn't matter where you're watching Ignite, and you're here watching the best in Pacific Asia here today. Now we got a banger matchup coming up. It's going to be between Zero Tenacity and XOXO. This is a big one because we're talking about a podium finishing matchup here. We're talking about what could be a marquee matchup as well, with two big teams that got big problems with each other and they want to take each other down big time. And I'm going to say it big one more time because we're going to see a big dinosaur for sure. On top of all that, we got number one XOXO Glazer here today. Dan, how do you feel? How do you feel XO is going to do against Z10? Come on now, give me the breakdown.
I mean, there's a reason why I love XOXO so much. This is a very, very aggressive and a very unique team in terms of how they want to utilize their team compositions and their playstyle, right? Just dive, and let me think. Dive some more. Yes. XO. This is the I'm saying it right now. This is the OG YWL. Yeah, you thought we lost are good at diving. They're good at doing something weird, something spicy. XOXO have been doing that all last year. They've been doing that the whole time. Maybe YWL have been doing the similar thing, but they weren't in the limelight of Ignite at that time. But no, it was XOXO. They're the OG YWL. So
Now, Tony, you were telling me, you were breaking it down. You're kind of in the Z10 camp. You believe Z10 might be cooking over here. Maybe even taking first overall in the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, Zero Tenacity, they came on the Ignite scene in the back half of last season. Stage 2, Asia was kind of their entrance into the Asia region. But the roster they've put together here is a killer one for sure. They immediately broke out in preseason as one of the top teams, one of the ones to really watch out for. And, back and forth with Pirates all throughout the group stage. Then the Reject kind of became their nemesis in the playoff bracket of the preseason. And now Pirates out of the way and Reject, a little bit shaky in the last group stage. I am looking for Z10 to maybe take this one home, at least in groups here. But yeah, this is a team seriously to be concerned about. Not the first time they've tangled with EXO, so I'm looking forward to kind of the next chapter in that matchup.
Well, look, if I'm Reject, sadly I'm not the premier team right now in Asia, but maybe, you never know. If I'm Reject, I'm watching this match. 100%. I'm watching. I'm on the top of the mountain. I gotta watch out for who's climbing. Who wants to take down the top wolf in Asia? Who's gonna do it? It's one of these two teams that are definitely predicted to do it. However, if we know anything about Pacific predictions, throw them into the ocean. Throw them away. It's not going the way you expect. All right. If anyone has actually gotten 100%, I don't believe you. You must have just threw darts at
that's you can blame Reject for that. You can blame them for picking
That's true.
Symbiotic. You can blame them for going on Cloud 9 for a little bit, but that's a whole different story. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, right? But I think right now in this current matchup, as Zero Tenacity go up against EXO, Zero Tenacity have stayed together. They have made 0 roster changes compared from preseason to now in stage 1. They're just looking to build that synergy, build that long-term team building way of playing Marvel Rivals, because some teams have completely overhauled their rosters either for better or for worse, but Zero Tenacity are staying together. They're like, hey, if we play long enough, we can become unstoppable come stage 2, come those international tournaments. And Zero Tenacity are looking just that, as they already came in with a runner-up spot back in preseason, but up against XOXO01, XO did make a few roster changes, mainly because Rester left EXO to go to Kanga.
I see. Big moves have been made in the past, but Z10 have locked themselves down with this roster. I like what I'm seeing so far from Soko, Laser, Wendy, Jerry, Marvel, Exit, and Creative. This is a big team, but they're going to be taking on the big dogs here as well. EXO looking out here with Zito, Songjaku, Eloni Fields, Ace, JT3, Felix, 27As, and D-Dobby. This is a roster. This is a team that has really, like you said, played chaos over calmness here when it comes to how they approach Ignite. It's gotten them pretty far. It's gotten them some good fair prize winnings, but hasn't gotten them a medal finish. Hasn't gotten them that top gold spot. Hasn't gotten them to take down the, probably want to take down Reject. They've got to be careful. AAA is looking at them as well. They've got a target on their back while at the same time putting targets on other teams' backs. But it all depends. And I got to say though, I think Ace with that cheeky, little thinking face right there, it's got something planned. I don't know, man. I don't trust him. Oh, a little roll switch. Okay.
Got a lot to contemplate here. Maybe some Museum of Contemplation in our midst.
Don't say that.
Hey, whoa, hey.
Yeah, I mean, EXO, they've been kind of the loose cannons here, like you guys said, kind of like along the same lines of YWL from the Americas region, but kind of the OGs, kind of the initiators of that kind of strategy. They've been playing Ignite for a while, kind of feels like they've always been the bridesmaid, never quite the bride, but they've consistently been in the picture in playoffs time and time again, and just haven't quite found their own wedding yet. So the wedding planner's on site, making some plans here, potentially ready for that to happen, but yeah, you gotta imagine this EXO team very hungry to move on up, and bringing in some fresh blood here, especially like JT3. Definitely got my eyes on him here in this matchup. No doubt they are coming, and they are coming hungry.
I mean, EXO have made a decent amount of roster changes, especially because of the fallout of Rez going into Kanga Esports over in the Oceania side. Unfortunately, that just wasn't meant to be. Rest in peace, Kanga Esports. But sticking to the present here at EXO, right? Bringing in JT3, who last played on N1 Hex. He has played with EXO in the past, all the way back in MRC Season 5. Felix coming in to EXO as well. And it's been a while since he last played in Ignite. The last time he played was all the way back in Asia Stage 2 back in 2025 when he was on Gen G. And with the coach being brought in as well, Dobie, if you remember that name, he was on Reject back in 2025. And now with him taking the reins as the head coach of XXL1, a little bit of questions need to be asked, right? How does Dobie facilitate in this system that EXO have been working on throughout the entire year of 2025, right? Just going in, diving as much as possible, disrupting as much as possible as well. Does Dobie put in some order to the chaos, or does he essentially let them be and at the very least just help them facilitate that same dive ideology?
That's a tough one. I mean, you're literally calling it right now. You're asking for order and chaos to coexist. Can Dobie do it? Can that be the case? I mean, look, Eggsy's on the team. Eggsy, as we know, a prominent figure in Ignite, constantly out here detecting and studying other regions as well. I know for a fact Eggsy has been watching Gen G quite a lot, really looking at those dragons and seeing if there's potential for, the matchup to finally happen. I know Z10 and Gen G really want to get that matchup. I've also heard Chiefs Z10 is something that people want to see. And the beautiful thing is, if they perform well here in these 2 weeks of Asia, they will get their wish. They will get their chance to take on the Chiefs and Gen G from OCE. But right now, you still got to go to your home region and conquer yourselves. Right now, everyone's looking smart. Everyone's looking confident on Z10. I feel like a lot of people's predictions put Z10 as second, but there's a lot more people confident in putting them in first. But same thing with XOXO, they have the same vibe, they have the same storyline behind them right now. Bit of chaos, bit of madness of it all, but can they finally get themselves into the upper ranks as well? Get themselves into that main event situation? And can people look at them and say, these guys are also champions of Pacific Asia?
Yeah, I mean, EXO really has lock on the middle of that pack. They're always coming out on top, just below those top teams. So you know that they've got the lock on some of these matchups already, but playing against teams like Zero Tenacity, especially early on, can kind of help prep them for those later group stage matches that they're very likely to take home. So, definitely curious to see what, it is going to be a matchup of legacy and chemistry versus kind of this new blood being injected into EXO. Obviously JT3 coming back into the fold, but, Zero Tenacity kind of staying the same, and we saw Exy, he's been a pillar of this Zero Tenacity team ever since they broke into Asia, and now the team kind of built around him. He's been kind of the big centerpiece for the squad, so definitely looking for that kind of legacy built over time versus some of this new kind of new blood being injected in.
Most definitely. I don't know about you guys. I want to get into the match. I want to find out what they're going to be playing. Or domination map, different maps tell a different story. We could see very, very quickly how this can all play out for themselves. As you said, to summarize it again, Z10, a team that has stayed solid with their roster. Quite a few teams, statistically, who've stayed consistent with their roster. Shout out to VP, shout out to Gen G. They've won. They've gotten themselves championship first slot positions in their region, in their splits, and so. However, going to Hell's Heaven, could be change of Heart of Heaven. We're going to Hell's Heaven. We're changing it up. We're going to Hydra Charter Space. It's a very interesting map, very closed in, boxed in, can get very dangerous very quickly for both these teams, for Z10, for XOXO. We're going to find out very, very soon. I'm reminding everybody, it's a best of 3 here in the group stage. Of course, the first team to take 2 maps. And look, I don't know about you guys, but Hell's Heaven, it's a very snowball driven map. You get that momentum once, it is so easy to bunker in and defend and clap and absolutely get that first round very quickly. 100-0, it's very common.
Yep, it's gonna all come down to the first fight. Whoever wins that first fight, not just here in Hell's Heaven, there's just domination in general, right? If you're able to take control of that first fight, get the first cap, you have a high chance of converting it into a round win because of the sheer amount of potential that you can play around with the map. You don't have to worry about the mission area as much. As long as you take control of everything around that mission area, you're set for success. You can do whatever you want. The other team has to go for a retake, and if you're marking all of those small rooms, all of those little corners that maybe someone could be hiding out in, you essentially just set yourself up for success, right? Just hold it off and win.
Yeah, and I mean, it does feel like, you know, I want to say it favors EXO to some degree. I feel like some of that, you know, using the corners, using the map to your advantage does feel like it's in their wheelhouse for sure. But yeah, you guys are right. I mean, it is all about tempo with domination. And either you are the maestro or you are trying to catch up and get on tempo. The question is, who's rushing, who's dragging? It's all going to come down, like you said, to kind of the opening scrap between the two of them. So, you know, look for some of that aggression early on. Both of these teams, they know that they are very competitive, especially against one another. So they're both going to bring claws to bear right out of the gate. And, you know, you're going to be seeing some up-close brawls for sure, especially considering this is not the first this is not the first time they have tangled.
Listen, we've got 3 variables here, okay? 3 variables. The first one, who's going to win? Unfortunately, we can't answer that variable. Not yet. We're going to see the match. The second variable is it a banger guaranteed? Yes, we can confirm it will be a banger guaranteed. The third variable is what will be the second map. It's Museum of Contemplation. Don't even bother coming back to the map screen. It's still going to be Museum of Contemplation. I'm more than confident it's going to be Museum. So Hell's Heaven into Museum of Contemplation. I'm hoping 1-1. I think this could be a 1-1 series. I think we could lock that up into the second map and have a decider in our third map as we move to Convergence. That could be the move, that could be the key. But Convergence, I want to bring everyone's attention to Convergence. I have a feeling Shin Shibuya might make an appearance, okay? Or spice it up a little bit, change the plan, change, you know, maybe catch the opposing team off guard, depending on who gets that last map pick. Could go to downtown Manhattan, could change it up again. It's a very divisive map, very decisive map. If you're not running those scrims, if you're not running those reps on downtown Manhattan, this map will catch you off guard, and it's happened in other regions as well.
I mean, it's only picked like what, I think 3 times total, twice in OCE and once in I think Americas, if my memory serves me correctly. It was either Americas or EMEA, but still, Lower Manhattan has not been a very popular map. I'd say because it's just very difficult, right? If you're on the defending side to at the very least get a foothold in the defense, it's so hard, right? Especially on that first point, having that courtyard at that open space before you get into the building, that is near impossible to defend because you have no cover. And then you go over to the second checkpoint, right? After you control the mission area, you get the shield mobile up and ready to go, right? You got that big high ground in the middle of between first and second in terms of checkpoints. And if you're able to control that high ground, you essentially just set yourself up for a huge amount of success, because once you have control of that, you see literally every single little nook and cranny besides the floor below you. So that's just so much of that control.
Now, something. Go for it, Daitoni, go for it.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I'm on the same page. It's that building kind of that oversees the whole curve there on checkpoint number 2 that's so important for both teams, really. You're gonna see a lot of fighting on that rooftop. I've somehow ended up on Lower Manhattan so many times in ranked games this season that I've seen that rooftop. I can see it when I close my eyes. I hear the sound of the lockdown, the scanner showing you the all charge, showing where everybody is. So yeah, I'm if we go there, I'm definitely interested to see how these teams are going to react to it and where they're going to fight it out.
Oh, definitely. I just realized something. Dan, correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody on XOXO plays a certain hero, beautiful, absolutely bellissimo for this map. Certain emissary from hell. Certain web warrior.
Oh, we're going this way now.
All right.
No, we may not delve deeper into it, but maybe we save it for later. But listen, it might be emissary from hell, it might be friendly neighborhood. Could we see a little bit of Song Joong-ho on the Spider-Man? Could we see? Come on, it's Hell's Heaven.
It's Hell's Heaven. If we get Super Soldier Factory, I'm sure Song Joong-ho's gonna try to whip it out. Maybe on a frozen airfield if they're able to draw the fight away from the mission area. You know, that little area. We don't know. Song Joong-ho plays literally every single dive character in the entire game.
That's true.
He plays the Spider-Man. He plays the Magic. We've seen Alone Fills. Who's not Song Joong-ho, who has whipped out Black Panther before, but Song Joong-ho also, going back to him, that's a whole different story.
Jeff.
We're gonna
Jeff is great too.
Yeah, Jeff is also great.
Jeff. Oh my god.
He got 8 people with Jeffel. Who else can get an 8-man Jeffel and still win the game? It's only Alone Fills. No one else can do it. XXL1, Go with the team. This is why I glaze him so much. I love this team so much.
Absolute cinematic team. We love to see XOXO pull off, but Z10, we're talking. A team that is actually rivaling for first place right now for a consistent amount of time against Reject, have put Reject on the back foot quite a lot, and a very, very surmountable 4-step. Let's see if XOXO can conquer them. It is up to them to find out if they can.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot changed throughout the preseason in Asia because, when Zero Tenacity and Reject cross-passed in the group stage, it was pretty much no question. Lights out for Zero Tenacity. Same when Z10 and XOXO faced off with each other, it was Zero Tenacity all the way. So, by the end of that preseason, it was Reject 4-0ing Zero Tenacity in Grand Finals. So, curious, has something fallen off with Z10? What are they going to look like here coming into Stage 1? Because, everybody's kind of got a new fit. First day of school, got to bring out the new outfit here, got to bring out the new clothes for the start of the brand new stage. So, curious to see what kind of different looks we've got. A lot has changed since the preseason, namely Black Cat, Devil Dino now in the mix as well. So, curious, if Black Cat will make an appearance. We haven't gotten to see her yet, banned out every single time there in our first match of the night. So, I'm interested to see what the position of Zero Tenacity is now, because they were bested by Pirates in the group stage, they were bested by Reject in the playoffs of preseason. Now, with just Reject left standing, who else can kind of go toe-to-toe with Zero Tenacity? And, if there's a team that I would put my money on, EXO would definitely be one of them.
All right, well, before you go toe-to-toe, we've got to hold your horses, everybody. We're going to cut to a short break. We'll be back with the match.
You won't be needing that. A small fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? I don't know. Ask Cozy or Moxie or any of the various co-streamers that are watching this tournament. Ask them what's the meta, because in all honesty, I don't really know. It's been a few weeks since preseason ended, and we've had 2 new characters added in, Black Cat and Devil Dinosaur, that are going to shake up the meta, as well as various balance changes over the last season. So I want to use this episode almost this week to use it as a chance to recap what happened in preseason, counting down the most impactful heroes across the draft phase, the bans and protects that we've seen in the esports scene across all 4 major regions and all 504 maps that were played for preseason in Ignite. Let's just go over the top 5, and 4 out of 5 of them as strategists, which is kind of crazy, but one of them is Loki. Understandable, he's up here, right? Regeneration Domain is still one of the best abilities in the game, bar none, and no matter what, he always has to be respected in a pick ban phase, even if you don't intend on playing him, because of the fact that he can copy ultimates. Certainly looking at stuff like Gambit, some of the NA teams in Americas going for triple Vanguard to just farm up a Gambit Loki combination and just get those Raging Royal Flushes going over and over again. It really is a case of like if Gambit or Invisible Woman manage to make it through the draft, getting rid of Loki or protecting him if you want to play around him is good. Invisible Woman actually makes the 4th spot. For like EMEA in America, she wasn't as popular when it came to like pick or bans, but it was like the Pacific and Chinese teams that wanted to make sure that they got a hold of her. But Invisible Woman in her own right, strong healing output, force physics to punish diving targets to be able to pull them.
We're back, everybody. I think it's game time. I think it's go time. I think we have the match ready between Zero Tenacity and XOXO ready here in Marvel Rivals Ignite Asia. It's going to be a fun time. It's going to be a good time. Let's get into it, surely, lads. We've been waiting. We've been waiting. We're all here, guys. Don't worry. The match is happening, okay? Nobody was nibbling on cables. They're all good to go. All right. They're ready to roll.
They're so yummy. I love it. I love the cables.
Playing too much Devil Dinosaur, Dan. You gotta stop eating the cables, man. All right, plug them in. All right, plug them in. All right,
man.
Gotta lock in. We got a game on our hands. Let's get into it.
Yeah, no forbidden spaghetti here, but yeah, both teams seem to be ready for this matchup here. It is another round between these two, and of course, Zero Tenacity, kind of the number 2 team here in Asia, came in second to Pirates in the group stage of the preseason, came in second to Reject in the bracket in those playoffs. Gotta imagine they are ready to try and claim number 1, and that all starts right here with this matchup against XOXO01, who won very much of the same, right? Top 4 across the board for them throughout their history of Ignite, so no doubt they're ready to climb.
Whoa. We need to cut to this right now. XOXO1 did not ban the Gambit. I repeat, XOXO1 did not ban the Gambit. This might be the first time Zero Tenacity might get a one-sided Gambit here, and oh my goodness. So XO, I'm under the assumption, right, they took away the Dino because XOXO1 really want to run this dive ideology and just turn it up to 11, because if Devil Dino's into play, he's easily able to shut down one of those dive characters, whether it be the dive Vanguard or the dive Duelist. And Zero Tenacity will not have that option, but Zero Tenacity will get access to the Gambit, meaning that XOXO1, they're going to have to alter their ban draft completely, and you can see it already. Star-Lord, instead of the Mantis or the Luna Snow that has been usually prioritized in those second and third bans, is going to be the option for XOXO1. I wouldn't be surprised if XOXO1 also take away the Rogue here, but Zero Tenacity, they know that XOXO1 really want to go for this dive composition. They quickly take away the Black Cat.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the
Ooh,
question you ask. Ooh, yeah, that's going to be nasty for sure. And that's kind of the question you ask when you leave the Gambit open is, okay, are we prepared to base our entire draft around stopping some of those synergies? They take out the Star-Lord, I like that. Taking care of the Phoenix as well, she's pretty strong too, and I think can benefit from that Rage and Royal Flush as well. Captain America also banned out by EXO. They will save Luna at the very end here. Dan, I had a sneaking suspicion that if there's a team in Asia that's gonna let Gambit go through, it might be EXO. You never know what you're gonna get when this team comes to the battlefield, but this time, Zero Tenacity is gonna get the Gambit, and Base are gonna lock him in straight away. No questions asked here. Same with the Black Cat for now. Yeah, I wasn't prepared to say they're definitely gonna let Gambit through on map 1, but I had a feeling maybe in this set we might see some Gambit.
Hey, you want another parallel between XOXO1 and YWL? YWL did this exact same thing over in the Americas region. It didn't work out when they played against Liquid Citadel, but then again, Liquid Citadel are in a whole different realm of power level over in the Americas region. That's a super team that we're going to talk about another day, as both teams going to start out here in the Super Soldier Factory, so maybe XOXO1 want to change it up a little bit, maybe go for the Spider-Man. Sungjuku's on the Rocket Raccoon, but only to put down the BRB to provide some extra 25 over health shield to the rest of the team. That's about it. We'll see when he decides to switch up his hero and go somewhere more dive-oriented. Because right now the big question is, what is he going to play? Black Cat's not available. He does have options to Spider-Man. He does have options to go the Magic or the Daredevil, and it will be the Daredevil. It's no surprise, it feels like, right? And lots of information provided for the rest of XOXO01. Zero Tenacity not going to go that route, putting Eggsy on the Psylocke, so very, very aggressive for Zero Tenacity. But XOXO1, if they want any semblance of getting control of the mission area, they need to win this first fight right now.
Yeah, going to be an uphill battle for him for sure, but like you said, you know, this is going to be critical to start things off here. We talked about with Gambit being through, you have to ban out some of his synergies. One that makes it through and one on the battlefield, Rogue, being played by Marvel. So we're going to see some of that explosive entanglement team up in play here, but we are underway. Zero Tenacity and XOXO01 matching up for the first time here in stage 1, but not their first tango here, as Alone Phil's going to be the first victim of Xy's Psylocke overhead, grabbing that high ground, shooting down onto Sungjuk Woo as well, putting down some damage, just not enough to quite break through yet, though it is going to be one Black Cat KO for Jerry. Marvel picking up one as well, and it is Zero Tenacity off to a hot start here as Soko on the Deadpool as well, picking up one. He's already got that Banhammer ready to go, making a double KO. Stop for that selfie, and it's Z10 in the driver's seat.
I mean, this is best case scenario for Z10 right now. If they needed to, Soko could have easily used the Banhammer to try to shut down one of those members. Great look for Sungjuk Woo there, finding a pick onto Jerry, who did overextend a little bit. But Zero Tenacity saving the Banhammer for the second fight is absolutely massive. XOXO1 are not going to be close to their ultimates. Zero Tenacity could easily disrupt it by putting that Banhammer on one of the strategists of XO.
Yeah, Marvel caught out in the open for a second, but turns it around, converts onto JT3. Zaytha will even it up, and Jerry gonna get in the mix as well. One more KO for that Black Cat, and Xy back in the KO feed here. Zero Tenacity, man advantage yet again here. 40% of the way captured and still on the move. Very solid start for them.
This is great tempo coming in from Zero Tenacity, putting XOXO1 at bay. Ultimates are now going to be coming up ready to go, as XO, they do have ways to defend the Royal Flush aggression coming in from Baser, but it's going to be up to Phoenix to get that dance floor in time.
And in the middle of all that chaos, it's going to be a Dance of the Butterflies coming online. Jerry's got calling card ready to go to. No KOs can be converted, though. It's Fate of both worlds from Felix, saving XO here in this fight. They're going to turn it around, though. JT3 will take down Marvel in the middle of that Heartbreaker. So 3 ults committed from Zero Tenacity in this fight. They've still got control, though, one by one. XO going to find some KOs here, but Z10 quick to battle back. Jerry on that calling card, and Wendy's going to CYA down, though Zaytha providing some friendly fire here for XO. Freedom Charge good to go here. Ace gonna dive right on in and unleash that Kumio, as well as Z10 now out of ultimates, out of gas here, and maybe out of time. Sungjuk Woo chasing down Wendy in the back hallways here, so Rocket can't get to the rest of the team for healing. XO gonna take advantage of that here as that KO feed going orange, and they are in control, making that flip for the first time.
Baser wanted to completely wipe out XOXO1 during that fight, but thankfully Felix was there with the dance floor just in time. If it had been a second or two late, XOXO1 would actually have been wiped out. That was a great anti-heal pop coming in from Baser during that fight as well, but XOXO1 being able to get that just in time before Marvel also gonna try to shut down with the Heartbreaker. It just didn't come in the nick of time, at least on the Z10 side, but Z10 are looking to fight back, but it's easily traded out.
Yeah, 1-for-1 to start things off here between these two teams. JT3's got a double beast rampage, so looking for some way to get that dino into the middle of Zero Tenacity here. They will stand tall, though, shoulder to shoulder here, looking for a way to get on the capture point. It is a Banhammer from Soko to start things off, though, ripping the ults left and right. That rampage in effect now. JT3 shaking the screen, shaking the ground, and will take down Xy on that Psylocke just in time, too, because that Cutterfly coming very close here as XO slowly shrinking the gap between these two teams. Capture progress here. Alone Phil's in a little bit of trouble, gets the healing, and just like that, XO maintain control.
Felix now has access to the Fate of both worlds. Zero Tenacity are very close to the Raging Royal Flush. Jerry getting sniped down by Felix, literally just gets clapped back, as Zero Tenacity are going to have to fight this 5v6 with the Royal Flush, but Felix is doing a great job at making sure that the team is ready to clap back with this dance floor, and Sungjuk Woo already finding Wendy is already a huge sign. Baser going down means no heals.
Yeah, hand fully on the table here as that Royal Flush cannot keep Z10 alive here. The wrath of XOXO washing over the battlefield like a wave. You saw them moving there in a straight line, getting that forward pressure on. So now, just like that, we are looking at one more brawl between these two teams.
Can they even touch? Okay, Soko is there to, at the very least, trigger overtime, but now the clock is on Zero Tenacity. The ball is in their court. Calling card going to be invested. Zero Tenacity are just going to straight up ult dump onto XOXO1. Zaytha going to try to keep the team sustained with the Freedom Charge, but a singular Captain America ult might not be enough to handle the sheer amount of damage coming in from Zero Tenacity. Jerry's still active with that calling card, but it's Xy that's lighting up the KO feed.
Yeah, and just the strategists go offline for EXO so early that it's a matter of when and not if they go down here. Gonna try to make the touch. They will get it into overtime here, and EXO have the ult advantage. It's one fight yet again here. Neither team giving each other the quarter here, as there is a portal coming in from the Felix, and now the ult dump for EXO. There's nothing Z10 can do to defend themselves here, so they gotta survive the onslaught, though, with one White Fox down early. There goes Baser as well. Strategist offline for Z10, and now one by one, the lights go out for Zero Tenacity. EXO make the flip, and it is a matter of time here. Banhammer from Soko just to try and keep this team alive, but there is no way they can do it, and in a double 99 overtime, EXO steal point one away from Z10.
Holy moly. XO1 are able to hold off the aggression coming in from Zero Tenacity. Zero Tenacity literally ult dumped everything to try to wipe out XO1, but it was not enough. Zeta coming in huge with the Freedom Charge was just barely enough to at least stall out for long enough so that XO1, when they do go for the retake, you saw how much damage that they had. You even said it during that fight. XO1 had the ult advantage. Zero Tenacity had literally nothing, and they come into this first fight still with absolutely nothing. It's going to be up to Baser in how fast he's able to get that Royal Flush online, but XO1, I'm sure Sungjak Woo is gonna really want to let the devil out in this first fight.
Oh, no doubt about that. And I mean, it really all came down to how fast EXO were able to get back to that point, because Z10, they dumped 4 ults all at the same time active against EXO, but they knew they would have the swing if they were able to make another fight. So they come back through the portal, they play the Uno reverse card, Zeta gets the team there safe and sound, and they just walk away with it. Now 1 point of taking the map away from Zero Tenacity, but the fight, I dare say, far from over.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity are also adjusting to a more triple strategist lineup, putting Jerry out of the Black Cat and putting him on the Mantis. Maybe to provide some extra sustain for Zero Tenacity, provide that extra damage as well. Zero Tenacity have won that first fight back in round number 1. They need to look for it again here in round number 2 if they don't want to lose any of that momentum. And so far, JT3 going down by XZ is great news.
Yeah, Exy again leading the charge here for Zero Tenacity. Marvel and Baser as well, gonna pick up some fast KOs against EXO, letting that devil out, Sungjak Woo, but just like that, the devil sent back inside. The streetlights outside are on, and unfortunately, Matt Murdock hanging up the mask for the night. It is Zero Tenacity coming out on top here in fight number 1.
Zero Tenacity don't even use the Raging Royal Flush. Lots of adjustments coming from Zero Tenacity, and they're all very good options. Soko moving over to the Emma Frost to shut down JT3 on the Devil Dino. Marvel gonna take the reins as the Deadpool, the Vanguard Deadpool version, as he does get the Banhammer and just wipes out the backline. That's exactly what Zero Tenacity wanted to do, right? Go in swinging in this first fight. Use the Deadpool ultimate. That's for sure going to be used first. And now with this momentum, Baser's going to kick things off with the Royal Flush, and everyone's just going to get run over.
Yeah, buffed up the team to do some damage here while the rest of the team builds those ult charges. Exy holding on to that dance of the butterflies here. Not a lot of progress from Z10, but they are holding steady here. It is a fate of both worlds from Felix, keeping EXO alive here, and Zeta as well gonna tag in, get that freedom charge going, hold off that Cutterfly from Exy's Psylocke for now. No KOs coming through, but all the while here, Z10 in control of the point, but not for much longer here. Name a member of this EXO squad. They just popped up in your KO feed. 53% for Zero Tenacity, but EXO make the flip.
It might have been difficult for both sides to win that fight, but EXO find the easy way out, finding Jerry right before he was able to get that Soul Resurgence. And if Jerry was able to get the ult off, you at least had Ace with the Kumio Unleashed to try to sustain the team for a little bit longer. But EXO, if they're tracking these ultimates correctly, they know that Jerry has his ultimate online. Maybe it'll be used in tandem with Soko on the Psionic Seduction. We will see, as it's going to be up to Ace to, at the very least, keep EXO sustained for this next fight. Alonfils does have the Dance of the Butterfly. Either he uses it defensively to try to avoid the sheer amount of damage coming in from Z10, or he just goes for the knockout blow to try to combine it with JT3 on the Stampede.
Yeah, it is going to be Ace in the hot seat here. That Kumio already unleashed, and that Devil Beast Rampage coming out as well. Meanwhile, it's Sonic Seduction for Soko here, trying to find some control against this EXO squad. Marvel and Windy going to make their appearances in the KO feed here. EXO very quickly closing the gap between them, but Z10 looking clean in this fight here. The back line, the front line, the duelists, everyone making an impact for Zero Tenacity, and they will take that capture point right back. Thank you very much.
EXO tried to sustain it. Zero Tenacity used the combination of the Soul Resurgence and the Silent Seduction. give Soko some extra movement speed, some extra opportunities to try to charm up anyone on XOXO1 that are a little bit overextended. And now coming into this engagement, it's going to be a race between Felix and Baser. Raging Royal Flush versus the Fate of Both Worlds. Which one comes up first? Sungjaku is going to try to disrupt it here.
Try to get something going,
no,
but
okay,
shut down
goodbye.
just like that by the Psylocke. Exy finding one more. The Banhammer does come out from Marvel, but he's shut down too. Both teams battling for the body advantage here, but it's Z10 taking a 1-for-2 advantage, all the while building some of that ult charge. EXO, unfortunately, on the back foot, and I don't know if they can make it back in time here.
Portal's being channeled by Sungjaku. Maybe they're trying to rely on it. Thankfully, JT3 is able to touch just in time. Sungjaku is able to channel the portal, but that's going to be the bailout opportunity for XO1 here. Sitting at 53%, they're going to have to try to survive this Raging Royal Flush, but thankfully Felix is there to completely nullify it with the Fate of Both Worlds, so everyone on XO have a bit of room to work with. Marvel's getting zoned out. XO1 are looking to get the flip, and they do so, as XO will avoid a very, very tense overtime scenario.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful pressure
For how
on that
long?
Fate of Both Worlds, but Z10 ready to fight right back here. They just need one to grab this point. Exy on the move on that dance of the butterflies, but Zatha, again, the shields up here from Captain America, keeping the team alive, though, as it goes down. Ace falling
No heals.
immediately here. Nothing online for EXO to keep themselves on life support here. JG3 going for the Devil Beast Rampage, trying to get Zero Tenacity off of this point. Soko, Psionic Seduction goes down here, and one by one, EXO sent back to spawn here. Overtime in effect. It is going to start ticking down. Double KO for Jerry's Mantis as well, making a triple here. You cannot even relax around the strategists for this team. EXO taken down here on point number 2. It all comes down to Frozen Airfield.
I don't think it would have mattered too much, but Soko came in with the Carbon Crush to lock down Sungjaku there. How in the world? When do you ever see an Everfrost choke slamming a Spider-Man? You don't see that very often. But Zero Tenacity made it flashy to win out here in round number 2. Now going into round number 3, taking a look at these ultimates, right? Jerry will have the Soul Resurgence in this first fight. XOXO1, it's just going to be a matter of them if they're able to sustain with the Kumio Unleashed. It's a little bit inconsistent in terms of how you want to use it to sustain the rest of the team, because quite frankly, Zero Tenacity can easily just explode the White Fox ultimate and give Zero Tenacity all of that momentum, but XOXO1, they do have knockout opportunities. If they're able to survive Jerry's Soul Resurgence, Alonefils could easily just wipe everyone of Zero Tenacity out. But then again, you've also got Marvel on the Vanguard Deadpool. Surely he will have ultimate ready during that fight as well. So Banhammer might come up huge to either tag up Ace or Felix.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like this is a fight brewing here where things are going to change right in the middle of it. And you're right, you know, the Soul Resurgence is going to be big here for Zero Tenacity as they are going to look to control the tempo right away here. But once again, comes down to this first fight here, the final point between these two teams. No surprise to see them going all the way to round 3.
But yeah, how long does it take for Zero Tenacity to initiate here? Alonefils is the one that initiates things with the Dance of the Butterflies. At the very least, force out Jerry's ultimate. Ace gonna try to sustain the team, but again, the target focus is just absolutely perfect for Zero Tenacity, and Ace is already gone.
Yeah, the picks just coming in too early here for Zero Tenacity. EXO trying tooth and nail to hold on, but they just cannot do it. Z10 full momentum here for them as every single member of EXO going all the way back to square one here, and Zero Tenacity gonna walk away with a first point capture. Maybe the cleanest and quickest of the 3 so far.
And Baser having access to a Raging Royal Flush. Felix is lagging behind this time. Every time Baser went for the Raging Royal Flush, Felix was easily there to counter it. But I feel like if Baser pulls the trigger right now, XO are not going to have a response.
Yeah, and they're so close to that Dance of the Butterflies too. What damage can they do with this Raging Royal Flush up and running here? Backs against the wall. EXO here pushed back to the spawn as that forward pressure comes out from Z10 here. 30% of the way captured and still looking to keep control here. JT3 on the march and on the hops here with that Devil Dino as EXO gonna try to invade Z10. They do have a Kumio Unleashed. Exy's finally got that Butterfly ready to go. EXO though, not a lot of tools in the tank here.
Great discipline coming in from Zero Tenacity. They realized once they used the Raging Royal Flush, they couldn't find the eliminations that they wanted, so they just back on out, but Alonefils not getting access to that dance floor just a little bit outside. Might have been near the bar or something, but XOXO1 not gonna have any sort of opportunity. Zeta is just desperately trying to keep some sort of retake opportunity going, but with Soko on that Scion Seduction, this one might be cooked here.
A little bit of trouble for Z10 though. EXO gonna bite back here. It's gonna be JT3 leading the way for EXO. They do pick up some KOs here. They will flip it in the middle of the fight. Zero Tenacity stopped at 73%. But yeah, I was with you there, Dan. I thought Z10 had that one on lock for sure.
All right, my fault, EXO. I was not familiar with your game. I should have never doubted you. I'm the one glazing EXO, and unfortunately, I doubted them, and I will, for sure, will never do that ever again. Anyway, taking a look here as EXO trying to make more of that space, but XZ goes in with the dance, finds Ace, so it's going to be up to Felix, and he's already gone, so no heals for EXO.
Yeah, big trouble here once again for XOXO01 and Zero Tenacity. Dangerously close to closing this one out. Sungjuk will find one, but for one, they get three picked up by Zero Tenacity in response here. They create value around every turn. XZ picking up another one on the Psylocke, and just like that, as quickly as they took control, Zero Tenacity back in the driver's seat.
EXO may have to get a little bit desperate here. We're going into Final Fight territory. Baszler having access to the Raging Royal Flush. Now it's out of sync with Felix's ultimate. So Baszler, if he does go for the Raging Royal Flush again, it's just going to be a matter of can Zero Tenacity once again target down Ace with the Kumio Unleashed.
Yeah, Raging Royal Flush now down and out. The flop made here by Zero Tenacity looking to close it out, and it's Baszler picking up the first KO in the fight. Jerry will find one, a headshot onto Ace here. Target prioritization on lock for Zero Tenacity. They know who needs to go first, and it is the backline, and it is a matter of time now. OT will tick down, and Zero Tenacity in 3 points will take Hell's Heaven.
I feel like the entirety of those 3 rounds, yeah, it seemed close, but it felt like Zero Tenacity just had the upper hand every step of the way. It almost feels like XOXO1 got a little bit lucky in that first round, right? They had opportunities for retakes, and they were able to pull off that because it got so close. It was like, what, around 97 to 100% in that first round? But either way, now Zero Tenacity, you saw how well they play as a team. You saw how much of an emphasis they had in terms of who they needed to prioritize, who they needed to target down, and you saw that because Ace literally got 0 value with that Kumio Unleashed.
Yeah, unfortunately not the game changer I think they were looking for. And yeah, you're right, Dan. It felt like point number 1, EXO kind of had this reverse Uno card at the end. They said, hey, we'll lose this fight at 93% for you guys. We'll come back and take the last fight. But that was really one of the few moments where it felt like EXO had that upper hand. Like you said, Z10 able to just create value in every valueless situation you could imagine here. EXO would pick up a single KO and it would be 2 or 3 for Z10. So every step of the way, it just felt like EXO were stuck in the rearview mirror. I also feel like they got out-healed a little bit too. The sustain for EXO just not quite as strong and not doing enough protection of their backline. Every single time it felt like they could just get right on to Ace and Felix at the start of the fight. So it just left them with no opportunities to really heal and sustain themselves through all that damage that Z10 were putting out.
You also got to give props to Zero Tenacity for changing up the composition, right? They tried to rely on the Gambit and the Rogue win condition, but they realized, hey, it's not working out. Let's switch it up a little bit. Let's put Marvel on the Vanguard Deadpool, make sure that he's able to get his Banhammer up during those fights, and Zero Tenacity were able to use that tempo, use that momentum, because quite frankly, the Rogue Gambit team-up is just a little bit behind in tempo. If Zero Tenacity were able to outpace XOXO1's game plan, Zero Tenacity would have the upper hand, and they did just that. Great adjustments coming from Zero Tenacity. The synergy is there, but are they able to follow through on this series? We're going to go into a short break. We'll see what XOXO decide to whip out here in map number 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
fortune.
You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Come on, guys. Come on. What do we know about letting Gambit through in the band drop? What are we doing? Look, listen, I won't lie though. They cooked. They did pretty good, but it just wasn't enough to get that bad victory for themselves. But break it down for me, Dan. This Gambit factor, it's been like it's a high risk play, and just no one has pulled it off yet in all of stage 1.
I mean, America is the biggest region in terms of committing the cardinal sin of letting the Gambit through one-sided. It's before this this map that we just saw, Gambit one-sided happened in 17 games. You know how many times Gambit one-sided won those 17 games? 14. 14.
Damn.
You have an 80+% win rate if you have the Gambit one-sided, and we saw it just there in Zero Tenacity, right? See, XO, gotta give props to them a little bit for finding ways to work around the Gambit one side, but Zero Tenacity just figured out, hey, what if we just picked heroes that outpaced your tempo and we won that way, right? Vanguard Deadpool was the biggest factor in terms of Zero Tenacity coming out on top there. Getting that Banhammer almost every single fight meant that XL1, if they wanted to make some sort of plays, they had to make sure that their own backline stayed alive. So
Absolutely.
we'll see what. Oh, wait.
We ain't contemplating.
Okay.
No contemplating.
Oh,
We're going to Spider Island. Oh boy.
Okay.
Usually
Took
EXO
it
like
20.
Arako in preseason, but is this their next option here? Have they been cooking up? I mean, Arako worked out pretty well in preseason, but now going into stage 1, is Spider Islands their new playground?
I was gonna say, I can't remember the last time I saw EXO take us to. I mean, in general, Spider Islands, haven't seen a lot of it lately, but I can't remember the last time I saw EXO go for it as their pick here. As you heard all of us react at the same time, like, this is kind of surprising here. I was thinking maybe Arako. I mean, contemplation for the meme, just to keep the theme of contemplation in everyone's thoughts.
Oh, yeah.
But I really thought it would be Arako from EXO, so no, very surprising.
well, look, it's a good pick. Spider-Man Islands, as we know. Tokyo 2099. We did get a mention of Miguel O'Hara and some lore drops from Malvaraz recently, so maybe some more 2099 action is on the way. We're looking forward to. Maybe this is a teaser. Maybe XOXO have a plan. Maybe they have a shift in strategy here that they want to apply. All I know is if I'm XOXO, if I'm rooting for XOXO, I'm also rooting for them to ban Gambit. Don't do it again. There's other high risk, high reward plays you can make happen. Don't do that one again. It's not working. Okay, Z-Team,
I feel it.
they've got it marked.
Yeah, it's going to be all eyes on EXO if they want to do it again, right? They try to run it back. I mean, they handled it pretty well over in round number 1, but Zero Tenacity, I mean, it was just tempo. EXO just had the slight edge in terms of tempo, was able to outpace the Raging Royal Flush timing. Because, yeah, the Raging Royal Flush is still a disgusting ultimate to work with, but with how high of an ult energy cost it has, XOXO1 were able to navigate around it perfectly, but thankfully, XO are not committing that cardinal sin, but a Black Cat for a save over the Devil Dino. XOXO1 really want this Black Cat to work. Zero Tenacity now, what is on their cars here in terms of banning away, because right now Zero Tenacity would want to ban things that enable this Black Cat.
was gonna say I like the what's in the cards because Gambit banned and Black Cat on the table, so you're gonna see some calling cards here from XO01. Zero Tenacity gonna ban out the Mantis. That Mantis so influential for Z10 on map number 1, and like you guys were talking about, they brought the Gambit Rogue team up to the table here, usually pretty powerful. Didn't work out in their favor, not as strong as they had hoped. They pivoted right away, and yeah, Rage and Royal Flush just proved even on its own to be so powerful. So I like the adjustment here from EXO to go ahead and ban that Gambit away. Basically kind of a re-scrub of their strategy from the first draft phase as they're going to take that Black Cat Phoenix ban on to Z10 though. Captain America going to be banned out by Zero Tenacity as well. So yeah, I like the changes here we're seeing in draft.
And XO01 just gotta ban away things that shut down this Black Cat. Manta is going to be one of those options, especially with the damage boost and the extra movement speed. You also don't want to deal with the CC potential with the sleep, as XO01 also taking away the Phoenix means that Rocket might be on the cards here for XO01. That CYA will for sure be getting at least a bit of value. XO01 also taking away the Star-Lord, but they've already taken away the Gambit. I assume it's just because of how well the Star-Lord is able to be slotted in to any sort of composition, because right now it really feels like if Zero Tenacity want to go for more front-to-back composition, they're going to have to rely on Elsa Bloodstone.
Yeah, Star-Lord definitely kind of a wild card for a lot of compositions. You can pretty much put him in anything and he will work with or without Gambit buffing him up, because that Galactic Legend just so powerful. EXO though, their saves are going to be both of the brand new heroes here in stage 1. They get Black Cat and Devil Dinosaur, so I think big wins there for sure. They won't get Luna Snow though, that banned away by Z10 in the last round of the draft here, but there are your picks and bans. It's going to be a one-sided Fate of Both Worlds for Zero Tenacity here, as they'll save Luna as well. I like the Black Cat and I like the Devil Dino. We haven't gotten to see Black Cat from EXO yet. I assume maybe that's going to be a Sungjuk Woo play though.
Whoa. I just noticed just now, Baser is out, Creative is in.
Oh,
I think this is Creative's Ignite debut. They're trying out something here. Creative, being that 7th man on the Z10 roster, has been on the substitute role for the entirety of preseason, but they never let him play on the Ignite stage, and now going into Spider Islands, does Zero Tenacity get a little bit of an edge here? Zero Tenacity do have anti-dive options, while XOXO01 choosing the attacking side as well means that if they're able to come out swinging in this first round, which I'm sure they're going to look to do because Felix is on that strategist Deadpool, so if he's able to get that ultimate ready as soon as possible, XOXO1 should have all this momentum right then and there.
Yeah, ult charge race on deck for us here. Map number 2 of this matchup. Z10 walking away with Hell's Heaven, now looking to close out the series. I was going to say, you cannot trust these guys until those doors open up, but it is Ultron. He is wide open for both teams. Exy playing Ultron on the side of Z10 to start things off here. Looking for some plays from EXO, though, as I saw Sungjuk Woo on the Black Hat for just a second.
Yeah, but he's going to go onto the Rocket Raccoon for now. It's just going to be a triple strategist push coming in for EXO. Alone Fills is going to be the one running the Star-Lord. Keep in mind, this is also one-sided, so Zero Tenacity just have to play this high ground. 1-for-1 trade overall. Alone Fills takes down Marvel. Felix goes down, but he'll be brought right back. So EXO will come out on top in terms of that engagement.
Yeah, kind of like a phantom 0-for-1 here, as Felix will just walk right back onto the battlefield here. That mission vehicle on the move over halfway here, and Ace on the move in this matchup as well. The White Fox finding the Black Cat on the side of Zero Tenacity, and Jerry gonna sit this one out. Soko in a little bit of trouble on the Devil Dino too. Needs a bit of a hand from that backline on Z10, but EXO looking good here so far on offense. Windy though on the attack, finding the snipe on the Zetha. Felix though gonna even the odds right back. Soko taken down on Z10.
Yep, a little bit of an extinction event. Both dinos going down at the exact same time. Felix is very close to that Rage of Ultron. Could easily use it in tandem with Olympus. Very close to that Galactic Legend, but with Creative going down, it's going to be up to Exy and Wendy to sustain the rest of Zero Tenacity. Exy doesn't have that Rage of Ultron just yet. Wendy's also very close, but he's already gone.
Yeah, it is all gas, no brakes for EXO here. Alone gonna make it a triple KO on that Star-Lord. Playlist popping here, and EXO in full control as they're gonna take checkpoint number 1. 4:40 on the clock for them. What a start here for EXO.
EXO almost missed out on this chance of getting full held. Wendy was very close to that Fate of Both Worlds. That would have bought enough time for Zero Tenacity to get their ultimates online and then shut down what EXO wanted to go for. But EXO, thankfully, don't have to be in that reality. JT3 could easily force away Z10 with a good Psionic Seduction. And then EXO have so many ultimates coming up online very, very soon. Wendy and Creative need to be absolutely perfect in 1, the timing of their ultimates, and 2, in order to coordinate so that they don't double stack.
Yeah, the coordination coming through here as Wendy throwing down that Fate of Both Worlds. So now Z10 ready for a bit of a brawl here. That Sonic Seduction from JT3 comes through, and Alone will take down Soko in the middle of all that. CYA from Sunjuk Woo as well helps EXO take that upper hand, and now Zetha's got a Devil Beast Rampage ready to go here. And though they did stagger out those strategist ults just like that, Kumio Unleashed shut down by EXO. They'll take out Felix in the middle of all that. Now Zetha in a bit of trouble too on the Devil Dino. Will go down, but we'll get right back up off of that BRB, and yet again Phantom 0 for 1 here as Zetha is ready to go. Meanwhile, Jerry gonna be walking it back as EXO take another one here.
Another Galactic Legend going to be used very, very aggressively. Soko is going to use the Rampage, but that doesn't protect you from the team. So everyone on Z10 just gets staggered out. Soko inevitably will fall. JT3 does fall down thanks to the kidnap of Soko. So still very great man advantage coming in for XOXO1. Rage of Ultron could easily secure the second checkpoint, but there's a chance Zero Tenacity don't even contest.
No, the tempo is just too fast here. Z10 cannot keep up, and that Rage of Ultron gonna come down here, rain down some damage onto Z10. They've got no strategist ults. It's gonna be Dance of the Butterflies, and they're gonna let the Devil out here. They're gonna use what they got to try and stop him short of checkpoint 2, and it's a double KO for Exy here, so they will get some value. Make it 3 for Psylocke. Soko gonna win at that prehistoric showdown there, and make it 4 for the Psylocke. Exy picking up 1 more, and they will find the stop.
And if no one on Z10 can find a way out, you know they got Eggsy. Bro is just cooking on the Psylocke, just gets the Dance of the Butterfly at the perfect time. As soon as EXO exhausts the entirety of their ultimate economy, Eggsy just goes in, cuts them down, and allows Z10 to stabilize. Marvel's gonna try to keep things going even further as they take out Felix and the BRB.
Yeah, and they've wrested control of the tempo because now it is all Z10. Creative will find one onto Zetha here, and now Z10 gonna battle right back. Jerry picking up one onto JT3 as well. Under 2 minutes to go here for EXO, and where they had that hot tempo to start things off, now it feels like everything is ground to a halt for them.
All eyes are on JT3 with the Psionic Seduction. Needs to try to force out Wendy's invisible boundary. And if they're able to do so, Alone Phyllis and Sunjuk Woo could easily come up huge with the CYA into the Galactic Legend Wombo combo. Felix already getting picked apart. Means that Zero Tenacity, again, have all of this momentum. Sunjuk Woo's going to try to save the team with the CYA. JT3 is going to try to accompany it. Alone Phyllis is just going to try to laser people down. Great stuns coming in from JT3. Carbon Crush from the Psionic Seduction is just absolutely perfect with that 1-2 punch.
Yeah, and Wendy holding on for dear life to that invisible boundary. Gonna let those members of Z10 go down for now. Just 60 seconds on the clock for EXO here. Finally able to get some progress going. Z10 again gonna make a last second dive here. Under 5 meters to go. And they're gonna try to battle it out here with just 50 seconds on the clock. Pretty even in resources as well.
See how long XOXO1 are able to contain his momentum. Felix does go down, but he'll be brought right back. No! The BRB is going to get shut down by Eggsy. So EXO need to find a way to sustain themselves. The White Fox ultimate can only do so much. Rampage invested. So will the Bandhammer. And Wendy still holding on to this invisible boundary. Because it doesn't even matter. Zero Tenacity are able to win out this fight yet again. 20 seconds left on the clock. XOXO1. Do they want to go for the portal play? Do they want to force space with the Rage of Ultron? JT3 will answer my question by channeling that portal ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some options here as they're going to come through the other side of this portal. It's going to be 10 seconds, so you know this is going to go to OT. Portal open, though, for EXO as they're going to make one last march onto the mission vehicle. Wendy's still got that invisible boundary, too, saving it for this moment right here. Alone Fills goes for the Galactic Legend, and now they are shielded. Peter Quill cannot break through here as EXO, unfortunately, left out in the cold for now. Zero Tenacity still holding control of that mission vehicle. Soko, they're fighting for a dear life to hold on to it, to try and get this OT to take down, but EXO have the body advantage here. Marvel and Creative in trouble, and Creative goes down. Wendy, the last strategist standing here, they will fall to almost everyone from Z10 taken down. EXO find a breakthrough under overtime here, and they will keep this rolling.
Yeah, EXO break through the portal perfectly, using Ace on the Loki to provide that regeneration domain so that EXO-1 can jump through the portal safely. Felix is there also with the Rage of Ultron, was able to squeak on through. It's very hard to get through the portal like that as an Ultron and make sure that Zero Tenacity don't shoot him down, but at least Z10 were able to find him, but the BRB being invested by EXO means that this momentum will keep on going, but great fight coming in from EXO, knowing what resources they had, and they executed on it perfectly.
Yeah, just trying to stay a couple steps ahead here. Jerry's got the Devil let out here. Nothing big gonna come from that Daredevil all here, and Z10 gonna cool the heels just a little bit. CYA from Sungjuk Woo, so EXO's gonna try to commit to this, but Jerry will find one onto Felix there, shutting down the Ultron. Sungjuk Woo gonna bite back though, finds Soko. Creative in trouble after that Kumiho Unleashed goes down as well. Will manage to survive, and Exy going over to the Bucky now, taking down Zatha. Jerry finds Sungjuk Woo, and now Zero Tenacity slowly but surely here, wresting back control over this mission vehicle. JT3 trying to even things out for EXO, but it is Zero Tenacity walking away with this one. They'll get control of the mission vehicle. 15 seconds left to go.
At least EXO-1 were able to find some extra trades, so a little bit of that pressure is alleviated. Xy's going to move over to the Bucky to try to prevent the dive potential, but here comes JT3 making space with that Scion Seduction. Zeta and the rest of EXO just making sure that they do not step off of this mission vehicle, as the CYA going to be copied by Ace, and that's going to allow everyone on EXO to utilize that 40% damage amp, make sure that they're able to get the eliminations, and Zero Tenacity need to reset quickly because EXO, they have a chance to full push here.
It's going to be tough, though. Wendy's got Invisible Boundary back up and ready to go here, so you know they're going to have to fight through that. Just a few meters left to go here as it breaks out. Alone Fills goes for the Galactic Legend, and there is that Invisible Boundary yet again here. Rage of Ultron from Felix, but it's Exy! Double KO there on the Bucky. Kraken Impact ready to go here. Going for 3, can't quite find the final hit here. Taking down the Loki clones there. It's a triple, and not satisfied with that just yet. Will push EXO off the point, and the Bucky swap at the last second coming in clutch. Exy is hot in this matchup.
It wasn't for anti-dive, my fault, because Exy used it because, hey, Ace is playing Loki. I can get resets with the Loki clones. And Exy, as soon as he got that Kraken Impact online, it was pretty close, because there was a chance where Exy didn't have a chance to get that online, but with the sheer amount of damage being output by the Winter Soldier, Exy was able to quickly stack up that ultimate, stamps out EXO, and just barely prevents them from, at the very least, securing an overtime scenario on the likes of EXO. And now Zero Tenacity with their turn on the attack. How did they want to facilitate this? Do they keep Exy on the Winter Soldier? Because so far he's been in one fight and he's already gotten maximum value.
Yeah, I was going to say, absolute value city on that swap for Zero Tenacity. EXO, a really, really solid push, almost to the very end of the map, but critically, Z10 stop them just short and leave that window for victory open here on this second round of Spider Islands. That's my question too, Dan. Is Exy going to stay on this Winter Soldier here? Of course, door's not open yet. Plenty of opportunity, and he's made some plays on Psylocke as well. Really been kind of the clutch for Zero Tenacity in this whole matchup, and definitely not the first or the last time we're going to be saying that about Exy on the Z10 squad. But we are ready here. Doors open for Zero Tenacity on the attack. EXO over onto defense, and some changes here and there. JT3 going to bring that Vanpool. Zatha on the Venom, and Alone Phil's going to go over to the Adam Warlock. So they're going to be looking for some reses here to buy some time.
Yeah, but Zero Tenacity, once they identify Alone Phil's is on the Adam Warlock, they know what they have to do. Play fast, eliminate Alone Phil's as soon as possible so that they don't have to worry about that Karmic Revival nullifying any sort of ultimate usage that Zero Tenacity wanted to go for. So Wendy already keeping that tempo up by burning away the BRB of Ace. So Songjak-woo needs to navigate some more of that space, look for another flank opportunity. But so far, Zero Tenacity, they have a lot of options to stave off this dive. Most notably, Wendy on the Luna Snow, teaming up with the White Fox of Creative. So lots of charms, lots of stuns. But the Banhammer coming in from JT3 is going to try to stall out the aggression. JT3, though, gets so dangerously low. But Zeta will find one, as JT3 will come out alive somehow, some way.
Zeta, unfortunately, gonna face the wrath of Soko on that Devil Dinosaur here, though Soko in a bit of trouble as well, as Exo gonna try to fight back. But yeah, it's kind of a battle of the Banhammers here. Marvel and JT3 both letting them fly, and Soko, again, in a little bit of trouble. Health bar is going low here. These guys like to play on the edge here, but Exo not able to find the stop just yet. Felix going overhead for a Rage of Ultron here, just to try and scramble Z10, buy themselves some time. 2:20 on the clock still. Z10, though, pretty solid push so far, about 3/4 of the way to that first checkpoint.
Soko barely missed out on the grab there. Not sure what exactly happened, but Zeta was able to use the symbiotic defense to keep himself sustained and was able to luckily get himself out to safety as he looks for another engagement in the backline. Lots of members of Zero Tenacity trying to peel away, and they do so successfully. Creative will find Zeta and burn away the BRB, but XO, they have access to that CYA, and now the calling card's going to be invested.
Gonna try to buff up that Black Cat. JT3 gonna find one onto Xe here. A lot of ults being committed to this one. Zeta and Songjak-woo landing KOs as well. Zero Tenacity melted down here. The Venom will find another one. Adam Warlock into the mix as well. Songjak-woo relentless there on the Black Cat, and just like that, full reset here for Z10. It was just a minute 30 on the clock. Damn, that defense looking really solid.
Alright, how in the world is Songjak-woo able to get away with that elimination? Just cheekily just dashes from the stairs where that mission vehicle is all the way into the doors of Z10 spawn. Crazy range. Songjak-woo is able to cleanly get the elimination, get himself out of there. Banhammer going to be used on Wendy, so Wendy needs to be a little bit careful, but at the very least, he's able to find Songjak-woo.
Yeah, did not stop firing at all underneath that Banhammer. Did go pretty low there, but Z10 gonna get right back in the driver's seat here. A minute left to go as they'll take down Ace on the Rocket Raccoon. That is Xe, and just like that, looking for checkpoint number 1 here.
Well, they need to make a move on XO, need to find an opportunity, and they just barely touch. Alone Phils does have the Karmic Revival, so if they need to, he can use it, but with everyone on XO going down so damn quickly, XO just never found an angle. Not even a Karmic Revival would have saved them there.
No, I mean, kind of a Hail Mary for them, and they walk right into the arms of Z10, waiting for that fight. 3 minutes on the clock now. Winter Soldier coming back onto the battlefield for Z10, but it's going to be Jerry picking him up this time, and damn, they're building some ult charge here.
Yep, lots of ultimates already online for Zero Tenacity, so if they go for another ult dump here, as long as they put Alone Phils in the crosshairs in that ultimate barrage, XO will not have a chance to come back. Felix does have Rage of Ultron, so Ultron could easily make space for XO1 with that ultimate, but JT3 is going to be the one to kick things off.
Yeah, it is all going to come down to whether or not they can stop
Xe.
the Karmic Revival, but Xe gonna look for the play, will find it onto Alone Phils, does have the Cocoon, I believe, so might be able to get up here. Z10 gonna have to be heads on a swivel here. They will fight right back, though. Felix finds Xe mid-air satellite there for XO on the ground. Wendy's got Fate of Both Worlds, and Jerry is on the move here. Cracking Impact will take down Zeta right away here, ready for the reset, but can't make the play here. It is gonna be a Karmic Revival from Alone now, so they are under that Adam Warlock umbrella here, and from the bridge will take down Jerry as well here. So XO managed to throw a wrench in Zero Tenacity's plans here.
That's a crazy Karmic Revival angle from Alone Phils. All the way up top of the temple, of all places. Hello? Soko was able to laser down JT3, burns away the BRB once again. Zeta's ultimate got canceled.
Shut down almost immediately there, back to 50%, but Ace with the CYA here trying to right the ship as they hit some rougher waters here, courtesy of Zero Tenacity. They're in full control of the mission vehicle, though. XO has been swarming that thing for a lot of this matchup here. Now it's another calling card from Songjak-woo. Look out for that Black Cat here. Cards on the table from XO, but Wendy, target practice here, taking down Songjak-woo and shuts down the calling card.
At the very least, Songjak-woo is able to be contained this time around. Songjak-woo could have easily let XO stabilize, and there's a chance that the stagger train could have kept on going. Zero Tenacity, however, will have access to the mission vehicle, is able to push it a little bit further. Felix is very close to utilizing the Rage of Ultron. They will do just that. JT3 does find the Banhammer onto someone, and with Zero Tenacity not having access to any of their ultimates means that they're gonna have to tuck tail and run just for this fight at the very least. So Zero Tenacity, all they need to do is poke and prod, wait for their ultimates to come online, but at the very least, XO are able to find some trades, some eliminations to make sure that XO will have the space that they need, so that if they're able to close hold, Zero Tenacity are gonna have to use some of those ultimates if they want access to the mission vehicle.
Yeah, very quickly here, Zero Tenacity running out of ground to stand on. This has been quite the grind for them on offense, and now that clock, 10 seconds left to go here. Zero Tenacity close to a Kumio Unleashed, but not a lot of ults. And Satan's ult shut down again, keeping that Venom on the lock here. Big plays for Zero Tenacity. Marvel will get through the BRB one more time here. XC's got Dance of the Butterflies ready to go. EXO have no tools here on the table to try and play here under overtime. Z10 holding all the cards here. Kraken Impact for Jerry gonna be online soon as well, and Marvel so far forward here. There is the Banhammer coming out, and there is that Cutterfly from Exy. Gonna find some damage here. Marvel gets the headshot. Exy will take down on Lone Fills, looking for that backline yet again here, but JT3 makes the stop onto Psylocke. Kraken Impact from Jerry as well here. They've lost just a couple seconds of overtime, but one by one, the members of EXO goes down, and there it is, the Karmic Revival getting the team back up and back into this brawl here. Underneath that Kumio from Creative, triple kill from Jerry on that Karmic Revival, and just a couple more meters left to go here, but they can't find a way to close it out.
Oh, Karmic Revival came in clutch from Alone Fills, but there is no option other than that. Zero Tenacity just stamp out EXO once again, but this time it's Jerry running the Winter Soldier, and that Kraken Impact is just gonna haunt the rest of EXO as they were so close in getting the hold down, but again, Karmic Revival was the only win condition for EXO. They had nothing after that.
Yeah, and that's kind of the question here for EXO now. They didn't have anything going into that fight, but they've got a couple things online for this next one, and they've just got to try and hold for 60 seconds here. So looking at Sungajruk Wu, got to get that calling card moving here, but it's Soko on that Devil Beast Rampage. Marvel finding a pick early onto Zatha in this fight. It is a little bit of trouble, but the Rage of Ultron overhead from Felix getting the team back up to full health here and trying to buy themselves a little bit more time, holding on to those ults until they absolutely need them here. Felix and Jerry will trade back and forth here, but now Whitney over on the Rockets got BRB. Jerry taking down Sungajruk Wu early as well, still holding the calling card. Not looking good here at the very end for EXO.
EXO needed to prevent themselves from getting staggered even more. Marvel is doing a great job at disrupting the backline throughout this entirety of this round 2. And Sungajruk Wu with this calling card. Alone Fills is staying on the Adam Warlock. Not sure if that's the correct play here. JT3 is going to try to disrupt the backline with that Banhammer. Sungajruk Wu is going to do even more damage with the calling card, but he's getting taken down. Dude, just a huge Groot ultimate. Everyone at XL capitalize.
Yeah, this could be it here. Strangling Prison is so massive for EXO. Creative goes down as well. Marvel the last one standing, and it's a matter of time before they are taken down. They're going to get the Strange Portal here. Soko going to try to open it up, but I think it's too late. EXO will close it out here. They find the stop, and we are going to map number 3. I cannot believe it at the last second.
Zatha comes up insane with that Groot ultimate. The Strangling Prison just catches out, what was it? I think it was like 4 or 5 members of Zero Tenacity. Everyone on the XO just dogpile right on Zero Tenacity, and with everyone going down at the exact same time, there was no chance for anyone to swap to a Doctor Strange to get a portal going in time. And XO have to rely on Zatha to get the clutch ultimate down, and just that one fight was all it took for Zero Tenacity to lose out in a 2-0. And now we go to map number 3. We touted this as one of the bangers tonight here in day 1 of Stage 1 Asia, and so far we have gotten just that.
Yeah, I mean, undoubtedly a main event caliber match here, happening so early on in the group stage, and they're gonna deliver on it, give you all 3 maps of that matchup. But the scoreboard does not lie here, and it tells you the story of just how close this matchup was. Zero Tenacity edging out EXO in the numbers game. You know, XC 17 finals, Jerry 16, more than Felix, more than Alone, more than anybody on EXO, but they find the way to close it out here. And like you said, Dan, it's on the back of a beautiful full wipe. No stagger, because a stagger would have given him the opportunity to throw down that strange portal and get back there. Props to Soko. I mean, moving as fast as he possibly can. Just not enough time in the world for them to get back on that cart. And by the skin of their teeth, EXO improved from their preseason matchup against Z10. That was a 2-0 for Zero Tenacity, and now it is uncharted waters here as EXO puts Z10 on the back foot.
Ooh, now we go into convergence. Zero Tenacity do have the choice here in terms of which convergence map we go to this time. Or Manhattan is one of those convergence maps, so surely that will be in consideration when it comes to that third and final map. But oh my god, Zero Tenacity, they look in form. They look really good. But XO just needed one fight. They won that one fight. Zero Tenacity kind of just ran out of steam. As soon as that Groot ultimate went down, Zero Tenacity just didn't have enough of a response to try to shut it down. And now the ball is in Zero Tenacity's court. There is a chance that Zero Tenacity didn't expect XO to come out with a map here in this series. Can they pick up the pieces in map number 3? Can they finish out at the very least in map number 3? We'll see if XO could easily shut that down. We'll go into a break because, oh my god, we're set up for an absolute banger.
Small fortune.
You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Well, okay. Or should I say, flip it back. XOXO, go hands. They're here to scrap. They're here to take points off the board against Z10. You kidding me? What a cinematic experience. Now, we're gonna unpack it. We're gonna really just rewind the clock here a little bit. How did they take this one? Okay, so one, map. Let's start with the map. The map, they changed the game. They took away comfort maps, museum contemplation. No. They don't want to go to Araco either. They said, let's go to a map that we feel like we might be able to change on. Then, when we talk about the band draft here, they immediately said, we're going to build to a triple strategist bomb. However, a little bit unique, because triple strategist with the new, glorious, very ready to destroy your backline Black Cat. So they got the Black Cat there as the solo focus for Song Joku to go carry hard on. They also took out 2 duelist picks in the ban phase. They took out the Star-Lord and they took out the Phoenix, which nullifies so much mid-fight presence, so much power that they could have brought, which meant they constantly had to go on an alt rotation to stop their momentum. Z10 had good pushing power, but as you lads mentioned, they couldn't slow EXO down enough. Even if they had their hero moments, even if they had the big cracking impacts, it didn't matter. But then, you know, just let's talk about the reality. Let's talk about what really grounded it. Zitha, the Groot, insane Groot. Come on now.
I believe it was a 5-man Groot ult. Absolute cinema we're getting here in this first 2 maps. It was really close, down to the wire both times. XO literally just had that clutch factor in them. Zero Tenacity had 1 or 2 clutch moments, but XO had the biggest clutch. Zeta, Groot. And it just felt like Zero Tenacity maybe didn't realize, hey, that's a Grid Ultimate coming online soon. Maybe we should spread out a little bit, but as soon as they had that thought, it was too little too late. And Zero Tenacity also, keep in mind, swapped out Baser, put in Creative. So I'm still wondering why they put Creative in this time around. Maybe to try to throw EXO off guard a little bit. But EXO, you talked about it, Liger, right? Using those bans to take away the Phoenix and the Star-Lord meant that Zero Tenacity had to go a little bit more of that pseudo dive. That front to back was a little bit more weakened, and you saw that as Zero Tenacity had to think about it. Do we rely on the Bucky for more damage, or do we rely on the Elsa Bloodstone for more damage? And Zero Tenacity at one point just ran dive with the Psylocke and the Daredevil.
Definitely. I mean, we're trying to unpack this. We're trying to figure it out. But the beautiful thing is here, we don't need to. Why? Because these teams are going to grace us with a third map. We're going to get that glorious, final map. Curious to see what it'll be. Curious to see if, maybe we do the swap again. Maybe we bring Laser back. We don't know what Z10 want to do. Or if XOXO want to switch it up a little bit, we'll see what they want to run with. But again, I want to unpack something. Diatonic. The triple strategist comp. That spiced things up. That really changed things up, because we thought, okay, maybe they don't have much firepower in the front line. Nah, Adam Ultron is insane firepower. It was consistent, it kept them alive, and let's just talk about it. Karmic Revival on lock right there. Just literally in a map like that, having it, knowing how intricate it is to get back from spawn, knowing where the map plays, knowing where the corridors are, the hide in all those dojos, like it was literally built for them. It's as if finally we see a team pick a map, apply a game plan, execute, and profit. It's been a while since we've seen that. I like that XOXO have actual fully realized game plans that they can bring to play.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they did everything by their playbook here. You can see it kind of laid out before you. It felt like all along they kind of knew, hey, we might be a little bit behind when we go over onto defense, right? Z10 is going to take some fight wins. They're going to get some room. But, by the end of checkpoint 1, I was saying to myself, wow, that timer is a lot lower than I would have expected. And you mentioned the triple strategist, right? And EXO took some notes from map 1 because Z10 brought that triple strat to bear there on map number 1. Very helpful. A lot of sustained power from them, played through a lot of fights that I thought EXO might have had a chance in had they not had all that healing at their disposal. But like you said, the Adam Warlock, insane Karmic Revivals on the top of the temple right before checkpoint 2, an angle I've never seen for an Adam res before. But of course, can't overlook the rocket as well. I mean, they had to burn through that BRB every single fight. It was just one more way that EXO were buying themselves time. They said, hey, we didn't clear the map, but we're like 10-15 meters short of checkpoint 3. If we just eat away every single fight, find opportunities to waste away that time, we will walk away with it. And of course, closed out by Zaytha on that insane ult at the end. A nice little bow on top of, like we said, that finally delivered gameplay on Spider Island.
Oh, I'm so excited for map 3. I'm so hyped. This is what we wanted. This we talked about, right? This could be the match of the night. And so far, it's living up to the hype. I'm all for it. This is insane. XO coming in with roster changes, having to figure out the Rester problem, right? He had to leave to go to Kanga. XO needed to find a way to help remedy that void left by Rester, and it was Ace going over from the Vanguard to the strategist position, a position that he's played before. Keep in mind, EXO really like to throw the roles out the window. It just feels like all of these players can play all different kinds of roles, different kinds of heroes. Most notably, Alone Phillips. He's been the most flexible of all of the XO1 players.
I mean, we've seen it, haven't we, guys? From stage 1 across the regions, we've noticed these specialists, these one tricks, they're getting walled off, they're getting banned out. And as Ignite evolves, that's going to be more the case. You need to build diversity, you need to build flexibility, you need to turn your team into the Flex Demons. You need to be able to show that our roles aren't locked, and you got to play to the advantage of the game structuring like that. We have duelists out here delivering on the Jeff, on the Adam, on the Ultron. We have people out here flexing from duelist to Magneto even, to switch it up, to allow, for example, a Vanguard who may be a dive enthusiast Vanguard, like a Venom or a Cat player, bring out the Black Cat. or potentially go to the Dino solo to enable double duelists with triple strategist. And it works because the Dino is such a meat shield. He can sustain all that damage with the strat supporting, with allowing them to bring that sustain and bring that firepower. So we're going to see now in this third matchup, everybody, how it's going to unfold between these two teams, between Z10 and XOXO. Right now, 1-1 aboard, both teams showing up a big performance here. XOXO had a really good showing in map 1, but Z10 took him out. But XOXO had the number of Z10 here in Spider Islands, but Z10 still showed firepower and energy. And the thing is now, we might see them kick it up a notch here as we're taking it to Central Park.
Yeah, love this one. We've seen some insanely close fights on Central Park, especially out of Oceania. A couple of very close calls there. So no doubt with how these teams are just trading back and forth here, we're going to see knockdown, drag out action here on Central Park. And, you know, Liger, I'm glad you brought it up, right? You were talking about how a lot of these players are specializing in those kind of intersectional heroes where they work well if you're a Vanguard or a duelist player or a duelist and a strategist player. You know, there's another team we saw a lot of that from here in Stage 1, and that was Gen G, the #1 team in OCE, trading roles left and right. So EXO kind of imitating the top team out of Oceania. You love to see it, and if anyone's gonna do it, it would be a team like XOXO01.
I mean, XOXO1, they love to dive, and they have tried to do it to the best of their ability, and Sungjuk Woo will get access to the Black Cat once again. Instead of taking away the Dino, EXO will realize that, hey, maybe banning Gambit might actually be the play. Z10, however, will first save the Phoenix. So adapting from what they saw in map number 2, EXO used their second and third bans on the Star-Lord and the Phoenix. So at the very least, Zero Tenacity, if they need to, can rebound to that front and back style play. EXO will actually find a way to seize this opportunity to take away the Devil Dino.
Yeah, big opening for them here. It's a big ban. I like it a lot. Not just because Devil Dino is big himself, but, you know, a very powerful hero, like you guys were talking about, you know, can soak the amount of damage that 2 Vanguards might do on your team. And they know that Zero Tenacity has played that triple strategist in the past. They don't want to set themselves up to face 2 duelists, 3 strategists. So I like the play here for sure. They do, EXO bans out the Mantis here, but Z10 doesn't take the Mantis ban quite yet. They did that already. They're going to take out Cap here and save Luna Snow for themselves. So they've really favored the Luna here in the back half of this series. I like the change-ups from both sides of the board here, and EXO gonna lock in that Black Cat one-sided here. I really like this for EXO.
Oh yeah, EXO have so many different opportunities, right? Z10, they have taken away some options that help enable the Black Cat on EXO by taking away the Captain America. So if EXO really want to go for the dive, they're gonna have to resort to either the Deadpool or the Venom here. And Z10 have not touched the Devil Dino, so EXO, if Z10 don't use their last ban on the Devil Dinosaur, EXO will be able to secure it one-sided. Z10 are thinking about taking away this Ultron that has been working out so well on the side of EXO's camp. And with that Rage of Ultron being gone, EXO are going to have to find different ways to make space. But with that Phoenix save being on for Zero Tenacity, that Rocket Raccoon emphasis might go down a notch or 2.
Yeah, definitely not as safe to run Rocket here. I like the Phoenix save. I love the Phoenix save for Z10 here. One of the saving graces for the draft, but I think EXO walk away with this one pretty big here. Like you said, they're going to get that one-sided Devil Dino as Z10 did not ban it out, and then of course they saved the Black Cat for themselves. So the game's newest heroes, 2 of the most powerful ones right now, definitely at the top of the tier list, are both in the hands of XOXO01 one-sided. So I think that is huge. But again, you know, Phoenix save for Zero Tenacity, of course, probably going to be an XE play here, and we've seen that Phoenix before, and now so powerful here in Season 8. No doubt that's going to be a game changer for them. So Z10 not out of the race here, but you know, I'll at least make the argument. I think EXO walk away with a pretty big win in draft.
There's a chance, as EXO are still experimenting with what they want to roll out on. Zeta's thinking about running the Doctor Strange to give high ground opportunities, or at the very least give EXO some space to work with, because as soon as they jump out that portal, they may use it to get some sort of room, but no, they're just going to walk it down Main Street for now, as Zero Tenacity, looking at their composition, they've got the Rocket Raccoon, so they will have access to the BRB, so if anyone on Zero Tenacity either overheat or get picked apart, they will have something to rely on.
Yeah, and EXO saw the writing on the wall. Not going to bring the rocket to bear just yet, as they know XC Phoenix going to hunt down those CYAs around every corner. But this is the decider here. Central Park, map number 3 for Zero Tenacity and EXO. A win for EXO here would be a massive statement to start things off here. JT3 starting it off, though. 1 KO onto Soko. That BRB is already gone. They'll take down Marvel on the Groot as well. And it is an avalanche from frame 1 here for EXO. They'll at least get 1 tick here.
Ooh, great Mento Fish coming in from Sungjak Woo, limiting the mobility on the side of C10. XZ is able to laser down a lone fill, so that's a huge 1v1 win for XZ as Sungjak Woo tries to buy a little more time, but Black Cat in a small room usually spells disaster. XO1 are gonna get up to the second a tick here in that first zone as Marvel does invest in the portal on the side of Zero Tenacity, so at the very least, EXO can just back away, wait to stack up their ultimates on their end. With Zero Tenacity, keep in mind, they have ways to burst through it, most notably Wendy with the CYA, stacking it with the Ensong Inferno right here.
Yeah, but it's going to be all gas from EXO again. No overhead XC on the Insong Inferno spells the end for this push from EXO. They're going all the way back to square number 1 here on the back of just that buffed up Phoenix. All insane stuff. Woo.
I am at a loss for words. I had a feeling Ace would just get bursted, but I didn't realize the entire backline of EXO just getting blown up. XC with a huge 3-man Ensong Inferno crashes out half of EXO, so now Zero Tenacity get a huge boost of opportunity in terms of ultimate economy. Sungjak Woo gonna try to disrupt the backline. It does draw out Soko's Psionic Seduction, catches out Felix, so he's gonna be taken down. That's gonna be no Fate of Both Worlds available. Olymphos is gonna use that Ensong Inferno, but Zeta is there to bail him out, at the very least try to do something out of nothing, but a great wall coming in from Soko as well to just isolate Zeta, but he still stands tall.
Yeah, Soko on point there, gets that Psionic Seduction movement, creates a lot of uncertainty for EXO. They don't have a lot of room to breathe here, but they will play right on through, almost able, and there it is.
Right.
They do make checkpoint number 1 here. It is going to be a bit of a trade back and forth, burning through another BRB from Zero Tenacity, but EXO now breaking on through, 3:30 on the clock, and Ace on a roll here, taking down Marvel on the Doctor Strange, still holding the Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, I was a little scared for EXO. I thought they would not be able to secure the point. Felix going down to the hands of Soko because of that Psionic Seduction meant that EXO just didn't have any more strat ultimates to rely on. But Zero Tenacity will have to concede off of some clutch plays from Zeta, making sure that he's buying enough time for the rest of EXO to come back, and then alone fills from an off angle. Maybe it was an off angle, maybe it was just in main, but nonetheless, he was able to find that crucial pick. Calling card is active on Sungjak Woo. Zero Tenacity have no response other than Wendy with that CYA, but at the very least, Sungjak Woo is contained.
Yeah, they do manage to walk away with the least amount of damage they probably could here. Zeta taking down Marvel. Gotta respect that Flora Colossus here as they have seen what he is capable of. CYA from Wendy now. Felix gonna respond in kind though with Fate of Both Worlds. EXO still trying to keep this thing moving. 2:30 on the clock as Jerry gonna let the devil out, but in the background, Zeta will find one onto Soko, so Emma Frost out of the picture here, and so is Jerry.
Wow.
Zeta on the move on Groot here. Quadra KO yet again, and becoming a hero for this EXO squad as all of Zero Tenacity out of the way here. Portal not off a cooldown yet, and EXO pretty much guaranteed to get checkpoint number 2.
Ooh, nifty little baby portal from Sungjak Woo to zone away the rest of Z10 there, but Zeta coming up clutch again. He came out clutch to make sure EXO come out with a win in map number 2. Now in map number 3, he's looking to do just that. Second checkpoint already unlocked for EXO. With 3.5 minutes, that is plenty of time to try to navigate to the top of these stairs, get right in front of Dracula's throne, and complete the full push. But now, this is going to be a difficult push, I feel like, for EXO. There's a lot of environmental KO potential right at the stairs. JT3 could easily grab someone off the edge, but Zero Tenacity do have a few of those environmental KOs of their own as well, with Soko with a good crystal kick. But Felix taking down Jerry is going to allow EXO to keep on moving forward. Soko's going to try to stunt it though.
Yeah, gets the Sonic Seduction
whoa.
moving, but Marvel walking off the edge. Did he get Dino Dunked? I missed it there, but that's one more member of Z10 out the fight here as EXO are sprinting up the staircase of doom here. They've got the ult advantage on the move. JT3 leading the charge on the Dinosaur, and Alone looking for a bit of an angle there in the back rooms on that Phoenix. There's the Insong Inferno, though, to buy some time as he goes down super low here, gets some damage, but Soko on the move as well. Nice roundhouse kick from Emma Frost here with just 3 meters for EXO to go here. They are going to be stopped dead in their tracks as Exy will take down Sungjuk Woo as well.
Hey, even if EXO aren't able to complete the full push, this is still a very, very great push for EXO. You don't have to go for the third point. All that does is secure overtime. Maybe extra innings could bail you out in some situations, but Zero Tenacity, however, ooh, it's gonna get a little bit close here. EXO do have a lot of ultimates. Sungjuk could easily draw out any sort of ultimates on the side of Zero Tenacity. Maybe the Ensong Inferno, maybe Creative on that White Fox ultimate, but when he lasers down Sungjuk Woo, Felix is gonna use the Fate of Both Worlds, but at the very least, Zero Tenacity will come out on top here with a one-man advantage. Oh my god.
Beautiful. Oh, there's another strangling prison again. You gotta watch the Flora Colossus here. Alone Phils will capitalize, taking down Exy in the Phoenix v Phoenix match. But you are right, good shots from Wendy to take down that calling card, but it only bought them a few seconds here. Sungjuk Woo back on the scene. JT3 as well, stomping through everyone on the side of Zero Tenacity. Exy the only one, and he can't even escape from Sungjuk Woo's Black Cat. 60 seconds left to go, and EXO gonna push this thing over the finish line. They will close it out all the way to Dracula's throne room and have at least made it, so they're gonna have to go to extra rounds. Otherwise, EXO standing on the verge of a series win.
All right, what the hell did EXO feed their Vanguards? Because my god, both of them are clutching so hard. I mean, it didn't look like a clutch for JT3, but that multi-KO with the Devil Beast Rampage was absolutely perfect. No one on Zero Tenacity was able to match the aggression coming out of XOXO1. This is their playstyle. This is how they play on the daily. Go in, get in your face, try to draw out some of those cooldowns that you're trying to save up, and once you use them all, EXO strike once more, and they all go down. Zero Tenacity just could not match the aggression. We saw them match the tempo in the first maps, a little bit in the second map as well, making sure that if they want to stay alive in these maps, they just have to, at the very least, match the tempo of XOXO1. But right there, it just felt like as soon as EXO got control of that second checkpoint, EXO didn't look back. They just went right in Zero Tenacity's face. There was nothing Zero Tenacity could do. There were a few options. There were a few opportunities at times, especially with Soko on the Emma Frost, but it was just not enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you're saying, you know, EXO is a team that you have to match tempo with. You have to play their game. And unfortunately, for a lot of teams that cross their path, they are the best at playing the way that they do. And Zero Tenacity is taking the full brunt of it here, as now a minute 4 in the time bank for EXO. Z10 are going to have to make this thing all the way to Dracula's lair if they want to stay alive in this series here. But both of these teams looking so good, so clean, delivering the cinema that we were hoping for.
Sungjuk Woo doing a bit of work, stacking up that gold, making sure that he has some fat pockets to use whatever gadget he wants to use. Maybe the crown, maybe the flame orb. He's already used both to try to reposition around the map. And he's doing even more work, trying to find an opportunity to disrupt the backline of Zero Tenacity, because right now is probably the perfect time for Sungjuk Woo to go for some sort of backline access while none of them have their ultimates ready to go. Alone Phils is on the off angle, lasering down players as Marvel is caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, you know Z10 are going to get close together here as they go through that choke here, and that's going to be prime spark territory for that Phoenix here. One by one, Z10 melted down here. Sungjuk Woo finding one on the Black Cat. Alone Phil's making sure nobody can escape without appearing in that KO feed. And just like that, a minute 15 off the clock for Z10, and EXO looking good here on defense.
Adjustments coming in from Zero Tenacity. Wendy now on the Invisible Woman. Maybe to try to isolate someone on XOXO01. Maybe try to catch some Wu trying to escape with the Force Physics pull. Creative on the White Fox as well to try to charm up anyone that gets a little too close to Z10's backline. So Wu gets taken down low, but he's able to reposition. Everyone on XOXO01, they still have ultimates ready to go now, as both Ace and Felix do have access to their strat ultimates. Another great Strangling Prison, but this time there is counterplay with Wendy on the invisible boundary.
Yeah, instant response from Wendy, getting the team an umbrella to stand under while that Strangling Prison does its thing. Alone Phil's going for the Insong Inferno, but no good. And now it's Marvel's turn here. Strangling Prison onto EXO, but Felix has the response, though taken down right through the Fate of Both Worlds here. Now it's up to the rest of EXO to try and battle back, and that they will. JT3 Double Beast Rampage, and it's a Kumio Unleashed as well for Ace here, putting in some work and clearing the way where EXO take a little bit of damage. Z10 fully on their back now, and just a minute and 30 left to go. What a response from EXO.
That was probably Zero Tenacious's best chance of getting that first checkpoint. That was a great Strangling Prison from Marvel to try to burst through the Fate of Both Worlds, and he does so there. Zero Tenacia could have easily wiped out the rest of EXO, but Zeta again coming up huge, getting those eliminations, as Song Wu knows that Zero Tenacia have no options, have no way to come back, but at the very least, the calling card only gets one. Xy's there to trade.
Yeah, trading 1 for 1, though they do get the Luna Snow, so a nice pickup. Soko going for the Psionic Seduction, goes a little bit low, but Creative able to keep him alive here. Freeze on to Jerry, but he's going to be able to let the devil out and shut right back down by Ace onto that White Fox. Under 45 seconds left to go now for Z10, and they're losing bodies. Creative, though, in the mix, will take down Zeta, one of those massive threats, and Soko finding the other Vanguard for EXO here at the last minute, looking like a breakthrough for Z10.
Yeah, I don't think EXO are going to be able to touch here. Not even the portal will save them. Zero Tenacity just barely are able to secure the first checkpoint with about 30 seconds left on the timer. But now with 2.5 minutes more, Zero Tenacity need to make a lot of work done quickly, because right now with 3 minutes on the clock, it's not enough time. Sungjuk will even switch over to the Spider-Man to try to touch onto site, but Zeta coming up huge again.
And Felix on cleanup duty on the Luna Snow, getting a double KO. JT3 in there as well, hunting down Soko. The laser beam finishing him off here. We'll go after Marvel as well, over onto the cap before he can get that freedom charge off. Won't be able to make it, but EXO biting back right through the door of checkpoint number 2.
Zero Tenacity just cannot catch a break from Zeta. These Groot ultimates have been banger after banger after banger. Sungjuk Woo even finding a way to upcut Jerry. So this stall potential, this spawn hold is looking likely for XOXO01. They're gonna have to find ways to break through. Zero Tenacity, I'm looking at Marvel with the freedom charge. That's gonna be one of those options, but with Alone Phil's taking down Soko, Zero Tenacity might just have to regroup for just a few more seconds. Jerry thankfully is able to zone away Alone Phil's, but he gets going right back on the rooftop. Sungjuk Woo providing a lot of that disruption as well, getting closer and closer to that spectacular spin means that XOXO1, if they see Zero Tenacity get a little bit aggressive, there will be counterplay. Great shot from Alone Phil's.
God, Jerry thought he would take the 1v1 here, but couldn't even touch the Phoenix here. X will find one onto Sungjuk Woo. There's the Fate of Both Worlds from Felix as well. EXO gonna try to commit a little bit more to this fight as the time ticking down, but a double headshot onto Alone Phil's from Exy here, the star for Z10. Not quite ready to give this one up. Wendy finding one off the freeze as well. Merciless here, Z10, but now the issue is just 60 seconds for them to try and get to checkpoint number 2.
Great awareness coming from Exy, realizes where Alone Phil's will re-peak that angle, was ready for Alone Phil's for the peak, and was able to shut him down instantly. So that's a little bit of room for Zero Tenacity. Great map awareness coming in from Exy as well. In the heat of the moment, very, very difficult to pull off, but Zero Tenacity with a lot of those strategist ultimates at the ready means that they should be able to outlast what EXO are going to throw at them. But Zeta, look at him with that Strangling Prison, because so far Zero Tenacity have found no ways to counter it.
Yeah, they know that that Strangling Prison is coming their way, especially if they took down Windy before that Fate of Both Worlds, but it is good. All the ults from EXO online. Insong Inferno from Alone Fills will break right on through, taking down the Luna Snow here. 15 seconds left to go. Creative goes for the Kumiho Unleashed, but is shut down. There's that calling card from Sung Juk Woo. One last call to dial out here to Zero Tenacity. One by one, they are battling back. It is a dead heat between the two of them. Marvel and Soko, the Vanguards for Z10, stepping up in a big way here as we go into overtime, and it's Soko again, double KO there onto the Emma Frost. Sung Juk Woo over onto the Doctor Strange to try and stop him, and if they win this overtime fight, it is over.
We'll see about that. EXO have no ultimates coming into this final fight. It's going to be up to Felix if he's able to get the Fate of Both Worlds in time. 90% and counting. EXO have to rely on this dance floor, or else this fight will be over.
Yeah, trying so hard to use the Strange Shield there to block everything, and there's the Fate. They do manage to make it happen here, and everyone from EXO standing tall on this point here, but Z10, of course, not throwing in the towel just yet. Overtime ticking away, though, just a second or two left. Exy and Sung Juk Woo will trade double KO there for the Phoenix on the side of Zero Tenacity. Big comeback play here. JT3's got another Devil Beast Rampage ready to go, and Z10 have no answers here. Damage coming through. They will find Jerry. JT3 makes a big chomp out of Daredevil here. Marvel so low and will go down, and that's all she wrote there. EXO upset Zero Tenacity in a map 3 heater.
This is only the second best of 3. We already got an upset. What in the world is this? EXO. Holy crap. It all came down to clutches there. Zeta rightfully gets the MVP. How many times you pull off a multi-man Groot ult and get so many of those eliminations off of that? EXO. Although the eliminations may not have been flashy, it may not have been the greatest, but it did come at the perfect moment. That's been the story, at least over in map 2 and now here in map 3. Sometimes it's not just one person 1v9ing the entire lobby. It's gonna be all 6 members of EXO doing their part, knowing what they need to do in order to overcome Zero Tenacity. And Zero Tenacity, my god, surely they are stunned by that loss.
Every single member of this EXO roster is a threat at all times. There is no point in which you can really take your eyes off of one member. And there are definitely some shining moments for a couple players. Zaytha, of course, being a massive hero to this EXO team in this matchup. But it is every single member putting in the work, and the scoreboard shows it. I mean, EXO walks away with almost all of the medals here, topping almost everything except for damage. That goes to XC 42k on the Phoenix, but that is one of the few saving graces for Z10 in this match, which going out of that draft phase, something I pointed out was the Phoenix is going to be big for them for sure. And it was, but not big enough to stop EXO-01. Not big enough to stop these Groot ultimates. Not big enough to stop the Dino Jaws from JT3. I mean, almost every single member of this roster coming up big. But really, like we've already highlighted, it is the Vanguards for EXO that truly lead the way here. Duelists, of course, on some cleanup duty as well, but beautiful, beautiful performance here from EXO. And guys, like you said, this is only the second match of this stage for Asia. Day 1, match number 2.
Liger, how are you not losing your mind right now? You look so calm. You look so nonchalant right now.
The reality is we're gonna rewind. You know, when you have a one-sided Black Cat and a one-sided Devil Dinosaur in this patch, come on. With a Groot like that, it's insane. I mean, right now, EXO, they're on fire. They got momentum, they're doing an upset, they've come in strong, they've changed up their roster a bit, and they've adapted to the current environment of Pacific Asia. And they're getting value. Right? They've invested, they got the dividends. That's the question. But here's the question now. Okay, EXO have officially installed themselves into the top tier, you know, little trio sort of a battle going on for top of Ignite Asia right now. The question is, next week, they face off against Reject.
We'll see.
That's a big match.
Right now, EXO are definitely in the conversation of at least being the top 3 in all of Asia in Ignite. Because we talked about it, right? We were thinking, Pirates are gone. They were the ones that occupied that 3rd place spot. Now Pirates are gone. The Burgers that won MRC7 now take their spot. Who takes that 3rd place now? That void has been left wide open. It's going to be a power struggle between now we thought about it. Could it be Triple AD? Could it be XOXO01? Could it be some other team that could come out on top? But right now, XOXO1 have made a huge statement in this series at the very least. And it's a matter of if they're able to keep that momentum, right? Can XOXO1 keep this momentum, really? Stay on fire throughout the entirety of the group stage, because remember, back in preseason, they got a huge win against Triple AD at the start of preseason, but as the group stage went on, it felt like they got outclassed by like the top teams, because back then, they got outclassed by Reject, they got outclassed by, what was it, Zero Tenacity as well. So, is this early game XOXO1, or are they playing for the late game?
Well, let's ask. We're gonna have an interview now with Song Jok-woo, and we're gonna investigate. Let's investigate. Let's find out, shall we? Welcome in, Song Jok-woo.
Hello. Bro is so happy. I feel like this is the most amount of emotion we've seen out of Song Jok-woo. I mean, we can start right there, right? How do you feel? Because Zero Tenacity, second place in Ignite in preseason. Now you just beat them. So how are you guys feeling?
Yeah, of course, feeling very good. Like, to be honest, I don't think we're gonna beat them. Like, of course, they're like on a top team, and we just like, I know we always under them, but right now we beat them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, I was going to say, it's a really tough opening matchup, you know, of the two possible ones, you get number 2 and take them down. So definitely making a case for yourselves to be in the mix at the top. You know, almost every single member of the team coming through, making clutch plays in some situation. It's a hard pick. It's a hard question to ask, but is there somebody you point to on this team as kind of like the carry here, or who had the most standout performance of the standout performances?
Yeah, for today, I think it's Seda, bro. Shout out to Seda. With his big good ult, like always save us from like losing the game. Yeah.
Right out. Absolute legendary performance on the group, on the main Vanguard. That can Zeta. That is good to see. Now, how's the team feeling right now? How are you guys feeling after taking this team down? And at the same time, how are you guys feeling knowing that maybe the next big challenge for you guys might be Reject next week, to see if you really are at the top of Asia now?
Yeah, like we're really happy about this win, and we're looking forward to win like every team, I guess. Like, because right now Pirates is gone. There's only like, we're looking for like a Reject to beat Reject, and I think only Reject that we're looking for, I think. Yeah.
And I got another question, right? You did bring in a coach. It's Dobby. Dobby used to be on the Reject roster. How has he fit in with the team, right? If I remember correctly, you guys really didn't have a coach until now. How has Dobby been helping you guys out in figuring out this sort of playstyle that you've been working on throughout, like, what, the whole past year and a half now?
Yeah, he been helping us a lot with auto replay, auto pick bans, and the comms. Like, he's really help us a lot. Like, from before this, like you said, like we have no coach, like we have to do everything ourselves. And right now, yeah, here comes Dobby, save us from losing the game.
Yeah, I mean,
honestly, you guys, wow, the ban philosophy is crazy, I have to say.
Oh yeah, the ban draft did go really well. I won't lie, you guys made some really interesting approaches, especially in map number 2, taking away the Phoenix and the Star-Lord. Was that planned at the start for you guys when you went into that ban draft in map 2?
Yeah, that 2 character is like the X is like most like she's really good with those 2, so we have to get rid of it. So yeah, that's what we planned it.
Yeah, I mean, the drafts looked amazing here. You guys got so much potential coming into the battlefield before you even hit boots on the ground, so love to see that. I guess kind of, you know, this win definitely puts you guys on a trajectory. You know, the top 6 teams are going on to those Pacific playoffs where you're going to finally cross paths with those OCE teams. I gotta ask, how do you feel about those matchups between like Gen G or the Chiefs, the 2 teams from OCE and playoffs? You guys feel good about the cross-region play now?
Yeah, we feel good about a cross region, but like there will be some like little ping issue thing that's like sometimes like more than 100 ping I cannot play DD, but yeah, I feel good.
Nice.
Well, that's fair. We will find out how those specific playoffs go off. But for you to be able to qualify into them, you still have 2 big matches tomorrow as well. You're going to be facing Loyalty and RVL. So we're going to let you head off and go with your team and rest. Get a good night's rest and prepare yourself for a big day tomorrow. Best of luck to you, Songjok Woo, and to XOXO.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Holy
You're locked in
moly.
more than ever. They're feeling good, man. They're feeling good right now. It's the best feeling.
You could
Seeing
tell. You can tell. You can tell. Usually when Songjok, usually when we interview Songjok Woo, he is calm. He does not show much emotion. There, yeah, you can tell the entire team is hype. You can tell they're all ecstatic about getting a huge win against 0-0 Tenacity. Oh my god.
In esports, it's one of the greatest things when you get that coach, you finally unpack your team's issues, your solutions, your advantages, disadvantages, all of that slapped together. You finally go into a match, execute the game plan, and walk away not just with a clean victory like, oh, okay, we were built for this. No, with a hard-fought victory against a tough opponent like Z10. Z10 are crazy good. For them to get that, this is a big morale boost, a big maybe ego boost. We'll find out as they have 2 matches tomorrow, of course, and many more to come. And next week, the big behemoths of Reject they got to face as well. So before all that, we're going to go to a quick break and we're going to be back with the next matchup.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Light shine on my window frame. On a boat to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, oh. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock it. Oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. All eyes on us. We're dancing under moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide. Right through the starlights. 차가운 공기속을 relax. 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This time switching to flight mode. Fly. Burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. 올라가. This time switching to flight mode. 올라가 계속 높이 fly away. 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임. 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나. 그 끝을 몰아서 run 이밤 위로 flight mode. We're dancing under moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. This time switching to flight mode. Burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. This time switching to flight
small fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite here in the Pacific region, representing Asia. We are here today talking about the gaming, casting the gaming, hosting all the madness, witnessing the biggest plays there are across your gameplay screens, across whatever method that you are watching, and of course witnessing the big strangling prisms from the Groots out there and the big Kraken impacts, and maybe cashing in with Black Cat, doing all the above. Tell me, Dad. Tell me, Dad.
I'll say, I hope everyone is watching Ignite in the game, because if you're not, you're missing out on a chance to edit your predictions. And if you put XOXO1 down a little too low, maybe you want to fix that. I'm just saying, you should boot up the game right now if you're not doing that. Watch in game. I think for at least 15 minutes, and you're able to get access to two chances to edit your predictions. So yeah, you might want to do that if you really want that all-seeing oracle. I think I put EXO at third. That's just me though. I don't know if anyone else put them up that high, but I'm looking pretty confident in terms of if EXO are able to fill the void that the Pirates left behind.
They have really made it a task and a half to figure out how to predict this group stage. So thanks for that, EXO, guys. But seriously, a fantastic match, a great showing from them. And yeah, you know, definitely pick up those edits for your predictions, because if you watched Asia during the preseason, you know, things can change very quickly, you know, across both Asia and OCE, really. So yeah, take advantage of that, because I certainly will be doing that next chance I get.
Oh, honestly. You gotta lock in, everybody. You gotta tune into the path. Remember, in Asia, right, in the group stage, all these teams will face off against each other. We got a 2-week-long round-robin group stage bracket. It's going off. Everybody's gonna take on everybody at least one set in a BO3 situation. It's gonna be crazy to see how that's all gonna unfold for these teams. I've gotta say though, right now we're looking already at a post-upset matchup with XOXO having taken down Z10. Was a hard-fought match. They did get a point on the board though, so Z10 do walk away with something, which is good. It may be the difference later. Every point counts, but they got a lot of matches ahead of them. But the next matchup is going to be between N1 Hex and Reject right now. This is a very interesting one. The question is, in their time away from the scene, they never got the chance to play in the playoffs, as they sadly fell out in the group stage of preseason. N1 Hex, do they have the silver bullet to take down Reject? That is the question here, because Reject, they're big dogs, they're champs of the region.
I mean, right now, N1 Hex have gone through another one of those overhauls, right? The first one being right before preseason to make sure that their roster is ready for preseason Asia. But now coming into stage 1, they've gone back to the drawing board. JT3 left, Doxlin and Jambomber all left the team, and now coming in is NRX, Louis, and Winsger. Winsger is a familiar face here in Ignite. He last played on Loyalty in MRC Season 6 and last played on Triple AD during their preseason run. And NRX coming back into Asia, previously in the EMEA region on Team Vision as a substitute player, now coming over to N1 Hex as one of the main players on the team. So is N1 Hex's roster change enough to put them in the conversation of, at the very least, being maybe the 5th or 6th team going into playoffs? We'll see, because right now, I mean, just me personally, I really like these roster changes.
Okay, you know what? I like that. Something different, something spicy to see what N1 Hex can bring out of their bag. But course, Reject here looking strong, looking sharp. As we know, these players, Diatonic, they've been coming through very consistent. I know you've broken them down before, analyzed how they get their success here. Well, you know, we've got Piggy, Gago, Brownie, Yaki, Lastro, Sunghun, and Finale out here. Curious to see what their starting roster is going to be out the gate.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the biggest challenge for N1 Hex coming into this matchup. Reject has not changed since the preseason. These are the reigning, defending, undisputed champions of Asia. Yeah, I mean, why change? You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's exactly what Reject is coming into stage 1 here with. So it will be a challenge for N1 Hex because they're still kind of working with this new roster after these changes. They are going up against a team that dominated in the playoff bracket, but Reject did have kind of a surprise struggle in the group stage of preseason. Lost a couple of surprising matches, had some C9 moments, had some interesting antics with Symbiotic Surface, but they really turned things around in the back half of the preseason and showed, you know, they are the partner team here in Asia at the top of the ladder for a reason. Definitely one of the 2 gatekeepers here in Asia, you know, alongside Zero Tenacity. So yeah, it is definitely going to be a hard uphill battle for N1 Hex, but a good opportunity for them to kind of test out the new roster.
Most definitely, that's what you got to do.
Just don't put them on Symbiotic Surface. That has haunted me so hard. If Museum was traumatizing enough, for Reject specifically, every time I watch him play, I see them pick Symbiotic Surface. I almost said Symbiotic Shenanigans. I mean, at that point, it's the same thing, right? Symbiotic Shenanigans on Symbiotic Surface. Say that 5 times fast. Reject should not pick that 5 times because, oh my god, every time they picked it, they went on Cloud 9. They've gone, hey, well, I don't know what happened. But we should not talk about Symbiotic Surface if we're talking about Reject. So at the very least, they were able to clean it up in playoffs. I mean, Diatonic, you and me were able to cast Reject's first ever Symbiotic Surface win. That was already a crazy game, but we're just gonna take a little spotlight here, right? N1 Hex being the David up against the Goliath of Reject here, as D Spooky has put up some decent numbers during that preseason run on N1 Hex.
Yeah, I was gonna say one of the imports here. You know, formerly played some with Nightmare Academy, previously played with Project Blue Lock earlier in the Ignite season last year. So Spooky's been around for a while, and yeah, put up some numbers for sure. Definitely one of the standouts here on this N1 Hex roster, and obviously retained from the preseason. So one of kind of the key pieces of the foundation for this team. But how do you pick a player on the side of Reject to highlight? Because so much to talk about for every single player. It's Gargoyle here, but you know, Piggy, for example, one player I had my eyes on through a lot of the preseason. I mean, the numbers don't lie for this Reject team, and they definitely show you kind of the upward trajectory they were on throughout the preseason. A slow start for sure, a couple surprise losses, but like you said, Dan, you know, they were able to put together the Symbiotic Surface by the very end. They overcame their demons in several ways in that bracket. So, you know, impressive stuff from them, no doubt. Expecting to see much of the same here, but, you know, maybe an asterisk on the group stage of like, okay, are we gonna see another surprise kind of Reject finishing in the middle of the pack here, or are they just gonna continue with that dominant streak for the playoffs?
Ooh, they're gonna have to if they want to claim victory once again. I mean, look, we've seen Gargoyle go crazy. Gargoyle, someone who also, you know, role switched in the whole scenario of Ignite, you know, preparing for themselves and all the above. They're now on the Vanguard role out here, rolling side by side with Piggy, as you mentioned earlier. So let's see if they can bring it forward for themselves again. Again, it's a big question here, everybody. You know, I'm looking at the predictions in chat. I know what you guys are predicting, but you never know. You never know, guys. You never know. You could maybe put it on N1 Hex. You never know. They may have a comeback. They may take a map. They may take a round. You don't know. That's the beauty of the chaos of a fresh group stage here in Asia. It's been so long since we've seen these teams. Let's see what they've evolved. Let's see what they can come out and bring something new to the table. Here we go. Hell's Heaven. So don't worry, Dan. We're not going to any Clintar maps. Okay? We're safe.
Good.
From Symbiotic Surface or Celestial Husk. We're going to Hydra. We're going to take it easy here. Go relax, okay? Alright, okay. That's going to be first map. And then, of course, second map will be Museum of Contemplation guaranteed. Don't listen to me before. Before it was...
I was about to say, you said that the last time.
It was a visual error. It was no. Listen. Don't worry about it. It's 100% Museum of Contemplation. All right. If Reject lose this one, it's Museum of Contemplation. All right. Let's lock that in for sure. But I'm excited to see what it's going to be. N1 Hex versus Reject is going to be a banger here today, everybody. Make sure you lock in, get your predictions in, and of course, if you're watching inside the Ignite client, go for it. Get your points up, claim what you can, and if you're watching from anywhere else, thank you for joining us today. But here we go. Let's put it into the match between N1 Hex and Reject.
Boy, here we go. David versus Goliath. That's been the narrative coming into this series, right? N1 Hex, definitely the underdogs here going into the band draft. Whereas Reject, they have come off an insane high of winning the entirety of Asia preseason. So now the question becomes, do we see playoffs Reject or do we see group stage Reject? Because I really hope we see playoffs Reject here, or else I might crash out here on live.
Yeah, that is kind of the big question they're going to have to answer right out of the gate. And we'll get a very early look at it. I imagine first fight will have settled, what Reject we are seeing here. Of course, interested to see how they adapt to this new meta and these new heroes. Of course, they are going to make a Black Cat save for themselves here. It's going to be one-sided in response to N1 Hex's one-sided Devil Dinosaur. So they are going to bring the prehistoric pain here. Going to be some strategists hovered on this simultaneous mid-round ban here. N1 Hex seem pretty comfortable with the Luna Snow ban, and Reject will take out the Mantis. So, we're kind of getting a feel for what these Asia teams are going for in the draft. And in fact, Reject's going to take that Mantis one-sided too. Very, very solid pick here.
So at the very least, this has been similar to what other regions have been doing, at least in the middle of the band draft, right? Some teams do like the one-sided dinos. Some teams do like to take away the Mantis or the Luna Snow in that second or third band slot, and both teams are looking to do just that. Reject do come out on top with the Mantis one-sided, so a decent amount of damage buff opportunities. N1 Hex realizes they don't want to give away another source of damage amplification in the likes of Ultron, so N1 Hex are forced to kind of ban it away, but at the very least, N1 Hex do get access to the Luna Snow one-sided as well. And Reject also taking away the Phoenix from N1 Hex means that Reject, if they so choose to, they can run that Rocket Raccoon.
I was gonna say, surely we can't let both Ultron and Mantis go through when Black Cat is saved on the table. That could be some pretty nasty calling cards from Reject, but no, the Ultron ban comes through here at the end for N1 Hex. They do walk away with the Luna and the Devil Dino one-sided. I like that. Obviously going to be huddling underneath those Fate of Both Worlds when that Black Cat is up and ready to move. But as we've seen, there could be some surprise breakthroughs even under that dance floor. So gonna have to wait and see if that will be the key here for N1 Hex to survive some of that onslaught from the Black Cat, as Reject are gonna bring it one-sided here. Almost ready to get this thing underway here. David versus Goliath indeed. N1 Hex, a newly refreshed N1 Hex, coming to the table up against Reject. And that is the question I have going into this matchup. Is it preseason playoffs Reject, or are we going all the way back to the group stage? It is up to them as we are ready to go here on Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, I mean, Reject already are posted up for a very strong front-to-back composition. Seunghoon even quickly switching over to the Jeff to provide the speed bubbles to Reject so that they can get just a little bit of that extra map space compared to N1 Hex. So a great little micro play coming in from Seunghoon. But Reject, they do also have access to that Vibrant Vitality, so that front-to-back composition will be very, very strong, as Yaki's going to be running the Adam Warlock as that third strategist on the likes of Reject, so the win condition is clear for Reject. Make sure that Yaki is able to get that Karmic Revival down. Oh wow, great block coming in from Blaziken. I had to mention that there, as a Yaki puts down the Soul Bond, but Brownie is able to draw first blood. The N1 Hex frontline is completely out of commission.
Yeah, door wide open here for Reject to make their move, and that they will. Brownie gonna
God.
find another one. Brownie and Gargoyle, they're taking over the KO feed. NRX will find one on the Winter Soldier, but it is the Reject show here. They will take the first cap, and almost all of N1 Hex shut down, and now forward pressure applied here. They are knocking on N1 Hex's front door.
Bro's looking like my shotgun build in Bloodhunt right now. Brownie just shotguns the entire strategist backline as N1 Hex are going to have to regroup very, very quickly. The only option that they have at the current moment would be Louis on the Rage of Ultron to create that space to allow N1 Hex a path to go right on in, but with Reject doing a little bit of that 3-2-1 Soul Bond, Final Judgment, let's just go right in. Brownie does just that, gets a quick double, N1 Hex have to reset again.
Yeah, not even going to give them the chance to charge up the Rage there. Someone from N1 Hex on the point, though. They will sneak the capture here. They stop Reject at 42%. It is Spooky on the Devil Dino here, but he is going to be dispatched there. Yaki sending him back to the prehistoric era here. Lastro and picking it in the mix, as well as Reject again. Flood the KO feed, 50% of the way captured.
This is going to be so hard for N1 Hex. If they ult dump right here, Reject have Karma Revival. It does not matter. It's just going to be a matter of how much resources do N1 Hex want to invest in this upcoming fight, because they're coming up close to a lot of those ultimates. NRX could come up huge with the Kraken Impact, but it's going to be so hard to, at the very least, get any sort of value. Lasher's going to kick things off. He copies Brownie? I think, yeah, with the Final Judgment. And Sung Hoon is there with the Soul Resurgence. This is a crazy move from Reject. Lastro copies a duelist ultimate because he knows that Sung Hoon is there to help capitalize, but that's both strategist ultimates used, but it doesn't matter because Reject still have Karmic Revival.
Might be the first time I have ever seen God of Mischief copy the Final Judgment here. So Reject, new page in the playbook here, and they're not done yet. Gonna try to finish off his chokehold here on point number 1. Louis does get the Rage of Ultron going, and XLL's also got the Fate of Both Worlds, so they've got back-to-back strategist ults. They're able to at least get back on the point and get some overtime, but it's a Psionic Seduction from Gargoyle that they're fighting underneath. And there's the Karmic Revival from Yaki. Perfect timing to get Brownie back up, and he's got something for him. A Final Judgment here, trying to close the door on him. We'll find Spooky before Winsgard can get that invisible boundary up. Blaziken as well has that freedom charge for the rest of the team. Got some nice overheal there, but not enough to get control of this point. All boots from Reject planted on the point here in overtime, starting to tick down now as Reject. All they gotta do is repel him one more time here. Big shotgun blast onto Blaziken from Brownie. It's a double KO for the Punisher, and it is a 1-2-3 here on checkpoint number 1 for Reject.
That was kind of hilarious from Reject. I saw the vision. Copy, Lastro copies Brownie. I'm not sure if that was intentional. If it was intentional, that was kind of a baller move. Very ballsy as well, right? Lastro getting the Final Judgment because he knows Sung Hoon has the Soul Resurgence, so that extra movement speed allows Lastro to cover so much of that map space, and N1 Hex kind of were just like, wait, didn't Brownie just use... Oh, wait, that's why Lastro copied the Punisher, not a strategist. So, a little bit of a surprise for N1 Hex. I'm surprised as well. You and me, Diatonic. Like, what? That was a little bit of a crazy move. Reject go for the bold move. They were able to capitalize, and now coming into the second round, are Reject able to keep this momentum up? Lastro does have God of Mischief again. At this point, I have no idea what he's gonna copy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it took me a second.
No,
he copied the Jeff all off of Piggy.
Wait,
what?
N1 Hex don't have the sound cue. Wait, they did. Wait, what? Okay. All right. Hello, Lastro.
Maybe you were expecting N1 Hex to be up in the mix there a little sooner than that. I kind of see what they were going for.
What is happening? All right, God of Mischief is gone. Reject, I guess, are just playing on hard mode. Maybe some pity points. Now, both teams don't have a strategist ultimate going into this first fight. Maybe Sung Hoon is there to try to stall enough time so that he's able to get his Soul Resurgence up to guarantee a first fight win. But great tracking coming in from Gargoyle to take away Louis. So that's Rage of Ultron out of commission for the first fight. So Reject will be able to convincingly take over here.
Yeah, and Gargoyle, we saw some stats from him before this matchup. Triple KO there on the Emma Frost, lifting up to the legend here. Absolutely brutal stuff from Gargoyle. Yeah, that was laser focused there. And Piggy will find one onto Blaziken as well. Pop up out of the water on that Jeff and go right back in for a nice little swim here. They are looking for that spot hold.
Hold on. Reject are running for strategists.
That they are.
This might be a little bit mean. might be a little memey as well. Piggy does have its Jeff. Seunghoon with the Soul Resurgence means that Reject could just literally run right in your face. Exile does get the copy with the Fate of Both Worlds, but here comes Brownie. Exile needs to get that copy down quickly, but Brownie and Yaki are still able to capitalize.
Yeah, it's dueling ult dumps here from both sides. Piggy will pick up a double KO off of the It's Jeff here. Most of N1 Hex offline as Spooky gonna go back to spawn holding that Sonic Seduction there. Big win in this fight for Reject as well. 60% and still on the charge. And Brownie on the shotgun right around the corner. No chance for Loki to take another step. Though NRX gonna battle back and take down Brownie. But Reject just blazing a path of destruction through Hell's Heaven.
It's going to be up to D-Spooky with the Silent Seduction. If anyone else even have a chance of getting a retake going, Gargoyle is able to suppress the rest of N1 Hex with that Silent Seduction. But at the very least, Louie's able to find Gargoyle, puts a bunch of lead in his face. Gargoyle will be brought back thanks to Yaki. So will Lastro, as the rest of Reject just run right on in, force themselves to get KO'd, and then be brought back with Yaki on the Karmic Revival, but that gives N1 Hex some space. Gargoyle is in an off angle, NRX just gets caught off guard. Louis shotguns Gargoyle again. Might have been a rifle, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Winter Soldier play from NRX. They see the Adam Warlock, they see the Loki. Plenty of fodder for those resets. But Brownie just on the move here, under the Loki lamps, and he's going to take the quad and run with it here, making a Penta KO there for the Frank Castle on the side of Reject there. Brownie absolutely vicious here. Overtime gonna tick down as N1 Hex maybe got enough for one more fight in him here. I do see the portal coming from Louis. Yeah, okay, we're getting it again here. The Final Judgment Part 2 here from Lastro this time. We'll find Louis. Blaziken's got a Freedom Charge ready to go, so the team gonna have some overhealing here. N1 Hex can play through this one, but it is truly a matter of time here as Reject sitting on 2-3 seconds of overtime.
Yeah, this looks a little bit tough for N1 Hex. A little bit might be an understatement. N1 Hex is trying to clutch here with the Kraken Impact. There's a Fate of Both Worlds on the line, though, for N1 Hex, so there is a chance that this fight is winnable for N1 Hex.
Yeah, but the It's Jeff from Piggy grabs two more. Another double KO there on the Jeff ult. N1 Hex does take control, though, 25% and on the move, but they've got a lot of ultimates in the back pocket for Reject and just not a lot of time left.
Yeah, overtime gets flipped over. The zone is already in Reject's favor. Overtime is just going to go down to 0. No more portal. Oh my god, what a shot from Louis. Okay, Brownie. All right. You can stop looking like my Punisher shotgun build and blood hunt now. You can rest now. Reject convincingly take over N1 Hex off of just a little bit of meme.
A little bit indeed. Swiss cheese there from Brownie's shotgun. They are on the business end of that one. And not just Brownie on the Punisher, but the low-key copies onto the Punisher ult. What could be possibly worse than one Frank Castle running around unchecked? It's 2. The answer is 2, by the way. But yeah, the numbers do not lie here. Brownie rightfully deserved MVP. 21 finals off of 33 elims. And across the board, N1 Hex mostly single digits in the elim column. Insane stuff. They get away with a 1-1-4 comp here. I don't know if I've ever seen 4 strat in an Ignite match.
No, this is the first time I've ever seen. This might be the first time ever a 1-1-4 composition was whipped out on the Ignite stage. But you can see that Reject, once they went into this match, they knew the win condition. It was definitely a more serious engagement in that first fight in the first round, but once Reject got that momentum, they decided to stretch their wings a little bit, right? Do what we call a little bit of trolling, right? Go for a little bit of those funky fresh ultimates. Lastro copying Brownie with the Punisher ultimate, and then Seunghoon helps him out. Normally, that is a very punishing play, like no pun intended, because Seunghoon and Lastro teaming up to use both ultimates, that's 2 strategist ultimates out of commission. And if N1 Hex were able to realize this and were able to shut it down, there is a chance that N1 Hex could have easily punished Reject's over-aggression, maybe a little bit of an over-investment.
Yeah, confidence definitely strong for this Reject team. They see this matchup and they see maybe they can do, as you say, a little bit of trolling, or us in the corporate world, maybe a limit test here for this Reject roster, right? Trying out some different things, but yeah, definitely surprises around every turn here as Reject take a very confident map number 1 away from N1 Hex. We're gonna go to a very short break before map number 2. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Welcome back everybody to the Punishing Experience ×2 featuring Frank Castle and Loki. Of course, it was very interesting to witness 4 strategists on Ignite, maybe an Ignite first, so congratulations to Reject making history. However, unfortunate result for N1 Hex, a bit of a slow start, rough start as they go into Reject, who's going all guns blazing right now into their first match on Hell's Heaven. Now we're going to switch it up, we'll see how it's going to go down. Let's see how the next map rolls, and Monix do have the advantage in the fact that they can choose the map. Now, all you have to do is pick Symbiotic Surface and you guaranteed win. Pick Symbiotic Surface, guaranteed win against Reject, alright? Lock it in now, N1 Hex. Flip the script, start your reverse sweep right now on Symbiotic Surface, but it probably won't happen.
Yeah, I mean, we got Convoy, we got Convergence, so there's a lot of different maps available in the pool. It's just a matter. Oh, okay. All right.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh,
no.
I know.
Oh no. And we know N1 Hex have chosen the tech. I fear that we have seen this movie before. I am very, very scared. I don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe the TVA comes for our throat this time around. Who knows?
Well,
yeah.
Tough one.
I mean, it was always going to be a tough matchup here for N1 Hex. This is the defending preseason champions, of course, but, you know, on top of all that, a roster refresh, you know, a lot changing in the back office for N1 Hex as well. So, you know, they've got a lot of things stacked on top of them that they're trying to play through here, just trying to find their footing, and Reject is not in the business of giving them that breathing room to do that.
Well, look, you said we've seen this movie before. I just hope it's a feature length and not a short film. That's what I'm saying.
It might be an animated short. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay,
considering how much of a stomp Reject were able to put in map number 1, I feel like map number 2 could very well be the same thing. Unless N1 Hex are able to find a way to put Reject at full power, N1 Hex can very well make this very competitive. But right now, it's definitely a very, very steep uphill battle for N1 Hex.
Yeah, I mean, tough to bounce back from, not only in just the actual, you know, gameplay part of it, but the mental as well to start off. It's rough, and again, you know, this N1X team, they've gone through a big refresh between preseason and stage 1, so, you know, still trying to find their footing, still trying to figure out how best to work together. So they've got a lot working against them here in this matchup. But taking a look at the picks and bans so far, pretty standard across the board. Both teams gonna bring some Devil Dinosaur to the field here. Mantis banned out by both sides, and N1Hex gonna ban away the Black Cat. So one weapon taken away from Reject, but clearly Reject plenty of tools up their sleeves to keep the ball rolling no matter what N1Hex does here in the draft.
Yeah, Luna Snow showing presence in the ban draft, Mantis showing as well, so this has been pretty similar to what other regions have been doing, right? Take away Mantis, take away Luna, maybe find an opportunity to save it, just like how Reject have done here so far. But with Reject knowing that their biggest strength is going to be on that Loki, and with Loki not showing up a whole lot in the ban draft unless Gambit is let through one-sided, means that I feel like, at least here in stage 1 group stage, Reject definitely will have access to the Loki a lot, and so far that's been their biggest win condition. N1Hex will take away Vibrant Vitality by taking away the Mantis from Reject, but N1Hex will secure the Phoenix. Reject looking to limit the options on some of that peel anti-dive, you could argue, by taking away the White Fox. So N1Hex also not going to have access to any sort of Luna Snow or White Fox, both in fact. So they're going to have to resort to different options in terms of that strategist backline. Maybe it's the Invisible Woman, maybe you go for Cloaky. That's been a pretty strong backline strategist duo in the current meta right now, but who knows? N1Hex are on the attacking side. Reject will be on the defense. So how does Reject structure their composition in order to stave off the aggression from N1Hex? Will N1Hex get spawn held? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, here in the Pacific region, we are very familiar with checkpoint number 1 of Museum of Contemplation. So many runs stopped dead in their tracks before they really even get going here. And yeah, you know, there's some barbs traded back and forth in this draft. N1Hex definitely gonna have to reach deep into the strategist pool here to figure out what to bring to their backline, because yeah, a lot of those tools taken offline for them. Reject, of course, no access to the Black Cat here, but you know, the Punisher was their main go-to on Duelist for Hell's Heaven. So what am I witnessing?
Oh, Gargoyle's just twerking on it. Anyway, we got a match to watch here, as this corner here is very, very important for both teams. If you're able to secure this first corner, you have a lot of line of sight to work with. Reject, notice they're gonna try to put a lot of emphasis in securing access to that first corner. Blaziken going down means that Reject will have a lot of that momentum, and they're just pushing right on through.
Yeah, I mean, solid start for them on defense here. Like you said, looking to lock down this first turn here. Not trying to stamp out that offensive run pretty early on. So N1Hex gonna have to go back to the drawing board pretty early on here. I do see they've got the Moon Knight and the Phoenix moving, so they've got some damage potential here. But of course, they just gotta find their footing. Spooky gonna take the Dino into the back halls here and try to come up behind him.
Oh, this is great rotation coming up from N1Hex. They mark down all the side angles that Reject are going to try to look for those dive opportunities. Sugun and Yaki are looking to find an opportunity. We'll find an assassination onto Winsker, so N1Hex gonna have to quickly reset here. X-While even investing the Loki greens means that N1Hex are running out of resources. They're gonna have to reel back for a little bit. Reject reclaim that space that they lost for just a little bit, because N1Hex, they looked for the heads-up play, they looked for the rotational moves, but the problem is you got Yaki on the Daredevil. So whatever N1Hex do, they know that they are being watched at all times.
Yeah, they've got that side route patrol on lock here. Ult's coming through for Reject to start things off. Strangling Prison and ahead of Conchu. Good enough. The Groot Knight combo coming up big here. Double KO for Brownie to start things off. Even under that invisible boundary from Winsker. Not enough to save Louis either, as Piggy will find that one. 3 members of N1Hex KO'd so far, and 2 minutes already away.
Yeah. N1Hex, though, they still have ultimates, so they may find an opportunity in terms of some sort of engagement here. X-Lyle could easily get a little bit aggressive, maybe find an aggressive invisible boundary. We'll see if N1 Hex do make that first move, but right now, Reject have been the ones initiating all of these fights right now. Loki Green's already invested by Exile, so N1 Hex, if they want to look for some sort of opportunity, it's going to get a little bit offensive.
Yeah, it may come here on the back of a hand of Khonshu onto Reject, but they play right on through. Fate of Both Worlds coming down from Lastro here. Liel does go for the God of Mischief, copies that invisible boundary, so a ton of sustain for N1 Hex, but no progress onto the card here. Lastro and Brownie finding more KOs. Mark that one for Gargoyle as well here. Just a minute left to go, and N1 Hex still not finding a way to get up off the mat.
All right, if you want a summary of how preseason groups went for some of these teams when they tried to pick Museum of Contemplation, this is it. This is all you need.
Yeah.
This is basically the summary of half of preseason group stage over in Asia. N1 Hex, though, they still now have ultimates coming up. Another set of them. It's going to be Spooky on the Freedom Charge. Blaziken now having the Psionic Seduction at the ready, so that's going to provide a lot of space. Reject are going to pull back just a little bit, but with Reject having Groot Knight Wombo combo, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them to facilitate.
Yeah, and Piggy just gets the Strangling Prison out right as he gets KO'd. Brownie will come up big here, double KO. Almost everyone from Reject making a play there. Junghoon's got the Gumiho unleashed as well, and N1 Hex unfortunately shut back down yet again. 15 seconds, they got one engage left to try and make something happen here.
Piggy's channeling a portal. I think Piggy's channeling a portal. Either to rejoin the site or maybe go the funny route. No, he's just going to cut off the corner, so that's a lot of that line of sight potential missed out on N1 Hex, but at the very least, the Freedom Charge gives N1 Hex a lot of space to work with, and if things do get hairy, Winsker's there with the invisible boundary. So 2 quick eliminations mean that Reject are going to be in the back foot for a little bit. Lots of that damage potential is out of commission. It's going to be up to Yaki to try to pick up the pieces. Winsker now commits the invisible boundary. NRX will find Gargoyle, and N1 Hex are putting up a fight now.
Yeah, definitely signs of life coming through for them here in overtime. Just a second or two of that time taken away now. Reject gonna have to get back to the point here, but they don't have a strange portal on deck, so this may be a checkpoint for Reject here. A little bit of a, or excuse me, for N1 Hex, a little bit of a mad dash at the end, and Spooky will find one onto Lastro as well. The captain not ready to give this up quite yet here. Brownie will find one as well in response, and a calling card now coming out from Louis on the side of N1 Hex, so they're pulling through here at the last second. They'll find Brownie, Piggy, and Gargoyle in some trouble here as well. Still got a few seconds of that overtime left, so not out of the running just yet, but Gargoyle gonna try to even the odds here for Reject. It's a triple KO off the back of that calling card from Louis, and not quite done yet. We'll go after Lastro, can't quite get it though. Fate of Both Worlds in perfect timing here from Lastro to stay alive here. Now the rest of the team gonna benefit from that in this last fight. Still no checkpoint 1 confirmed yet for N1 Hex.
It's looking likely. That was a great timing with the invisible boundary. Everyone on Reject are just making sure that the site is being stalled out. Yaki's able to find Winsker. Maybe this is a little bit winnable. Reject are still holding on. Piggy's able to get there in there with the feast. The anti-heal is good, and the Psionic Seduction will cut short. Everyone is clutching. Reject somehow get the full hold down.
Even when it seems like N1 Hex gonna be able to get back on their feet, Reject just knock them right back down. Another big clothesline down onto the mat, and N1 Hex cannot close out checkpoint number 1. So the gauntlet is thrown, but Dan, it is not a lot of distance here for Reject.
I'm just in shock that N1 Hex weren't able to secure that checkpoint. I mean, that was a great look from Yaki there on that Daredevil getting to the backline, taking out Winsker. That's a lot of that healing potential on N1 Hex out of commission. And then the front line of Reject, both Piggy and Gargoyle coming up absolutely huge. The Feast coming in just in time. Lastro was able to just barely hang on so that he's able to use the Fate of Both Worlds to keep himself alive and keep the point from getting to that first checkpoint. So now N1 Hex, they almost had a bit of a buffer to work with, but at the very least, it's close to that first checkpoint. So it's not going to be a very, very cutthroat level of hold potential that N1 Hex have to go for. At the very least, they have just a little bit more room.
Yeah, it's definitely greater than one fight territory for sure. Reject will have to win a couple here in order to close out this map and this series. So N1X have a little bit of ground to stand on here, but it is not much. They can definitely peer down over the edge of the cliff into the water below because they are just a couple of losses away from taking the loss here on Museum of Contemplation.
Reject are looking to get aggressive here. Yaki's on the strategist Deadpool, Piggy's on the Jeff. That's two strategists on Reject right now. And both of these strategists aren't known for doing a lot of that healing output, but Yaki is going in with the band hammer. No, it's going to be the Pwnage Pound. Sorry, this is strategist Deadpool, not Vanguard Deadpool that we see all the time. Gargoyle is able to find one. Brownie's gonna get traded out, so N1 Hex are looking to hold on for just a little bit here because Reject really relied on Yaki coming up huge with that Pwnage Pound, allow Reject to rush right on in, but N1 Hex are able to get some crucial trades to stay alive.
Yeah, I mean, big pick from NRX onto Gargoyle on the Phoenix here. So they're able to slow down Reject over halfway to the closure here of Museum of Contemplation. But Batsmobile stalled out just a little bit here as N1 Hex aren't ready to throw in the towel. Spooky a little bit low there on Devil Dino, able to get some heals. But Reject, of course, pushing on the move. It is non-stop, and the bell tolls here for N1 Hex. It is one fight for Reject. They just got to win this to walk away with it here. And Yaki gonna throw down some more Deadpool ult here. Piggy's got the It's Jeff ready to go here. If he picks up a couple members, it could be all over here. NRX goes overhead for the Insong Inferno, but on the ground, Spooky taken down. It's going to be a 1-4-1 here, and now a Rage of Ultron from Louis. Watch out above as Lasher goes low, but able to get some heals at the last second. Brownie taken down. That Ultron, though, the Rage short-lived here. Brownie strangling Prison to stop N1 Hex in their tracks here. They just got to get control of the mission vehicle one more time here because they are inches away from closing this one out. It is going to be an invisible boundary from Winsker here, and Seunghoon goes for that Insong Inferno. Will pick up one as N1 Hex not quite done just yet. Exlil will able to copy the Invisible Woman ultimate here, so boundary on board for them, and Spooky rampaging through Reject. Quadra KO there on the Devil Dinosaur as Reject gonna have to dust themselves off and get ready for one more fight.
Okay, Reject. You're gonna have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Now Reject are getting a little serious. Their power level has went up to about 95% now. Yaki switching over to the Daredevil. Seunghoon had his moment on the Duelist, and now is gonna go back to his main role, the strategist role of the Luna Snow. Yaki gonna team up with Seunghoon as well, so that Luna Fox team up will be available to them. Lastro does have the Psionic Seduction, so he's able to provide some entryway into the mission area, but is it going to be enough here?
Well, Reject have been in this position before. Map number 2, Museum of Contemplation, a match they should have won against Triple AD, but they C9'd it here, and now with under 60 seconds left to go, Reject need to lock in here. No more memes, no more goofing around. It's gonna be a dance of the butterflies from Gargoyle now. We'll find Spooky here, but N1 Hex get theirs as well. It's a 1-for-1, and now Gargoyle gonna convert even more. Double KO on the Psylocke. Piggy will find one, and Winsker's got a Strange Portal ready to go here. 3 meters left, and 38 seconds for Reject to close this thing out here. Insong Inferno from NRX, but Reject will survive that one. The flames not hot enough to melt them down here. There's the Devil Beast Rampage from Piggy as well. They are looking to try and close this thing out. Not a lot of members from Reject on that Batsmobile, though. Got to be careful here. You don't want to see them repeat history. Gargoyle will find one onto Louis here, and now Reject trying to finish things off. Insong Inferno for Brownie is massive here. Piggy will get one as well, making a triple KO for Brownie, and history, no, will not repeat itself. Reject will take this one 2 maps to 0.
Yeah, at least Reject had a little fun with it along the way. It made us a little bit more fun to watch. N1 Hex, though, I mean, great looks in that second map. They made it competitive on that push. Almost got to that first checkpoint, but it was kind of cooked when Reject were like, yeah, we're done playing around. We're just gonna go back to what we originally wanted to do, is run you right on over. And Reject will do just that. They we talked about it, right? We were either gonna see playoff Reject or we're gonna see group stage Reject, and somehow we got both.
I was gonna say, that Museum of Contemplation a little closer than it probably should have been for Reject, considering they stopped them short of checkpoint 1 right out of the gate. Very aggressive, big offensive plays. They were able to just push the cart almost uncontested, but there at the end, I thought for a second maybe we were gonna see the run back there of that AAA match they had in the preseason group stage, but no such luck for N1 Hex here. Reject close it out 2-0, but you know, I will give N1 Hex credit, definitely some signs of life on Museum of Contemplation. They at least redeem that Hell's Heaven run that they started off with.
I mean, was it really a redemption, or was it Reject just having a little bit of fun? Because you can clearly see Reject definitely stretched their wings. I said this in map 1, but like it's consistent here in map 2. They tried something funky. They put Seung-hoon on Phoenix. They tried to switch around the roles a little bit, but it got to a point, really, it got a little scary for Reject, I'm not gonna lie, right? You were losing out on a lot of time. You had to make sure that the point gets to that finish line, and N1 Hex, they almost were able to punish Reject's tomfoolery, but I mean, still though, you gotta give it up for N1 Hex, at least trying till the very end, because if you remember in preseason, N1 Hex got a little bit of a problem. We're not going to talk about that. That's a whole different topic. But either way, N1 Hex, at the very least, did their best to fight till the very end, as I'm sure Liger had an enjoyable time. Maybe an enjoyable time, but I don't know, because we didn't get to see more of that museum, so I don't know what that looks like.
No, I'm happy to leave Museum behind. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Leave it behind. I'm happy. Yes, speedrun the map. It is unfortunate though, because I would have loved to see some signs of life from N1 Hex. They did have their moments, but at the same time, Reject really quashed it as soon as they could, got themselves that advantage, that value that they need. And this is what we expect from Reject. They cannot have another group stage like last time in the preseason. They have to come out all guns blazing, no mucking around, guaranteeing those early victories to maintain dominance as you would want from your premier team. Not to mention the partner team of Asia. They carry a lot more with them than most other teams in terms of the burden and responsibility they have as a premier team in Asia, in the region of the Pacific. And of course, as we know, they don't have a guaranteed slot when it comes down to when it comes down to mid-season finals. That's a tough thing right here. They not only have to make sure they're top 6 in Asia here, they also then have to make sure they are top 2 in the Pacific playoffs, but they will also not just be facing the behemoths that have been challenging them lately, Z10 and XOXO, they also have to take on Gen.G and Chiefs. But again, let's find out more. Let's have a chat with Piggy from Reject.
Hello,
How you doing, Piggy?
Hello.
How are you feeling after that match? It was a bit of a quick one.
I'm happy now.
A little bit of a fast one, right? Who was the carry? Who carried in today?
Did you see my Jeff? My Jeff carry.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, my Jeff carry.
That was the best Jeff I've ever seen. W Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys looked so strong. Which teammate? So Piggy carry, obviously it's the Piggy carry this time on Jeff. But which teammate do you think also was really strong too?
Maybe Rastro, Rocky.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He always copy Punisher and carry.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Whose idea was it to play Punisher and 4 strategists?
Rastro.
This guy knows how to meme. This guy knows. And the last one, right? A little serious. Do you feel ready to play against Gen.G? Because Gen.G are a good team. Do you think you guys are ready to play against Gen.G?
Yeah, I think
potential
Gen.G really good team. but we can win. In Scream, maybe. In Scream, we was lose to Genji a lot, but we can win match.
There it is. There it is. Piggy from Reject. Okay, we wish you good luck in your next games. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fighting.
Fighting.
Ding. Respect.
Lasher, though. Oh, I think Lasher's got to be one of my favorite players now. He's definitely one of my favorite players. This guy knows how to meme. I love it.
Bro said, hold on, we're versing N1 Hex. Okay, hold on. At any moment in time, he's like, can we please play 4 strategists? I have an idea.
He's just like, Lasher just went, all right, hear me out, and the team listened. That's crazy.
I mean, I wouldn't expect anything less, but of course, you know, it is what it is. That's how the matchup went between Reject and N1 Hex. And the beautiful thing is, everybody, we still have one more set tonight. This one's going to be a bit close. It's actually, I would say, around the middle range of the group so far, but nonetheless, which does mean that these teams are fairly matched. We've got a team consistent in Ignite with RVL versus Team Burger, the champions from the latest MRC. Make sure you come back for that matchup.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? I don't know. Ask Cozy or Moxie or any of the various co-streamers that are watching this tournament. Ask them what's the meta, because in all honesty, I don't really know. It's been a few weeks since pre-season ended, and we've had 2 new characters added in, Black Cat and Devil Dinosaur, that are going to shake up the meta, as well as various balance changes over the last season. So I want to use this episode almost this week to use it as a chance to recap what happened in pre-season, counting down the most impactful heroes across the draft phase, the bans and protects that we've seen in the esports scene across all 4 major regions and all 504 maps that were played for pre-season in Ignite. Let's just go over the top 5, and 4 out of 5 of them are strategists, which is kind of crazy, but one of them is Loki. Understandable, he's up here, right? Regeneration Domain is still one of the best abilities in the game, bar none, and no matter what, he always has to be respected in a pick ban phase, even if you don't intend on playing him, because of the fact that he can copy ultimates. Certainly looking at stuff like Gambit, some of the NA teams in Americas going for triple Vanguard to just farm up a Gambit Loki combination and just get those Raging Royal Flushes going over and over again. It really is a case of like if Gambit or Invisible Woman manage to make it through the draft, getting rid of Loki or protecting him if you want to play around him is good. Invisible Woman actually makes the 4th spot. For like EMEA in America, she wasn't as popular when it came to like pick or bans, but it was like the Pacific and Chinese teams that wanted to make sure that they got a hold of her. But Invisible Woman in her own right, strong healing output, force physics to punish diving targets, to be able to pull them back as they're trying to get away, the barrier that she can give to her duelists to give some healing, mitigation, and basically just set them up to succeed. And then obviously you've got the invisible boundary to play in these tricky fights, put it on your team to protect them, but also as a way to catch enemies trying to disengage, because you can slow them as they go through the radius of the invisible boundary. You can use it offensively, and some teams did try to do that. 3rd place is Mantis. It took a while for Mantis to get going, but her popularity definitely started to surge towards playoffs across all of the regions, most certainly again in Pacific and China, where she was the 2nd most rated character over for those teams. Making sure that you have Mantis or the enemy team doesn't have Mantis basically limits your impact of triple strategist, whether you can play around it as well or not. Damage boost helps. Her ultimate is good in all sorts of situations. You have the team up again with Groot and Loki. It'll be interesting to see how she does now that her damage boost has been nerfed and now she adds like movement speed. I still think she's going to find impact, but is she going to be the linchpin of triple strategists going forward, or is somebody like Ultron going to potentially take that slot away from her? Hard to get a gauge, but Mantis is definitely up here as a strong choice. The 2nd spot goes to Elsa. The queen of the preseason finishes in 2nd place from how much she was picked and also banned. She was like the leading woman. In EMEA and America, she was the most potent character. It's just that Pacific and China, again, would have preferred to put Mantis and another character in that sort of first ban, first protect phase. The percentage damage that she was doing was strong. The fact that Instinct put Helix Advance down to a 2-second cooldown is really strong and the great CC from her ultimate. Lots of these elements have been toned down. I would be shocked though if she doesn't stay in the top 10 for like the impact here when it comes to stage 1. Definitely expect her to drop, but I think some other duelists might contest her a little bit more. But yeah, here it was just put your best duelist on this character, feed resources into her, and she is going to absolutely feast for you. But there is one character that was a lot more impactful, and that was Gambit. To really highlight how impactful Gambit was, there was basically 1,008 chances to be involved in a draft, and Gambit missed out on 8 of those. There are 8 opportunities that he could have been picked in, and he wasn't. And almost 800 of those were bans. Teams did not want to play him, certainly in Pacific and China, where he was almost consistently in every single game the first ban. Raging Royal Flush providing ultimate charge boost, explosive damage, movement speed means that it was synergy with various ultimates was incredibly strong. And a key thing here is, unlike a lot of the other characters that I mentioned, he wasn't nerfed in Season 7.5 or Season 8. So Gambit still could very much be the top dog when it comes to stage 1 rolling around. It really is just a case of whether the likes of Devil Dinosaur could really start to push for like that first ban slot. I expect him pretty much immediately, but also like Black Cat could have those moments if teams can actually get used to playing her. We'll see how things are going to look for stage 1, but thanks for watching. Ignite the battle, and let's get back into the action.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, everybody. Let's get back into Marvel Rivals Ignite in the Pacific region, in specifically Asia here today. Competitors have been going at it all day long, and we've got bangers certified for tomorrow, the day after, and of course next week, another 3 days of bangers here in the group stage for Asia as we decide who are the top 6 from the group stage that are going to be qualifying into Pacific playoffs. For now, so far, we just witnessed Reject versus N1 Hex. Reject took the dub there, locked themselves in with a nice 2-0. Good points on the board, but now, final chance for points on the board today is going to be between 2 Premier teams. 2 teams here today, RVL and the MRC champions, Burgers. This is going to be interesting to see. Now, last time we had an installation of MRC presence with the Pirates in Asia. Can Burgers replicate the same momentum the Pirates did? Because they shot up straight to the top.
I mean, Pirates came in with a lot of that Ignite talent. It really felt like all the Korean players that weren't able to secure a spot in Ignite banded together to form what felt like an insane team at the mechanical level. When it came to macros, they were a little bit lacking. They were heavily reliant on getting those mechanics down, making sure that they're able to get those picks, maybe even going for an ult dump or two to try to overwhelm the opposition. But once here in Ignite, teams have figured out that this was what Pirates have been using in terms of their win condition, it got shut down instantly. And we saw that right in playoffs, because coming out of group stage, Pirates came out undefeated, but then playoffs happened, people started to figure things out. Pirates just got knocked out of the water. They had to settle with 3rd place, and now they're just completely gone. Burgers, though, I don't know if they're able to replicate it. At least looking at the roster on paper, we'll see if things do get a lot better here in Ignite Stage 1. And so far, I think Burgers have a decent chance here, because Rivals is definitely a very good opponent to, at the very least, get an idea of where Burgers are at right now.
Wait a minute. What?
Hello?
Hey, yo.
What era am I in?
Hold on, we got a Jurassic Stampede on our screens. What's going on?
All right, everyone. Question for the class: what is your favorite dinosaur, and why is it so hard to say the dinosaur name?
Well, listen,
mine is pterodactyl. because people don't know that the P is silent.
Golososaurus Rex. I made that up. Anyways, we've got RVL over here. Now we've got Zeph, whose main is Devil Dinosaur. We've got Proxies, whose main is Devil Dinosaur. HK Mario, whose main is Devil Dinosaur. Lick, whose main is also Devil Dinosaur. Netra, whose main is also Devil Dinosaur, also a new player to the team. And of course, Spooky, whose main is, you guessed it, everybody, Devil Dinosaur as well. This team is locked and loaded. If they don't go for the first priority Devil Dinosaur Protect and let Gambit through, I'm going to be disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, to answer Dan's question, it's Triceratops. They're awesome. They're cool. They got big worms. It's neat. But yeah, I mean, you know, as far as the 6 Devil Dinosaur comp is concerned, you know, and I mean, HK Mario might be the actual Dino player here for Rival. We'll wait and see when they hit the battlefield. But
You never know.
yeah, that's true. And they've made it a big question here. They've left it up in the air with all 6 of them
I'm
picking.
just saying, if Rival choose Alchemax headquarters, they can all play Devil Dinosaur. I'm just saying.
That is true.
Hear me out.
And we've seen a lot of new things in Ignite here tonight, and Doom Match on Ignite might be another one that we get to see, but of course, something new we're going to get to see here tonight. The Burgers Pacific MRC Season 7 champs are here, and pretty dominant in the bracket throughout that MRC. I believe didn't drop a match in the last few rounds once they broke out of that second kind of phase of the tournament. So very impressive in terms of the MRC, but now, you know, it's stepping up here, and a lot of these Pacific MRC teams have had some hands for sure, especially as far as Asia is concerned. Of course, Pirates, we've talked about them. Triple AD came out of the MRC as well, and they've definitely proven to be at the top of kind of that mid card here in Asia. So yeah, you guys already were kind of saying it, but I think this is a really good step up match for the Burgers, because Rival Esports kind of rounding out the playoff qualifiers from the preseason. So, you know, if you're gonna have a fight somewhere in kind of that middle of the pack, you know, this is the team to be up against to kind of see, you know, what is the difference, because, you know, obviously the ban system between the MRC and Ignite so different, but in terms of level of competition, level of play, I mean, everything is very different up here. So for the Burgers, this is really their first opportunity to truly get their feet wet in some Ignite level play.
Yeah, and my biggest question is, how well can they adapt? How well do they adapt to the entire competition of Ignite? How well do they, most importantly, adapt to the ban draft? It's very different from what you've seen in MRC. Usually in MRC, you really want to ban for team identity, right? You want to ban out things that kind of make your win condition a little bit painful, but here in Ignite, it gets a little bit more different. There's a lot more emphasis. If you screw up ban draft, you screwed up the entire game, which is the problem here, because right now, Burgers, have they adjusted? Have they done the homework, right? Have they figured out the ban draft? Have they also figured out the meta? And on the Rival side, they have gone through a rebuild as well. And if you remember back in preseason, Rival have been relying on Six a lot. He has been quite literally the hard carry of Rival. And now, without that firepower, do Rival have enough to stay competitive?
Yeah,
Maybe.
Definitely the big question on the board here. I mean, you know, Rival, of course, they did make it to those preseason playoffs, so they've got some potential there to run with the best of them. But I mean, yeah, that's kind of the question is, you know, what do they look like now here in stage 1? They've had some time between to kind of shore things up and get ready to go. And, you know, I think it's a good matchup here for Rival as well. You know, they're not starting off against a team like Reject, like Zero Tenacity. You know, they've got a little bit of a step up match, something to kind of, you know, grease the gears a little bit and get going here in stage 1.
Definitely. That's literally what we're going to see. Got to get those gears in motion between these two teams. Of course, as we get to the final set of the day here in day 1, everybody, match 4 on the board for everybody. RVL versus Burger. This is a big match. We're talking tenure in Ignite versus MRC champions walking out the doors. Let's see if they got strength. A nice new map to start us off on Domination today. Glorious, beautiful Krakoa. It's going to be fun, going to be good, as we know the homeworld of the mutants right now. But the question is, what are we feeling? What are we thinking right now? How are they going to turn this one into their favor right here? Can the Burgers start off strong in their first Ignite match? Maybe. Or is it going to be a ball game? Or, you know, is RVL going to establish some dominance that we haven't seen in a while? Team's gone through a little bit of restructuring, as we know. Changing up the roster a bit. Got a lot more dinosaurs in the den. Let's find out if that investment is going to pay off.
If you want to go off of team logos alone, I think Burger wins this one. Just from the logo alone, it's so dang cute. But Rival definitely not gonna play around, as yeah. So far, it's been pretty consistent from what we see in the team intro. Everyone hovering the Devil Dino. I'm a little upset though. I'm a little upset that not all of them are running the champion icon.
That's what I was expecting going into this too. I was expecting full motion dinos across the board from left to right.
Oh my god, our Rival doing it? Yes!
There we go.
Both teams save Devil Dino. We are totally in the prehistoric era.
Yeah, please help, let me out. I want to go back to my time, thank you, across that time stream entanglement. But yeah, both of them going to save the Devil Dino here. Rival taking an early ban onto White Fox. That one kind of interesting as their second ban choice. They'll also ban away the Luna too. That's coming from both sides. So no Fate of both worlds here in this matchup. You know, pretty standard, at least as far as Asia is concerned, draft from the Burgers. Rival's going to take a one-sided White Fox. Pretty interesting. But yeah, I feel like if you're the Burgers coming out of the MRC, you know, this is a whole new ball game here. It feels like you want to play it by the book, right? You don't want to do anything too crazy, like bring 4 strategists and have your Loki copy a Punisher ultimate. You want to try and play it, you know, by the numbers, what you've seen from the other teams, and just kind of, you know, get some numbers up on the board and test the waters a little bit. It feels like that's what the Burgers are going for in this draft. They will take out the Black Cat as well.
Yeah, lots of options taken away. So far, it's been pretty similar to what we've been seeing in past matches, not just here in Asia, but also in other regions, as Burgers do round out getting access to the one-sided Mantis. Rival putting a bit of emphasis on considering that the Burgers might have access to that Vibrant Vitality team-up, so they want to limit that opportunity, so they take away the Loki. So now with the ban draft over, both sides will have access to Devil Dino. How do both these teams want to run this power pick, right? Do you want to play traditional front to back? Do you want to play that dive style of play? Do you want to use the leap aggressively? Or do you want to use that same ability to kidnap a frontliner and put them in an isolated position? That's going to be a big question mark coming into for both teams coming into this map here on Krakoa, because if you know anything about Krakoa, this is a very dive-favored style of map.
Yeah, and I expect to see some of that come through here, but it is a little bit up in the air here. A new team here in the Asia region. The Burgers, the Season 7 Pacific MRC champs, have arrived on the scene. They are taking the place of Pirates, and they are up against Rival Esports in their first match here. Like we said, a pretty even match here on paper. Rival, of course, being the 6th seed team out of the group stage back in the preseason. So if you're going to fight a team here at the start of your Ignite run, definitely a team like this, not a bad way to kick off your group stage. But almost ready to get things going here. It is Krakoa for map 1. I think overall draft, nothing too crazy here. The White Fox one side is definitely interesting for Rival, but yeah, you're right. You know, there is some dive potential here on Krakoa, so maybe looking for some of that anti-dive.
And so for the Burgers are looking to get a tad bit aggressive, right? Scrappy running the Angela, a very unpopular pick, at least here during stage 1, maybe in a little bit of preseason as well. Burgers, do they know something that we don't right now? Rival looking to get that dive disruption going. They got Netra and Spooky on the Daredevil and the Captain America. But Rivals, if things do get hairy in terms of that dive style of play, at the very least they're able to reel back into a front-to-back with Zeph on the Phoenix. HK Mario does get taken down dangerously low, but he is able to regroup in the nick of time, as here, this first fight is going to be also important. But with Ved and Scrappy going down, frontline gone. Burgers' ecosystem of a well-rounded team composition is already gone up in flames.
Yeah, and unfortunately, 2 strategists offline. It's just a matter of time now. No healers. Wounds will be able to walk away without getting KO'd here, but Rival, it is all theirs to take here. Checkpoint number 1 secured and already on the move. I do like the damage amp from the Burgers, though. They've got both Ultron and Mantis on the board.
Yeah, but Burgers aren't looking to adjust right now. I'm surprised, though. Burgers do have access to the Phoenix. That would be a slam dunk pick for Burgers right now, but they're going to stick to the Star-Lord right now, trying to utilize that win condition between the CYA and the Galactic Legend, although CYA and Ensong is just as strong, I'd argue, but either way, Rival are looking to hold off Burgers right now. Burgers are still struggling to find any sort of opportunity back in, as Wounds is getting closer and closer to that Galactic Legend. Maybe it'll be enough to try to burst down Lick before he gets his ultimate down, but surely both these ultimates will go down in reaction to one another.
Yeah, and there they are. The Galactic Legend goes down, but so does that invisible boundary. Netra will pick up one onto Scrappy here, so Burgers already at a man disadvantage here, and the Galactic Legend going offline as well, so no value coming through there. Hybolical's got a CYA, though, so Burgers gonna try and commit a little bit more here. Netra on the move, though, finds the flank and finds a double KO here onto the backline. Hybolical and the voice sent all the way back to spawn here as Rival make it 70%. Though, back on the move here, Ved on that Devil Dinosaur making 1 KO, and as the Devil Beast Rampage ready to go here. Kumio being unleashed by Proxies now over on the side of Rival, and Spooky on the move on that Daredevil here. Double KO for the Lawyer straight out of Hell's Kitchen. Scrappy, though, trying to even the odds for the Burgers, make it at least a 1 for 2, so not a huge value loss here, but the ults coming out from both sides of the board here. Freedom Charge from Rival to try and defend from that Beast Rampage, and the Void goes down again. Zeft with the pick there on the Phoenix. Spooky, another one on Daredevil, and it is Rival's point here to win.
Yeah, but great look coming in from Rival, using that Endsong Inferno to put the backline at a sliver of health. And the Void was easily able to clean right on up. Scrappy, though, is making things a little bit scrappy here on the mission area. Both sides going blow for blow, band for band, but the Burgers are able to complete the retake.
Yeah, first time they've been in control here. Took quite a bit of resources dedicated to the fight to make that flip. But yeah, the Freedom Charge does make it so the Burgers can get in there and fight. But now the question is, can they try to turn this around? It's just one fight for Rival all the way.
Now Rival on the back foot now. We're going into full neutral now. Both sides still a long ways away from getting their ultimates online. Closest one being Wounds on the Doctor Strange, already 3/4 of the way there. So if the Burgers really want to make this momentum in their favor, it's going to be up to Wounds to try to get a banger of an Eye of Agamotto, as both teams still looking to get those online, ready to go. Netra is able to find Hot Follicle. RF even going down means, again, this ecosystem, right, of a well-rounded team composition, and with one whole roll gone, the Burgers kind of just fall out and get extinct.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Strategist taken out immediately by Rival. Solid textbook target prioritization against the Burgers. Like you said, that kind of carefully constructed house of cards taken down in an earthquake here, and Rival gonna grab point number 1 pretty comfortably, though the Burgers do get some licks in there and get some capture progress as well.
Sometimes you gotta wonder, right? Are the Burgers not used to their hero pool at the current moment? Because Burgers definitely could have gone for way better picks. Yeah, there you go. Wounds going over to the Phoenix, over to Star-Lord. Definitely a better option, as the Burgers looking to adjust a little bit. Better late than never, though. So hopefully the Burgers are able to find the adjustment that they need. RF is sticking to the Rocket Raccoon, which is going to be really hard to get value with, because you've got Zeft over on the Phoenix prepping that Endsong Inferno. So if RF does roll out on this Rocket Raccoon, it's going to be difficult for the Burgers to get some sort of value.
Yeah, so difficult to lay down those CYAs in safe spots when you've got an Endsong Inferno chasing you down at every turn here. Most of the Burgers going to be at about 50% out of the gate, and it looks like RF going to stick with that Rocket Raccoon for now. But yeah, I do like the swap over onto the Phoenix, but the question here is the Phoenix duel. Zeft versus Wounds. Who takes it? That could be the key here for the Burgers to start making a comeback. But Rival, they just got to close out this last point, and they're already up on the board.
Rival do have Lick on the invisible boundary. Ved could easily force it out with a good Devil Beast Rampage, but the Burgers looking to spread out a little bit. Rival are looking to do the same. They're going to take control of that high ground on the side of Rival. Now going to jump right on in. Netra does get caught up in the jaws, but is able to escape just in time. Ved does get bitten, also stays alive. Burgers, though, they have ultimates coming up very soon, but with Rival having that first opportunity to go for an ult dump, it's going to get a little bit scary.
Yeah, this is the safe space they needed there. Invisible boundary coming down from Lick, and now all of Rival is here on the point and ready for a bit of a scrap, but it's going to be Wounds opening it up, wins the first matchup against the enemy Phoenix. Zeft out the equation for now. That forces out a couple ults from Rival. Kumio Unleashed goes down. HK Mario's got that Devil Beast Rampage, and Netra as well, the Freedom Charge, but it's not enough to stop Navoy here on the Daredevil. Gets it buffed up from the CYA. No Endsong Inferno used to counter it, and they will get the full value out of it. Buffed up Daredevil does make the play here, and the Burgers will take first cap this time around.
Yeah, Rivals went for the ult dump, and they got absolutely nothing. Zeft held on to the Endsong Inferno. I thought Zeft would use it to try to get rid of the CYA, but Rival deemed that they didn't have to do that. Wounds, thankfully, was not able to eliminate too much of Rival. Was only able to find Lick, towards the tail end of that fight. So Rival only lose one as they look to regroup yet again here. But Rival don't have any defensive options. It's all offensive. Burgers do have a counter blow with both the Invisible Boundary and the Freedom Charge.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. If they're not going to use the Insong Inferno there, then where do they think it is better used? We'll have to wait and see here. There comes the Freedom Charge from Scrappy now, and the Burger's going to live up to his namesake here. Look for a scrap. Zeft goes for the Insong Inferno this time. No damage, no value out of that one here, and everyone from the Burgers still standing. They are still in control of the capture point, and Avoid taking control of the fight early on here. Wounds will find one onto HK Mario as well. Hybolical's got an Invisible Boundary for the rest of the team. Smokey letting the devil out, but so dangerously low here. Netra fighting back as Rival gets 2 KOs here and are looking to try and convert onto the point, chasing down Wounds, but can't quite finish off the Phoenix just yet. 75% for the Burgers now and still on the move.
Ooh, it's looking a little scary for Rival. They were able to thankfully draw out the Invisible Boundary. Ved, however, is keeping the momentum in Burgers' favor. Rival are struggling. They're struggling to find a foothold, struggling to find a retake opportunity because every time they look to go for something, someone else on Rival gets staggered.
Yeah, that's huge. The one ult that Rival has up right now is sitting back in spawn, and the Burgers are going to go to 99% here, one by one. Rival going down, and it is going to be overtime, but the Burgers still in control here, and that KO feed is looking pretty orange around now. Navoy on that Daredevil moving different here, able to get the team back in the fight. A couple more members of Rival will go on through. Portal coming down from Spokey now to keep him in this fight, and Lick's got an Invisible Boundary just to try and hang on to this one, but it's 99%. The Burgers just need to win one here. Kumio Unleashed from Proxies, but it's a Devil East Rampage from Ved, and that Devil being let out as well.
Wow.
More than enough for Burgers to 0 to 100 on point 2.
Burgers get a shutout in round number 2 against Rival. All right. Burgers are making it competitive. They're trying to show that we are ready for Ignite. And they do just that. Ved with the Rampage. Navoy helps out the damage potential with the Devil out. Rival had both Strategist ultimates to work with. Proxies used the Kumio Unleashed. Lick also helped out with the Invisible Boundary. But with Netra not able to get a good Captain America ultimate in time meant that Rival just ran out of sustain. Everyone gets taken down. Burgers are able to take over. And now coming into this first fight, it's a matter of can Netra get the value that he needs with that Freedom Charge, or is RF able to shut it all down? But then again, you've got Zeft on that Endsong Inferno that could easily shut down that Rocket ultimate.
Yeah, it's still just so surprising we didn't see that Insong drop right onto that CYA last round there, and then they used it and just didn't get anything out of it. So gonna have to reframe here. That Phoenix ult needs to be on target against that Rocket Raccoon ult. But, you know, Dan, you asked it kind of at the beginning here. The question is, how fast can the Burgers adapt to Ignite play? And point number 1 was rough for them, but by point number 2, they are online and are ready for a brawl here with Rival.
Yep, Daredevil 1v1 happening in the lower level of the mission area. Spokey will wuss out and run away. Netra does use the Freedom Charge in response to Hybolical's with the Invisible Boundary. RF now has to use that as a CYA at any given moment, but he's getting chased down by Spokey right now. How is RF able to live? We'll see, but he is able to get away. Spokey will not be so lucky. So the sustained battle is going left and right, but the Burgers are coming out on top in this first fight.
They finally managed to take down Navoy. Proxies will find them. Scrappy right back in it, though. They're going to trade back and forth here, but it is the Burgers with some big value here. The last couple of members of Rival going down, though. Big spark procs from Wounds and inflicting some grievous wounds onto Rival Esports, and the Burgers again take the first cap here on point 3.
Zeft was forced to use the Insong Inferno during that. Burgers were able to force it out. That means RF will get a guaranteed W value with the CYA, and could even team up with Wounds to get even more damage into the backline of Rival. Scrappy could easily, or Navoy could easily get into the backline of Rival. So if Wounds isn't able to finish off the elimination, someone on the Burgers will be able to clean it up. But here comes that combo. Rival need to be a little bit more careful as, oh my god, everyone on Rival just evaporate as Wounds is able to crash down and crash out the entire lobby of Rival.
Yeah, it is a meltdown here on the side of Rival Esports. Navoy and Ved back in your KO feed one more time here as the Burgers going to go up to 50%. But what a turnaround here from point number 1 for this MRC champion team. Already putting up a fight against a team that's been here in Ignite for a while. Good stuff from the Burgers, but of course, still a couple more fights ahead before they can close out this map.
Burgers have a lot of offensive options coming in. Ved with the Rampage, Navoy with the Devil out. Spokey's going to try to kick things off to try to keep the Burgers at bay. Maybe even facilitate a retake as Spokey comes out with a double, and the Burgers are looking to recover with that Rampage.
Yeah, that Devil sent right back inside, though they got plenty of value out of it. HK Mario finds Scrappy as well now. Bit of a stagger onto the Burgers here, and Proxies will keep it going. HK Mario finds another one here. Front and backline assault from Rival Esports. They will take control back. 82% though captured for the Burgers, so the margin for error is shrinking.
You have Kumio Unleashed, but that's really the only safety net that Rival have at the current moment. Hybolical is getting closer and closer to that invisible boundary. Netra could easily equalize with a good timing with the Freedom Charge, but that's going to be a later thought because Proxies is forcing away Burgers, but there's a back cap coming in. Burgers were able to sneak away.
Stealthed it and now back in control all over again. Rival gonna have to pry this one away from him. Freedom Charge coming out from Netra, so now Rival gonna converge here and look for the play. Zeph goes low but goes for the Insong Inferno, buying himself some time while Navoy, that Devil being put back in here, but a double KO comes through right as the ult goes offline. RF will find one as well, and it's overtime, and it's trouble for Rival Esports here, all offline, complete ace, and the Burgers take map number 1.
What? What? Burgers? How in the world did you manage that? Off a back cap? And then Rival were just like, wait, hold on a second. How in the world did the Burgers just back cap us? We need to make sure that they get the heck out of there. And then they got kicked right in the teeth. Somehow, some way, Ved on the Devil Dinosaur was able to 1v6 all 6 of the other dinosaurs and was able to bring the Burgers to a map win over Rival.
I was gonna say, I'll tell you how it happened. When Burgers were in control of the point, their defense was solid. A lot of positive pressure from that team. Yep. A bubble around the capture field. They couldn't even start putting boots on the point for Rival. I mean, they had to battle their way in there, and there was a lot of pressure coming from the Burgers as well, looking for that spawn push against Rival. And as soon as they took control, same thing happened. They fanned out, and Ved rightfully earned MVP as he chases off Rival and is able to help the Burgers secure their first map in Ignite, batting 1,000 here because this is the first map they have played here, and they will walk away with it in 3 points.
All right. So we had a lot of questions for the Burgers, right? Can they live up to the hype, that level of prestige that the Pirates were able to put themselves in during preseason? And so far, in its current state, the Burgers are definitely living up to that level that the Pirates were able to come out on top of. So this is great to see, right? From MRC, right? This roster has coming in with a vengeance. Make sure that if they're able to win out in MRC, maybe they get a chance to play in Ignite, and they seize this opportunity. And so far in map 1, they have done so perfectly. And now Rival, how you gotta feel it in their camp? Because right now they went through a full rebuild, and now coming out with a close map loss. Sometimes you wonder, can Rival recover from this? Map 2 will be their choice, so maybe that's where things start off.
Yeah, I mean, the microscope is going to be pointed right at Rival Esports here, a name that's been in Ignite for a while, and, can't sneeze at an MRC championship. A lot of teams have won that MRC and gone on to great things in Ignite, so no reason to overlook the Burgers as a threat. But, there's a lot of questions they have to answer coming in, and they delivered a lot of answers to us on map number 1, making themselves a credible threat right out of the gate here against a team like Rival is a solid first look. I don't think you can ask for a better debut here on Krakoa, but of course, map number 1 in the books, so they still got some more time here. But yeah, I mean, what a start here. I'm
very impressed because, right, I gotta say, right, Burgers, got a little bit lucky in their first matchup here. We get to see where Burgers are at, because we saw that Rival was definitely towards in that midfield level team, right? They were one of the last teams to make it into playoffs, and the Burgers coming in from MRC, it's definitely a great test to see how they stack up against Rival. And so far, it might be confident to say that the Burgers may be a little bit stronger than Rival, but we'll see if that stays consistent. We're going to go into a short break. We'll be back and see if the Burgers are able to pull off an upset win on their Ignite debut. So don't go anywhere.
You won't be needing that. A small fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Now, I said I was hungry for a banger game, and it looks like the Burgers lived up to the name. Goddamn, they actually performed exactly what we want to see from a sleeper pick, the MRC champions coming out of nowhere to put RVL in a tough position right there, and a great domination map right there. They came out really well done. The gameplay.
Very solid gameplay coming in from Burgers, right? We talked about it, right? We had questions. How are the Burgers able to go toe-to-toe against Ignite competition? And so far, it's looking like Burgers have what it takes by stealing away a win on Krakoa off a crazy little back cap, as Rivals got a little too overzealous and didn't expect Burgers to go for the portal on, I believe it was Cradle, and was just able to sneak away as they get the Burger flip, and they get the Burger smash burger. I'm just kind of throwing things out there. I'm just throwing patties left and right. Hopefully something sticks.
I was about to say, you're cooking. I mean, you're cooking here. Look, we lost Pirates, and we had a lot of pirate jokes, so now we have to make up for that with the Burgers. And, the Burgers, they got some big shoes to fill coming into this, taking the place of a team like Pirates that came in and absolutely dominated the first half of that Asia preseason. And so far, good looks for the Burgers here, not just to bite the whole meal in place, as they'll take that map number 1 to go against Rival Esports. But the question is, can they keep it rolling here? Central Park is Rival's map pick for match number 2. I said Mac. I guess I got Burgers on the mind now.
Oh boy.
Listen, we're making everybody hungry out here, but it's the Burgers that are here to deliver. The question is, can they do it fast? Is the real question. Can they do it stacked up, fully packaged? We don't know. We're gonna find out if the Burgers can go to Central Park, and can they put the fries in the bag alongside their victory and take us home and end the night? Or is RVL go bring the thunder, switch it up a little bit, and say, I've had enough of this. I'm done with your food puns. I'm done with your burgers. It's pizza night. We're gonna find out if they can change the favor to theirs. We'll see in this series, but it's really all on them right now. Now, when we're talking about the Burgers, what are they bringing to the table here, Dan? What are these compositions that they're bringing out? You said they're used to the MRC banning system. I think the Ignite banding system is kind of like unchaining them a little bit. They're a bit more open to what they can play.
Yeah, they give themselves a little more freedom in terms of what they want to run in terms of their composition, because right now, Burgers, we've seen them play both the dive and the traditional front to back, and with that level of flexibility being at the Burgers' disposal, they don't have to stick to a one-dimensional sort of play style. They can do whatever they please, adapt around the band draft that they put themselves in, and right now, the Burgers coming into map number 2, are they able to fry Rival right now? That's going to be the biggest question. Can they did it once, but can they do it twice?
Well, you know, I'm gonna have to say very simple thought. I'm just gonna pass the sauce to Diatonic, top it up.
We gotta get this game started to get out of the burger pun zone. This is it's crazier than when Pirates were still here, but
No,
yeah, definitely.
We're just throwing zingers left and right.
Yeah, hexa pun indeed. But yeah, Burgers looking to go back to back here. Rival taking us to Central Park for map number 2 for some convergence action. And Rival took some of our advice. They've got 3 champion double dinos ready to lock in there.
Okay,
Not quite 6, but we're getting there.
Well, like, I know we've been making food puns on and on and on. Have you ever thought, what does dinosaur meat taste like?
Yeah, you know, I have wondered that.
You ever thought of that? We're not obviously we're not going to test it on Devil Dino. No. This is just a thought experiment.
I don't think you could. I don't think he would let you, personally. I mean, that's
yeah.
that's a big dude. That is a big dude you're up against. That's a big dude that's going to be on both sides of the board. They are both going to save the Devil Dinosaur. Rival, of course, some pretty standard stuff for their bans. They do take out that Gambit first. They're taking out the White Fox again, same thing they did on map number 1. But the Burgers, again, kind of running it by the book here. They take out the Luna Snow. They take out the Mantis. Rival going for that one-sided White Fox once more. Very surprise matchup. Definitely kind of blown this one wide open here, but that's the question, you know, is it just kind of a one-hit wonder, like, oh, Krakoa, just a really good map for them, or just a surprise opener, or, you know, are the Burgers strong enough to take this in 2?
Yeah, Burgers are putting a lot of emphasis on the Loki. Not a lot of other teams have been utilizing a ban on the God of Mischief himself. As the Burgers look to round out here, will use their final save on the Phoenix. As a Rival, what do you want to go for? You see what the Burgers have offered at the table. A little bit of that front-to-back potential looking like the angle for the Burgers as Rival utilize their final ban on the Captain America. So if they do ever want to resort to a more of a dive style of play, Burgers are going to have to resort to the Venom. Potentially someone else, but it's likely going to be the Venom. That has been the second best option when you don't have access to the Captain America to help the team stay sustained with the Freedom Charge and also provide a little bit of that extra ultimate acceleration. We'll see what part of Captain America Rival deemed to be too strong to keep in the game, as the Burgers won't have access to it. Burgers do go on the attacking side because Rival, this is their map pick here on Central Park. They will be on the defensive side, so we get a general idea of what Rival want to go for, because right now I'm looking at Netra on that Vanguard Deadpool, maybe to try to get that first ultimate down as soon as possible to put a lot of pressure on the Burgers' backline, while Smokey running that Black Cat, utilizing maybe a little more of that dive potential, a little bit more of that disruption, as the Burgers are looking to do something similar.
Yeah, you know, we kind of asked this during map 1, right? But a lot of these teams here in Ignite are very flexible. Deep hero pools across the board and the ability to adapt as the game goes on. We saw some of that from the Burgers, some solid swaps after point number 1. The question now is, can they adapt in someone else's territory? It's Scrappy coming out on the Thor, though. Very, very interesting choice here.
I like it. Scrappy's able to put in a bit of that dive, a little bit of that disruption potential. You saw it a little bit. Is able to catch out some of the members of Rival as he's just doing his best to try to get a cheeky little kidnap. Almost got it right onto Spooky, but either way, Burgers are still poking and prodding, looking for any sort of opportunity. Scrappy is doing a great job at marking all the side rooms, even isolating Netra for a little bit, who's forced to dash away. Everyone on the Burgers know what is at stake, as Zeft is able to find the Void, so Rival looking to keep the hold down, at least in this first fight.
Yeah, able to kind of slow things down for the Burgers here. They're on point, looking for that first tick. Not going to be able to make it without that full squad, though. And yeah, you're 100% right. Scrappy doing a great job keeping everyone from Rival in check and kind of corralling them all together so they can fight face-to-face instead of having to avoid the upper ground and some hiding places that Rival were trying to take.
And now Rival, with that first fight win, albeit very small, but a win nonetheless. Nevoy off the iframe is able to finish off Proxies, and Nevoy thankfully will get traded out. So Rival are able to still make this competitive. Netra going down means that Burgers have that man advantage. Lick is there with the CYA, and the Burgers might just get exploited here.
Yeah, big CYA buffed Phoenix ult here, right on the Hybolical. One strategist taken out for the Burgers, and the Rocket Raccoon as well, found by HK Mario. Spooky coming up big, taking down Ved to start things off. Another big win for Rival to open this one up. Netra will grab one too, taking down Scrappy. Grab that selfie, nice little XP boost there. 2 minutes left to go for the Burgers to try and find a way through.
It's still a decent amount of time. Burgers are looking to maybe look for adjustments, but with ultimates coming up so close, I don't think the Burgers would really want to go for hero swaps right now. RF's going to kick things off with the CYA as Wounds is looking to capitalize with that wombo combo.
Yeah, already coming up big here for the Burgers. Gonna cash in some ults here. It's the CYA from RF. Unchecked. No Insong Inferno in sight, but Rival gonna battle back here. Finding a couple. Nevoy will find one onto Proxies as well. RF's BRB gonna get Scrappy back up and in the fight. And now the calling card from Nevoy here, trying to put the last nail in the coffin. They'll do it. 4 minutes on the clock for the Burgers. They'll grab checkpoint number 1, but not done yet. Wounds picks up one onto Lick as well, and Rival gonna be sent back to lick their wounds here as the Burgers on the move.
Alright, that was a good push from Proxies. He's able to eliminate Scrappy, but unfortunately just was not enough, as Proxies wasn't able to get that invisible boundary down in time. Ratatosker starts moving forward as the Burgers will finally unlock that first checkpoint. Burgers spreading out here. Look at everyone on the Burgers, just spreading out, getting control of all the high ground that they possibly can, as Rival look to try to regroup, recover, and try to overtake this oncoming push coming in from the Burgers, as Wounds is proccing so many of those sparks. Everyone on Rival is just struggling to find some sort of room.
Yeah, big damage for the Phoenix on the side of the Burgers here. God of Thunder goes up, comes back down. Lick in trouble, and Lick taken down. The boy finds him on the Black Cat. Netra's got that, finally here, the Deadpool ult ready to go into the backline of the Burgers, but they play right on through there. RF, big double KO on the Rocket Raccoon, and Netra send back while that Banhammer, no value out of that one. The Burgers gonna grab checkpoint number 2 here as well.
Yeah, no chance for Rival. No portal, no problem, as the Burgers will be able to secure this second checkpoint. But I gotta give props to Burgers. They're playing their own style. They're not going word for word with the meta. They're changing it up a little bit. Scrappy's still kicking it on the Thor, and it's already providing so much value because Scrappy still gives a lot of that space that the Burgers would want to run if they're going to go for that dive potential. Black Cat 1v1 on the side, but Nevoy is able to come out on top in terms of being able to escape. But Spooky, though, is going to use that calling card.
Trying to rein in the Burgers here. We'll find Hybolical, so big opening pick, but right back up and in the fight. Off of that BRB. Link goes pretty low, but able to survive the onslaught here as the Burgers, no ults left in the tank, but they are still making some progress here. Nevoy finding Spooky in that 1v1 here, winning this round and charging up that calling card just a little bit more. Here comes the CYA from Lick now, trying to keep Rival on that life support. Netra taking down Ved, so they're able to break through a little bit here, but there's going to be a CYA for the Burgers ready to go as well, but it's Proxies, KO as well as Lick. This backline for Rival so deadly here on map number 2. Zeph will find one on to Nevoy as well, and now it's going to be basically a full reset here as the Burgers going to have to dust themselves back off.
Burgers still have a lot of time to work with. They know Zep doesn't have Ensong Inferno, so RF surely will get a very well-placed CYA. But Netra could easily neutralize with the Psionic Seduction, try to limit the damage potential coming out from the Burgers, but Netra's holding on to it. He's going to get taken down, but thankfully the BRB is there to save him at the very least.
Yeah, back up and in the fight here. That CYA is down for the Burgers. Rival just gonna back off here. They know they can't win that fight under that umbrella, but Navoy now got the calling card, chasing them down as they try to go back to spawn here. Has the lock on them and pushing them all the way to their front door. That's wide open free real estate for the Burgers to keep on pushing here. Still 2 minutes to go, and they are almost ready to fight this out in the throne room.
God, the Thunder being invested. So much AoE damage that the Rivals need to navigate around. Proxy still holding on to that invisible boundary. Netra also holding on to the Silent Seduction. When do they choose to use it? Because they're going to have to use it soon. Proxy's goes in with the invisible boundary, but is not able to save Netra.
Yeah, big stuff here for the Burgers. Still in control, 1:40 left to go, and not too many meters, probably 20 or 30 before they can call this one done. And Dusted Wounds absolutely relentless on the Phoenix. They're chasing down HK Mario, trying desperately to escape. There's the Silent Seduction from Netra. Now got him right where he wants him from the Burgers, but Hyebolical has the team covered with that invisible boundary. Cannot see him, but Proxies will make the play onto Navoy there on the invis, but Ved gonna even the odds, taking down Netra, and now the Burger's gonna take the lead here. Lick does have a BRB ready for Netra, so Emma Frost back up and ready to go, but it's 0.14 meters for the Burgers. They just need a little bit more of a push here. Insong Inferno coming up from Wounds here, gonna look for some damage, but now Lick has the CYA as well, so this could be a pretty tough breakthrough for the Burgers, but they'll find Lick off of the Insong. Scrappy will finish him off there, and it's a double KO for the Thor. 1 by 1, Rival going down and in trouble. No strategist, so it's just a matter of time here. Scrappy finds the triple on the Thor here. Ved as well, and RF in the feed, and the Burgers will finish the map with 45 left to go.
Rival just could not find a way to extend that fight. Burgers having access to that Endsong Inferno meant that even if even if Lick was able to get the CYA down, it was going to be immediately shut down by the Endsong Inferno. Rival, yeah, they probably should have used that Rocket Ultimate, at least as a desperation move, but no matter what happened there, if Lick used the Rocket Ult or not, Burgers should have been able to just shut it down completely. And the Burgers, my goodness, they are frying Rival at this current moment.
Oh no, here we go again.
Hey, no. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Very, very appropriate though. I mean, a solid Ignite debut so far. They clear Central Park. They clear the map under Rival's territory with 45 seconds left to go. So now Rival gotta speed run this card all the way back to Dracula's throne room. Gonna be a tough uphill battle for sure. We'll get a good look at the Burgers defense here. Of course, they are gonna be put to the test, but yeah, solid looks here for the Burgers. I'm curious to see how Rival responds to this.
If everyone voted on the Burgers, waiting here, just based on the team logo alone, you actually might be right. But we'll see though. We're only halfway done in this map number 2 as the Burgers looking to get the hold down. Scrappy still on the Thor as, okay, alright, as soon as the gates open, the voice able to find Zeft.
Absolutely no breathing room for Rival here. Burger's gonna take the fight straight to him here, and Devoy leading the charge on that Daredevil. 1 KO in the bank for him, and maybe gonna give Rival a little bit of cold feet, but 3:30, plenty of time for them to dust themselves off and get in the fight.
How do Rival navigate around this? They're still walking it down main. Devoy is hanging out in the high ground. Burgers doing a great job at covering all of that side area as well, so that even if Rival look to go for a flank move, it's going to be so hard. Zeft is prepping a baby portal right now. HK Mario and Zeft are just going to catch Burgers by surprise.
Which is kind of shocking because Burgers have done a great job, like you said, of checking the flanks. But Navoy, though, gonna battle it right back, wins the fight with the Black Hat, and just like that, 60 seconds of Rival's offensive time taken away here. And Scrappy, living up to the namesake, taking out Lick on the Jeff here. That Thor, so much value here for the God of Thunder.
Even shutting down the BRBs, so that elimination will last a decent amount of time. As a Rival looking to recover still. No ultimates anywhere near from being online for any of these teams. Wounds is going to be threatening with that Endsong Inferno very soon. But with Wounds being able to left click the rest of Rival like this, what do you even do?
Triple KO for that Wounds Phoenix. Make it 4 and holding an Insong Inferno as well. Could put down even more damage if he wanted to. We're gonna give Navoy a turn here in the KO feed. Double KO for that Daredevil and Blink, folks, and you miss it. Half of Rival's offense time taken away by the Burgers. No progress made on checkpoint 1. All they've got is a CYA, Dan. What do they do here?
This is so dire for Rival. They need to look for something. At the very least, get their ultimates online. But Burgers are making so many well-timed aggressive moves so that Rival, even if they want to go for their game plan, is going to be easily shut down by the Burgers. And with the Burgers having all of this ultimate economy, it's going to be so hard for Rivals to come back.
Yeah, I mean, taking it right to him here, not giving him a chance to breathe, and yeah, there goes the Jeff. Finds a couple, I believe, on Link, but he's shut down by Scrappy on that Thor. Lightning indeed beats water here. Spooky, though, and Zeft as well, gonna pop up in the KO feed, trying to right the ship here for Rival as they're running out of time here. A minute 15, but Zeft gonna make the most of it here. It's a Devil East Rampage from Bed on the side of the Burgers, but they are slowly falling one by one here. RF, the only strategist for the Burgers, on point. 1 minute left to go, and Rival about halfway to capturing this point, but there's a strange portal coming down from Scrappy, so the troops back in action. RF gets the CYA down, but sacrifices his life for it here as Navoy on the move on this Daredevil. Double KO and ready to let the Devil out. Make it 3 there for Matt Murdock, and looking for even more here with just 45 on the clock, and Rival have expended so many of their resources. Both sides absolutely drained here in the last 40 seconds.
Wow, both sides go band for band, blow for blow, but it's looking like the Burger is coming out on top. Close quarters combat is really where they shine. Draw Zeft into that small room so that if the Burgers are able to catch out this Black Cat, they just shut it down immediately. And the Burgers are able to hold out the aggression. They didn't have to use the portal, but with 17 seconds and counting for Rival, what can you really do? Because no one is going to have ultimates here. It's going to be full neutral for this final fight.
It is going to be tough here. 5 seconds to go. It all comes down to this. Potentially one fight left for the Burgers to try and close this one out. Spooky in some trouble. Going to have to take himself out of the fight to go for the health pack. Navoy on the move, but Hybolical in trouble as well. Going to use that BRB to get back up, and it's going to be a 1-for-1, but the Burgers won't have the disadvantage. Lick and Zeft going down as well. The Burgers going to take it here as 1 by 1. The last of Rival wiped out, and it is game, set, and match. The Burgers, their Ignite debut is a shutout. 2 maps to 0 against Rival.
0, 2, 3.
I am very impressed. Burgers make the job done. Rival just could not get a foothold. There was a moment, there was a glimpse where Rival could have gotten that first checkpoint, but Burger just were able to stall out long enough to the point that if they do want to match the aggression coming in from Rival, they did in the neutral. They were able to shut everyone on Rival down, and Rival just got outclassed in the mechanical standpoint, it felt like.
Yeah, I am almost speechless here. The Burgers, I apologize. I wasn't familiar with your game. Take a look at the scoreboard. Those numbers do not lie. Wounds taking the MVP off of a solid performance on the Phoenix. Navoy as well. Big stuff on the Daredevil. 16 finals off of 32 elims. Left most of Rival with single digits in that elim column. Though Zeft and Spooky did put in some serious work for the team. Yep. Just not enough. They almost broke even here. So you're talking 1 KO every time they are boots on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Burgers taking value left and right. Beautiful performance, checking their flanks as well at almost every turn. You cannot take the Burgers by surprise.
I mean, the Burgers look to have nailed that fundamental play, right? Covering every single angle, marking every nifty little angle that Rival could be hiding out in, and we're able to execute on it perfectly. And while they're doing all that, they're able to get a little twist on their own team composition, not sticking to the entire meta, doing a little bit of play of their own, right? With Scrappy on the Thor has done so much work, so much value for the Burgers, and I'm still at like a loss of words in how Burgers were able to pull that off on their Ignite debut. This is a team that does not have a lot of the Ignite experience when you compare it to Pirates, who did have that Ignite experience. And with the Burgers, coming out swinging here in their Ignite debut, Liger. Oh boy, this group stage is getting very, very competitive.
Listen, the best way to surmise the skill coming out from the Burgers is very simple, okay? MRC is just as threatening as Ignite. People that can come out of that hungry for the next level, and they've gone through hundreds of teams to get to these top 8 in the region, especially in Pacific, top 8 in OCE, top 8 in Asia, and right now they were very fortunate that the Pirates had to disband and let them go in, but I think with the rate this team was going, they would have taken someone else's spot further down the line anyway. But it's a blessing in disguise. We get Team Burgers nice and early, and yeah, a good showing here against RVO. RVO, a bit of a tough one for them, but they got some matches coming up as well, so they'll be able to hopefully get some points on the board. But it's nice to have another big dog in the scene here in Asia. I'm keen to see how the Burgers face off against some other teams that we've seen today. Maybe XOXO, that might be a fun matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge opportunity for the Burgers, right? Right place, right time. Pirates disband, leave an opening here in Ignite, and at the same time, Burgers take home the Season 7 MRC, and they get a ticket, a miracle ticket to Ignite. And it really feels like they're going to take full advantage of that opportunity. You know, coming into this, I was like, I could see the Burgers maybe coming out with a win here, but so confident, so clean, and like you guys have already said, playing it out their way, bringing the Thor to the table here. Absolutely insane stuff from Scrappy to get so much value out of that God of Thunder. But yeah, it really feels like the Burgers understand that they've been granted a huge opportunity here, and they are not gonna miss with it.
I think this is the most amount of Thor gameplay we have seen in a hot minute. Like every time Thor was whipped out in Ignite in the past, it was just like, yeah, teams are getting a little desperate. They're trying to do something a little bit spicy, right? Maybe try to catch the enemy team off guard. But here, the Burgers actually had a game plan coming in. It wasn't just like, hey, let's try this, see if it sticks. No. This is their game plan. This is what they wanted to do at the very start here in map number 2. The Burgers put Scrappy on the Thor the entirety of that second map.
Yeah, the Thor was good. The Thor allowed for so much space to be made alongside the Devil Dinosaur composition. As we know, they're out here to disrupt, to displace, and absolutely desecrate your team's frontline, backline, all of the lines you can possibly think of right now. That's what they did. That's what they were available for. But very soon, we're going to have that nice interview. Finally going to meet somebody from the Burgers team, some new faces here on Ignite. We're going to learn about their story, find out more about why they're competing here and what they want. What is their goal? Are they aiming for the top? I mean, who wouldn't be? But at the same time, you never know. They could fire the warning shot tonight on the first day of the group stage in Asia.
You could
be big.
I mean, you could argue that a Burger are in the under the mindset of they got nothing to lose. They made it to Ignite. They're just here to see how well they do, see if they're able to get a little bit of that extra pocket cash. But so far, Burger is a big question, right? They conquered the first test of Rival, but can they keep that same level of momentum, that same level of insane mechanical play, as well as nailing the fundamentals? Can they keep it consistent throughout the entire group stage? Because this is only day 1. This is only game 1. Because they still have, what, 6 more best of 3s ahead of them?
Oh, yeah. I mean, tomorrow they're going to be taking Z10 on. So it's a big match. But let's find out the minds of one of the members of the Burgers. Who do we have? I believe it's Ved, everybody.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Welcome in, Ved. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm doing good.
Doing good. That's good. That's good. Now, Ved, this is your Ignite debut, I believe. Welcome to the show, of course. I want to say congratulations on the victory. How are you and the Burgers feeling after your first win in Ignite?
Thank you so much. Oh my god, we're feeling so excited and like happy that we got like this opportunity, and like we're hoping that like we're gonna achieve like way more victories like this.
I think the big question, right? You guys are replacing the Pirates, right? Do you think you guys are able to essentially carry the torch that the Pirates left behind? Do you think you guys have what it takes to take that top 3 spot that the Pirates left behind?
I think we have a really good chance of like doing it, like with how like we're playing so far. I think we're playing very well.
Yeah.
And then Oh, sorry. Follow
ahead,
up,
Dan.
right? So follow up, right? Scrappy, right? On the Thor. Was that a design play, or was that something that you kind of just threw out there? Because that's
Oh no,
definitely
no, it was
a
definitely
fun
a
little
design.
twist that we've seen.
No, it was definitely a designed play. We love playing Thor. We're like really big fans of Thor, and we feel like that hero is really good, and it works really well into the team compositions we play.
Yeah, I mean, a ton of value grabbed by Scrappy on that Thor all throughout Central Park. I mean, you guys are taking down, a playoff caliber team. Rival went to the playoffs in the preseason, so that's definitely good looks, upward trajectory for sure. As you guys are kind of new on the scene here, caught a couple MRC replays here and there, did some homework, but I'm curious, who on the team should we be looking out for? Who on the team do you think is a serious threat that people need to pay more attention to?
Like the biggest threat in my opinion, like I feel like it's like Scrappy or Wounds. Like those guys are like really insane, but like I think Navoy is like also another player you should look out for. Like they're all like, but obviously like everybody on my team is fantastic. Like I would never pick any other players for this. Like all of them are so good. I'm so happy with my team.
And then just, I think this is like a final question for me, right? This is a little bit of a lighthearted one. Whose idea was it for the burger logo, and who made the burger logo? We need to know.
Okay, it was my manager. Also the substitute player named Abiad. She played. She made. Not only did she make it, but she also like thought about it, and we, obviously, I think everybody loves the burger logo. I mean, it's an amazing like design from her.
Let's go. Shout out Abiad for coming through with the logo, the design. Maybe we can see them play sometime. But Ved, I gotta ask, you're here in Ignite. You've made a good showing in your first stance, but who's the big dog? Who do you guys have your eyes on the most? Who do you want to take down to really be like, everybody, we're here. We're not just MRC champions, we're going to be Ignite champions too.
Honestly, like, I feel like right now with our first achievement, like, that's already like a huge milestone for us because, like, obviously Rival is up there, right? But, I think, like, we honestly just want to be everyone. Like, it's like nobody individually. Like, I mean, obviously we're kind of new here. We don't know, like, everyone, so we're kind of just getting used to things then. Like, if we can just take down everyone, like, I feel like that's the main objective over anything else.
That's good. Well, anything you want to say to, I'm gonna be honest with you, got a lot of fans in the chat out here. Anything you want to say to the folks supporting you guys?
Yeah, they're all crazy
out here.
Oh, really? Oh, thank you so much. Well, I don't know, I'm like kind of camera shy, so. But, like a shout out to someone, I'd say it's, again, my teammates and like everyone, like on my team who's made it possible that we've gotten this far, like as a team, like, because I mean, we haven't been together for a super long time, so it's like getting this far in such a short span of time is just it's like so amazing, and it's such a huge opportunity for us, and we're just so excited for what the future holds.
Perfection. We're looking forward to the future as well. We hope it is truly a bright future for the Burgers. We enjoyed watching your team today. Looking forward to your matches, and good luck tomorrow and the rest of Asia Group Stage. Thank you very much, Ved, for your time. Appreciate it.
Of course, anytime. Thank you so much.
I'm just saying, W interview. That was great. We got to see what the Burgers are here for. They know what they have to do. They want to go for the top, and so far, doing just that. Already want to know.
They're hustling, but they're humble. I like it. It's a good balance. It's the right mindset you want. You're hungry, but you're also realistic in absorbing the present moment, taking in the small wins so that it motivates you to get the next win, and the one after that, and the one after that. And if they can snowball that into a victory and claim the top spot, then it's a good day for them. And of course, they only need to get top 6 here to qualify for the next stage, which is Pacific Playoffs. So a lot of potential there. I've got to say though, lads, man, this has been a very interesting first day. I believe some things didn't go as we expected, Diatonic.
No, surprises around every turn, and that's basically been the story of 2026 Ignite so far. You know, throw out everything you thought you knew about each region, about each team, because at any point, some of them can come out and surprise you. And, you know, we talk a lot about the top teams in the region. You know, we're looking at your Navis, your Virtus Pros, your Team Liquid Citadels, your Rejects, your Gen Gs, and, you know, it may not be a win against a top team like that, but a win in Ignite is not to be overlooked. There are teams here in Ignite that are still hunting for their first win. So for the Burgers to come right in and win their opening match is a big statement from them. Very, a lot to be proud of for this squad coming together, making their debut, and making a statement right off the bat. But yeah, you know, please buckle in, keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times, because that's just day number 1 of Asia, and a couple of big surprises here tonight. I have no doubt there's plenty more where that came from.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's been so special to see, right? Seeing new teams pop off, seeing upsets already here in Asia. And we saw a bunch of that cinematic games over in other regions. We saw EMEA have some banger matchups. We saw Americas have some banger matchups. And then here in Asia, we get just that, because I have all of these notes in my notebook, right? And then boom, gone out the window. I don't even know what to predict anymore.
Don't even need to make predictions. We only need to call it as it is, lads. Come on now, you know how it is. Madness of it all is crazy when we talk about the Pacific region. You know, a region that just loves to surprise everybody. Anytime you think you have the signature down, anytime you think you have the blueprint for this region, it gets washed away into that Pacific Ocean immediately. So that is that's just how it is down here. Look, I gotta say, these teams are crazy. I'm really liking the way Asia has been stacking up so far. I like that we got some upsets. I like that we got some new dogs on the block. I like that our champions are also having a bit of a tussle towards the top when it comes to the top 2 teams. And I like that, you know, teams are proving everyone wrong and spicing it up and playing the meta very differently. We're not very heavy in this Black Cat meta as we thought we would with Asia, and that's kind of good in my opinion. I feel like it spices it up. It separates this region from others, especially OCE being very heavy in the Black Cat department. But a lot of Thor, which is nice to see. Devil Dinosaur's probably where the main camp is. They've settled into Devil Dinosaur very comfortably, and composition surrounding him. And you know, if we're feeling it, you know, we get a bit cheeky like Reject running quadruple strategist. Why not? It worked.
Shout out to Reject for that one, but I mean, you summed up what Asia has been cooking up lately, right? Yep. Unfortunately, Asia did not go flawless in terms of letting the Gambit through one-sided. I still can't believe a team did end up doing that, and surprise, surprise, they lost. So I hope that doesn't happen ever again here in Asia, but you never know. Maybe the meta evolves a little bit, right? Maybe Devil Dinosaur actually is the bigger problem, but as it stands right now, a lot of teams, including myself, right? I don't think that Gambit should be let through anytime soon.
Can't have him at all. Too much Gambit is gonna destroy your joy when it comes down to Marvel Rivals. But we'll see what happens as you know, patch notes roll out very, very soon. But of course, everybody, recapping today's results: Match 1, Loyalty versus Triple AD. Triple AD took it away 2-0. And the turn of match 2 was Z10 versus XOXO. XOXO with a crazy comeback, winning the series 2-1. A bit of an upset. Then match 3, N1 Hex versus Reject. Reject did take it 2-0. And then in our final match of the day, Burgers, arriving from MRC, took down RVL in 2-0 fashion. It's pretty close on some maps, but still nonetheless a clean victory for the Burgers, and are starting themselves up strong in their Ignite debut. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I mean, really good stuff from a lot of the Asia teams here tonight. You know, Loyalty shooting a little bit above their station against Triple AD, but curious to see what their next matchup down the road is going to look like. Zero Tenacity not on the board yet. They can't pull out the win tonight. That's quite a surprise to me, at least, but EXO definitely one of the teams that I would put some money on to be taking wins against teams like Zero Tenacity. And of course, the Burgers, maybe the biggest surprise of the night here, coming out swinging for the fences. They hold nothing back, and now they stand alongside teams like Reject, Triple AD, and XOXO at the top of the leaderboard here after night 1. But that's the thing to keep in mind. It is only night 1. We got a full group stage on hand for these teams. They're going to play against every single team in the Asia lineup here. So, you know, there is nowhere to run from teams like Reject, like Zero Tenacity, and I am looking so forward to seeing how some of these newcomer teams like the Burgers will handle those matchups.
I'm just saying, as the #1 XOXO Glazer, I'm glad my delusions actually worked out here in the group stage, or at least in day one. We got the upset against Zero Tenacity, but either way, looking ahead, it's just a matter of consistency now, right? If you came out with a win, can you keep winning? If you came out with a loss, are you able to bounce back? As day 2, we're gonna have at least one team playing their matches twice. It's going to be 2 teams, actually. Both XO and Loyalty going to be playing 2 matches tomorrow night.
Listen, I don't think your delusions are delusions anymore, Dan. I think you got a belief system here with the XOXO squad right now. But of course, the upcoming matches are looking good. Match 1 tomorrow will be Loyalty versus XOXO. Match 2 will be Z10 versus Burgers. That's exciting to me. Oh, okay. Match 3 versus N1 Hex versus Triple AD. Then match 4, RVL versus XOXO. A nice faded rematch. And then to end the night will be Reject versus Loyalty. That is going to be fun. BO3 certified, everybody. A banger 5 series locked in for Saturday night. It's going to be a banger. Oh, you better tune in, everybody. Make sure you put notifications on, lock in, and arrive early to the show, of course.
Yeah.
Having a good time in the chat. All together. Today, the chat was absolutely entertaining. You were all having a good time. I love the memes. You all deserve a nice burger tonight. For your,
go get a burger. Go cook up a burger. Go buy a burger. Whichever way you do it, go get a burger. Maybe go yell at Boger when he streams later today. Tell him to get a burger.
Yeah.
Don't tell him the context though. Don't tell him why. Just say tell Boger to get a burger. Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Tell Burger to get a Boger. Yeah.
Yes,
But
yes.
I was gonna say, yeah, go stop by, go park at Boger's stream for a while, get yourself some of those juicy Twitch drops, of course, because we've got some available. We've got a whole lineup of stuff available for you in game and out of game here on Twitch. But of course, one of the most important things about Marvel Rivals is the drip, and we've got some brand new drip on deck for you this week. Strap in as Black Cat arrives in her high octane wildcard Formula R gear and witness Wolverine fully unleashed in the Alchemax X 2099 suit. Whether you're racing through the chaos or tearing through the front lines, these looks are engineered to dominate. The battlefield is your playground. Own it. And those are available right now in game. And I gave this warning at the beginning. I'll give it again. Be careful if you're running that new Black Cat skin. The streets are not safe. Some guy named Bowie Knife 99, I guess, is running around the ranked queues these days. So drive safe, rivals.
Anyway, you can probably find a little bit of safety in Alchemax headquarters as you step into the heart of corporate ambition and temporal chaos. Once the epicenter of Miguel O'Hara's groundbreaking genetic research, Alchemax HQ now stands as that high-stakes battlefield where the past, present, and future collide. From the sterile high-tech intensity of the main gene lab to the serene, deceptive beauty of the Babylon Garden, this corporate containment site for the raw pulsing energy of Cyclops' optic blast has been brought to the present by Moon Girl. Whether you're maneuvering through the sleek nano-ceramic halls or taking in the view from the Infinity Edge pool overlooking the Manhattan skyline, remember, you're not just fighting for territory, you're fighting within the epicenter of a timeline-shattering rescue mission.
Ooh. And speaking of shattering, we're talking about shattering the entire Twitch universe as season drops are here, everybody. A fresh wave of Twitch drops are here, everybody. Arriving now in stage 1 for Ignite. Tune into the participating channels, as you know, and of course your favorite streamers got them as well. Earn those exclusive rewards. We're talking about the spray with a Galacta. We're talking about the nameplate looking good on the Rogue and the Child's Play emo, and of course the exclusive Willow Galactic costume for Rogue looking good in the purple drip. We love to see it. Available until June 12th, of course. And don't you forget Ignite itself. Aside from the game, aside from the madness of it all, the Ignite drops are here exclusive all the way until June 19th, of course. For 30 minutes, get your Chrono Tokens. For an hour, get Galacta's Glare Mood. For 2 hours, get Wolverine's Will of Galacta nameplate. And then, of course, for 4 hours, get the moment that many around the world, millions saw and will never definitely, unfortunately, forget. for our good friends there on the screen of the Wolverine taking out the Deadpool due to the strange portal. That was a bit unfortunate. The portal, pull, oopsie, spray. You gotta watch that moment back, everybody, and hopefully, again, petition now, everybody. Petition now to get the 8K from Jeff in Asia. We need that next. Okay, that's the one we want next, everybody.
And
We
great
represent
news.
our Pacific region. Come on now.
Great news. The Wolverine banner is no longer bugged. So you can go claim it now. So there you go. That's all the reason to listen in and get those Twitch drops. But I mean, this has been an absolute joy and an absolute pleasure to bring you guys these absolute bangers, right? Everyone's been, I don't know how to react from today. I didn't expect this at all. No one expected this, but either way, like, this is only the day one of Asia, right? And then right after this, we got EMEA, and then right after that, we got Americas, and then right after that, we got Asia again. So it's just an endless cycle of Ignite action this entire weekend. So not just us, you got EMEA coming up in a few hours. I am so damn excited for that.
Yeah, big bangers on deck across every region. And yeah, Dan, like you said, it's basically 24 hours of Ignite from here on out. It's Friday. It's time for some more Marvel Rivals Ignite action all weekend long. There's some marquee matchups across every single region, and plenty of reason to watch too, not just for the matchups, but of course for those sweet, sweet Twitch drops. So, you know, keep it tuned. We will be back tomorrow for some more Asia matches and some pretty big ones on deck. I am so excited to keep it rolling because, again, Asia has delivered just like every single region so far here in stage 1.
Absolutely, they've absolutely delivered a banger first day for the group stage here in Ignite Pacific Asia. We have 6 days to clear out these group stage matches. Every team will take on every team, all 8 teams facing off against each other. They've got 7 matches to collect as many points as they can to lock themselves into the top 6 that are going to qualify to the Pacific playoffs later this month. We got to be very careful, everybody. This is going to get very dangerous very quickly for these teams. If they don't get these wins on the board, the points are going to stack up out of their favor, and it's going to be bad as they're trying to fight to survive that bottom 2 eliminating slots. We're going to find out. We're going to see it all. Thank you very much for coming today. And of course, remember, everybody, stay marvelous.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 해.